Sister Carrie, Part 1 by Theodore Dreiser. Chapter 1. The Magnet Attracting, a Waif Amid Florence. When Carrie Meeber boarded the afternoon train for Chicago, her total outfit consisted of a small trunk, a cheap imitation alligator skin satchel, a small lunch in a paper box, and a yellow leather snap purse containing her ticket, a scrap of paper with her sister's address in Van Buren Street, and $4 in money. It was in August 1889. She was 18 years of age, bright, timid, and full of the illusions of ignorance and youth. Whatever touch of regret at parting characterized her thoughts, it was certainly not for advantages now being given up. A gush of tears at her mother's farewell kiss, a touch in her throat when the cars clacked by the flour mill where her father worked by the day, a pathetic sigh as the familiar green environs of the village passed in review, and the threads which bound her so lightly to girlhood and home were irretrievably broken. To be sure, there was always the next station where one might descend and return. There was the great city, bound more closely by these very trains which came up daily. Columbia City was not so very far away, even once she was in. Chicago. What, pray, is a few hours, a few hundred miles? She looked at the little slip bearing her sister's address and wondered. She gazed at the green landscape, now passing in swift review, until her swifter thoughts replaced its impression with vague conjectures of what Chicago might be. When a girl leaves her home at 18, she does one of two things. Either she falls into saving hands and becomes better, or she rapidly assumes the cosmopolitan standard of virtue and becomes worse. Of an intermediate balance, under the circumstances, there is no possibility. The city has its cunning wiles, no less than the infinitely smaller and more human tempter. There are large forces which allure with all the soulfulness of expression possible in the most cultured human. The gleam of 1,000 lights is often as effective as the persuasive light in a wooing and fascinating eye. Half the undoing of the unsophisticated and natural mind is accomplished by forces wholly superhuman. A blare of sound, a roar of life, a vast array of human hives appeal to the astonished senses in equivocal terms. Without a counselor at hand to whisper cautious interpretations, what falsehoods may not these things breathe into the unguarded ear? Unrecognized for what they are, their beauty, like music, too often relaxes, then weakens, then perverts the simpler human perceptions. Caroline, or Sister Carrie, as she had been half affectionately termed by the family, was possessed of a mind rudimentary in its power of observation and analysis. Self-interest with her was high but not strong. It was, nevertheless, her guiding characteristic. Warm with the fancies of youth, pretty with the insipid prettiness of the formative period, possessed of a figure promising eventual shapeliness, and an eye alight with certain native intelligence, she was a fair example of the middle American class 2 generations removed from the immigrant. Books were beyond her interest knowledge. A sealed book, in the intuitive graces she was still crude. She could scarcely toss her head gracefully. Her hands were almost ineffectual. The feet, though small, were set flatly, and yet she was interested in her charms, quick to understand the keener pleasures of life, ambitious to gain in material things. A half-equipped little knight she was, venturing to reconnoiter the mysterious city and dreaming wild dreams of some vague, far-off supremacy which should make it prey and subject the proper penitent, groveling at a woman's slipper. "That," said a voice in her ear, "is one of the prettiest little resorts in Wisconsin, is it?" She answered nervously. The train was just pulling out of Waukesha. For some time she had been conscious of a man behind. She felt him observing her mass of hair. He had been fidgeting, and with natural intuition she felt a certain interest growing in that quarter. Her maidenly reserve, and a certain sense of what was conventional under the circumstances, called her to forestall and deny this familiarity. But the daring and magnetism of the individual, born of past experiences and triumphs, prevailed. she answered. He leaned forward to put his elbows upon the back of her seat and proceeded to make himself volubly agreeable. Yes, that is a great resort for Chicago people. The hotels are swell. You are not familiar with this part of the country, are you? Oh yes, I am, answered Carrie. That is, I live at Columbia City. I had never been through here, though. And so this is your first visit to Chicago, he observed. All the time she was conscious of certain features out of the side of her eye: flush, colorful cheeks, a light mustache, a gray fedora hat. She now turned and looked upon him in full, the instincts of self-protection and coquetry mingling confusedly in her brain. I didn't say that, she said. Oh, he answered, in a very pleasing way and with an assumed air of mistake. I thought you did. Here was a type of the traveling canvasser for a manufacturing house, a class which at that time was first being dubbed by the slang of the day drummers. He came within the meaning of a still newer term which had sprung into general use among Americans in 1880 and which concisely expressed the thought of one whose dress or manners are calculated to elicit the admiration of susceptible young women, a masher. His suit was of a striped and crossed pattern of brown wool, new at that time, but since become familiar as a business suit. The low crotch of the vest revealed a stiff shirt bosom of white and pink stripes. From his coat sleeves protruded a pair of linen cuffs of the same pattern, fastened with large gold plate buttons set with the common yellow agates known as cat's eyes. His fingers bore several rings, one, the ever-enduring heavy seal, and from his vest dangled a neat gold watch chain, from which was suspended the secret insignia of the Order of Elks. The whole suit was rather tight-fitting and was finished off with heavy-soled tan shoes, highly polished, and the gray fedora hat. He was, for the order of intellect represented, attractive, and whatever he had to recommend him, you may be sure was not lost upon Carrie in this her first glance. Lest this order of individuals should permanently pass, let me put down some of the most striking characteristics of his most successful manner and method. Good clothes, of course, were the first essential, the things without which he was nothing. A strong physical nature, actuated by a keen desire for the feminine, was the next. A mind free of any consideration of the problems or forces of the world, and actuated not by greed, but an insatiable love of variable pleasure. His method was always simple. Its principal element was daring, backed, of course, by an intense desire and admiration for the sex. Let him meet with a young woman once, and he would approach her with an air of kindly familiarity, not unmixed with pleading, which would result in most cases in a tolerant acceptance. If she showed any tendency to coquetry, he would be apt to straighten her tie, or if she took up with him at all, to call her by her first name. If he visited a department store, it was to lounge familiarly over the counter and ask some leading questions. In more exclusive circles, on the train or in waiting stations, he went slower. If some seemingly vulnerable object appeared, he was all attention to pass the compliments of the day, to lead the way to the parlor car, carrying her grip, or, failing that, to take a seat next her with the hope of being able to court her to her destination. Pillows, books, a footstool, the shade lowered, all these figured in the things which he could do. If, when she reached her destination, he did not alight and attend her baggage for her, it was because, in his own estimation, he had signally failed. A woman should some day write the complete philosophy of clothes. No matter how young, it is one of the things she wholly comprehends. There is an indescribably faint line in the matter of man's apparel, which somehow divides for her those who are worth glancing at and those who are not. Once an individual has passed this faint line on the way downward, he will get no glance from her. There is another line at which the dress of a man will cause her to study her own. This line the individual at her elbow now marked for Carrie. She became conscious of an inequality. Her own plain blue dress, with its black cotton tape trimmings, now seemed to her shabby. She felt the worn state of her shoes. "Let's see," he went on. "I know quite a number of people in your town, Morgan Roth the clothier and Gibson the dry goods man." "Oh, do you?" she interrupted, aroused by memories of longings their show windows had cost her. At last he had a clue to her interest and followed it deftly. In a few minutes he had come about into her seat. He talked of sales of clothing, his travels, Chicago, and the amusements of that city. "If you are going there, you will enjoy it immensely. Have you relatives? I am going to visit my sister," she explained. "You want to see Lincoln Park," he said, "and Michigan Boulevard. They are putting up great buildings there. It's a second New York great. So much to see, theaters, crowds, fine houses. Oh, you'll like that." There was a little ache in her fancy of all he described. Her insignificance in the presence of so much magnificence fatally affected her. She realized that hers was not to be a round of pleasure, and yet there was something promising in all the material prospect he set forth. There was something satisfactory in the attention of this individual with his good clothes. She could not help smiling as he told her of some popular actress of whom she reminded him. She was not silly, and yet attention of this sort had its weight. "You will be in Chicago some little time, won't you?" he observed at one turn of the now easy conversation. "I don't know," said Carrie vaguely, a flash vision of the possibility of her not securing employment rising in her mind. "Several weeks, anyhow," he said, looking steadily into her eyes. There was much more passing now than the mere words indicated. He recognized the indescribable thing that made up for fascination and beauty in her. She realized that she was of interest to him from the one standpoint which a woman both delights in and fears. Her manner was simple, though for the very reason that she had not yet learned the many little affectations with which women conceal their true feelings. Some things she did appeared bold. A clever companion, had she ever had one, would have warned her never to look a man in the eyes so steadily. "Why do you ask?" she said. "Well, I'm going to be there several weeks. I'm going to study stock at our place and get new samples. I might show you round. I don't know whether you can or not. I don't know whether I can. I shall be living with my sister, and, well, if she minds, we'll fix that." He took out his pencil in a little pocket notebook as if it were all settled. "What is your address there?" She fumbled her purse, which contained the address slip. He reached down in his hip pocket and took out a fat purse. It was filled with slips of paper, some mileage books, a roll of greenbacks. It impressed her deeply. Such a purse had never been carried by anyone attentive to her. Indeed, an experienced traveler, a brisk man of the world, had never come within such close range before. The purse, the shiny tan shoes, the smart new suit, and the air with which he did things, built up for her a dim world of fortune, of which he was the center. It disposed her pleasantly toward all he might do. He took out a neat business card on which was engraved Bartlett, Carriel and Company, and down in the left-hand corner, Chas. H. Drouet. "That's me," he said, putting the card in her hand and touching his name. "It's pronounced Drouet. Our family was French, on my father's side." She looked at it while he put up his purse. Then he got out a letter from a bunch in his coat pocket. "This is the house I travel for," he went on, pointing to a picture on it, corner of State and Lake. There was pride in his voice. He felt that it was something to be connected with such a place, and he made her feel that way. "What is your address?" he began again, fixing his pencil to write. She looked at his hand. "Carrie Meeber," she said slowly, 354 West Van Buren Street, Care S.C. Hansen. He wrote it carefully down and got out the purse again. "You'll be at home if I come around Monday night?" he said. "I think so," she answered. How true it is that words are but the vague shadows of the volumes we mean. Little audible links they are, chaining together great inaudible feelings and purposes. Here were these two, bandying little phrases, drawing purses, looking at cards, and both unconscious of how inarticulate all their real feelings were. Neither was wise enough to be sure of the working of the mind of the other. He could not tell how his luring succeeded. She could not realize that she was drifting until he secured her address. Now she felt that she had yielded something that he had gained a victory. Already they felt that they were somehow associated. Already he took control in directing the conversation. His words were easy. Her manner was relaxed. They were nearing Chicago. Signs were everywhere, numerous. Trains flashed by them. Across wide stretches of flat, open prairie, they could see lines of telegraph poles stalking across the fields toward the great city. Far away were indications of suburban towns, some big smokestacks towering high in the air. Frequently there were two-story frame houses standing out in the open fields, without fence or trees, lone outposts of the approaching army of homes. To the child, the genius with imagination, or the wholly untraveled, the approach to a great city for the first time is a wonderful thing, particularly if it be evening, that mystic period between the glare and gloom of the world, when life is changing from one sphere or condition to another. Ah, the promise of the night! What does it not hold for the weary? What old illusion of hope is not here forever repeated? Says the soul of the toiler to itself, I shall soon be free. I shall be in the ways and the hosts of the merry. The streets, the lamps, the lighted chamber set for dining are for me. The theater, the halls, the parties, the ways of rest in the paths of song, these are mine in the night, though all humanity be. Still enclosed in the shops, the thrill runs abroad. It is in the air. The dullest feels something which they may not always express or describe. It is the lifting of the burden of toil. Sister Carrie gazed out of the window. Her companion, affected by her wonder, so contagious are all things, felt anew some interest in the city and pointed out its marvels. This is Northwest Chicago, said Drouet. This is the Chicago River, and he pointed to a little muddy creek crowded with the huge masted wanderers from far-off waters nosing the black-posted banks. With a puff, a clang, and a clatter of rails, it was gone. Chicago is getting to be a great town, he went on. It's a wonder. You'll find lots to see here. She did not hear this very well. Her heart was troubled by a kind of terror. The fact that she was alone, away from home, rushing into a great sea of life and endeavor began to tell. She could not help but feel a little choked for breath, a little sick, as her heart beat so fast. She half closed her eyes and tried to think it was nothing, that Columbia City was only a little way off. Chicago! Chicago! Called the brakeman, slamming open the door. They were rushing into a more crowded yard, alive with the clatter and clang of life. She began to gather up her poor little grip and closed her hand firmly upon her purse. Drouet arose, kicked his legs to straighten his trousers, and seized his clean yellow grip. I suppose your people will be here to meet you, he said. Let me carry your grip. Oh, no, she said. I'd rather you wouldn't. I'd rather you wouldn't be with me when I meet my sister. All right, he said in all kindness. I'll be near, though, in case she isn't here, and take you out there safely. You're so kind, said Carrie, feeling the goodness of such attention in her strange situation. Chicago, called the brakeman, drawing the word out long. They were under a great shadowy train shed, where the lamps were already beginning to shine out, with passenger cars all about and the train moving at a snail's pace. The people in the car were all up and crowding about the door. Well, here we are, said Drouet, leading the way to the door. Goodbye till I see you Monday. Goodbye, she answered, taking his proffered hand. Remember, I'll be looking till you find your sister. She smiled into his eyes. They filed out, and he affected to take no notice of her. A lean-faced, rather commonplace woman recognized Carrie on the platform and hurried forward. "Why, Sister Carrie," she began, and there was embrace of welcome. Carrie realized the change of affectional atmosphere at once. Amid all the maze, uproar, and novelty, she felt cold reality taking her by the hand. No world of light and merriment, no round of amusement. Her sister carried with her most of the grimness of shift and toil. "Why, how are all the folks at home?" she began. "How is father and mother?" Carrie answered, but was looking away. Down the aisle, toward the gate leading into the waiting room and the street, stood Drouet. He was looking back. When he saw that she saw him and was safe with her sister, he turned to go, sending back the shadow of a smile. Only Carrie saw it. She felt something lost to her when he moved away. When he disappeared, she felt his absence thoroughly. With her sister, she was much alone, a lone figure in a tossing, thoughtless sea. Chapter 2. What Poverty Threatened, of Granite and Brass. Minnie's flat, as the one-floor resident apartments were then being called, was in a part of West Van Buren Street inhabited by families of laborers and clerks. Men who had come, and were still coming, with the rush of population pouring in at the rate of 50,000 a year. It was on the third floor, the front windows looking down into the street, where, at night, the lights of grocery stores were shining and children were playing. To Carrie, the sound of the little bells upon the horse cars, as they tinkled in and out of hearing, was as pleasing as it was novel. She gazed into the lighted street when Minnie brought her into the front room, and wondered at the sounds, the movement, the murmur of the vast city which stretched for miles and miles in every direction. Mrs. Hanson, after the first greetings were over, gave Carrie the baby and proceeded to get supper. Her husband asked a few questions and sat down to read the evening paper. He was a silent man, American-born, of a Swede father, and now employed as a cleaner of refrigerator cars at the stockyards. To him the presence or absence of his wife's sister was a matter of indifference. Her personal appearance did not affect him one way or the other. His one observation to the point was concerning the chances of work in Chicago. "It's a big place," he said. "You can get in somewhere in a few days. Everybody does." It had been tacitly understood beforehand that she was to get work and pay her board. He was of a clean, saving disposition and had already paid a number of monthly installments on 2 lots far out on the west side. His ambition was someday to build a house on them. In the interval which marked the preparation of the meal, Carrie found time to study the flat. She had some slight gift of observation in that sense, so rich in every woman intuition. She felt the drag of a lean and narrow life. The walls of the rooms were discordantly papered, the floors were covered with matting, and the hall laid with a thin rag carpet. One could see that the furniture was of that poor, hurriedly patched-together quality sold by the installment houses. She sat with Minnie in the kitchen holding the baby until it began to cry. Then she walked and sang to it until Hanson, disturbed in his reading, came and took it. A pleasant side to his nature came out here. He was patient. One could see that he was very much wrapped up in his offspring. Now, he said, walking. There, and there was a certain Swedish accent noticeable in his voice. "You'll want to see the city first, won't you?" said Minnie when they were eating. "Well, we'll go out Sunday and see Lincoln Park." Carrie noticed that Hanson had said nothing to this. He seemed to be thinking of something else. "Well," she said, "I think I'll look around tomorrow. I've got Friday and Saturday, and it won't be any trouble. Which way is the business part?" Minnie began to explain, but her husband took this part of the conversation to himself. "It's that way," he said, pointing east. "That's east." Then he went off into the longest speech he had yet indulged in concerning the lay of Chicago. "You'd better look in those big manufacturing houses along Franklin Street and just the other side of the river," he concluded. "Lots of girls work there. You could get home easy, too. It isn't very far. Carrie nodded and asked her sister about the neighborhood. The latter talked in a subdued tone, telling the little she knew about it, while Hansen concerned himself with the baby. Finally, he jumped up and handed the child to his wife. "I've got to get up early in the morning, so I'll go to bed." And off he went, disappearing into the dark little bedroom off the hall for the night. "He works way down at the stockyards," explained Minnie, "so he's got to get up at 5:30. "What time do you get up to get breakfast?" asked Carrie. "At about 20 minutes of 5. Together they finished the labor of the day, Carrie washing the dishes while Minnie undressed the baby and put it to bed. Minnie's manner was one of trained industry, and Carrie could see that it was a steady round of toil with her. She began to see that her relations with Drouet would have to be abandoned. He could not come here. She read from the manner of Hansen, in the subdued air of Minnie, and, indeed, the whole atmosphere of the flat, a settled opposition to anything save a conservative round of toil. If Hansen sat every evening in the front room and read his paper, if he went to bed at 9 and Minnie a little later, what would they expect of her? She saw that she would first need to get work and establish herself on a paying basis before she could think of having company of any sort. Her little flirtation with Drew seemed now an extraordinary thing. "No," she said to herself, "he can't come here." She asked Minnie for ink and paper, which were upon the mantel in the dining room, and when the latter had gone to bed at 10, got out Drouet's card and wrote him, "I cannot have you call on me here. You will have to wait until you hear from me again. My sister's place is so small." She troubled herself over what else to put in the letter. She wanted to make some reference to their relations upon the train, but was too timid. She concluded by thanking him for his kindness in a crude way, then puzzled over the formality of signing her name, and finally decided upon the severe winding up with a "very truly," which she subsequently changed to "sincerely." She scaled and addressed the letter, and going in the front room, the alcove of which contained her bed, drew the one small rocking chair up to the open window, and sat looking out upon the night and streets in silent wonder. Finally, wearied by her own reflections, she began to grow dull in her chair, and feeling the need of sleep, arranged her clothing for the night and went to bed. When she awoke at 8 the next morning, Hansen had gone. Her sister was busy in the dining room, which was also the sitting room, sewing. She worked, after dressing, to arrange a little breakfast for herself, and then advised with Minnie as to which way to look. The latter had changed considerably since Carrie had seen her. She was now a thin, though rugged woman of 27, with ideas of life colored by her husband's and fast hardening into narrower conceptions of pleasure and duty than had ever been hers in a thoroughly circumscribed youth. She had invited Carrie, not because she longed for her presence, but because the latter was dissatisfied at home and could probably get work and pay her board here. She was pleased to see her in a way, but reflected her husband's point of view in the matter of work. Anything was good enough so long as it paid, say, $5 a week to begin with. A shop girl was the destiny prefigured for the newcomer. She would get in one of the great shops and do well enough until something happened. Neither of them knew exactly what. They did not figure on promotion. They did not exactly count on marriage. Things would go on, though, in a dim kind of way, until the better thing would eventuate, and Carrie would be rewarded for coming and toiling in the city. It was under such auspicious circumstances that she started out this morning to look for work. Before following her in her round of seeking, let us look at the sphere in which her future was to lie. In 1889, Chicago had the peculiar qualifications of growth which made such adventuresome pilgrimages even on the part of young girls plausible. Its many and growing commercial opportunities gave it widespread fame, which made of it a giant magnet, drawing to itself from all quarters the hopeful and the hopeless, those who had their fortune yet to make, and those whose fortunes and affairs had reached a disastrous climax elsewhere. It was a city of over 500,000, with the ambition, the daring, the activity of a metropolis of 1 million. Its streets and houses were already scattered over an area of 75 square miles. Its population was not so much thriving upon established commerce as upon the industries which prepared for the arrival of others. Sound of the hammer engaged upon the erection of new structures was everywhere heard. Great industries were moving in. The huge railroad corporations which had long before recognized the prospects of the place had seized upon vast tracts of land for transfer and shipping purposes. Streetcar lines had been extended far out into the open country in anticipation of rapid growth. The city had laid miles and miles of streets and sewers through regions where, perhaps, one solitary house stood out alone, a pioneer of the populous ways to be. There were regions open to the sweeping winds and rain, which were yet lighted throughout the night with long blinking lines of gas lamps fluttering in the wind. Narrow boardwalks extended out, passing here a house and there a store, at far intervals, eventually ending on the open prairie. In the central portion was the vast wholesale and shopping district to which the uninformed seeker for work usually drifted. It was a characteristic of Chicago then, and one not generally shared by other cities, that individual firms of any pretension occupied individual buildings. The presence of ample ground made this possible. It gave an imposing appearance to most of the wholesale houses, whose offices were upon the ground floor and in plain view of the street. The large plates of window glass, now so common, were then rapidly coming into use and gave to the ground floor offices a distinguished and prosperous look. The casual wanderer could see as he passed a polished array of office fixtures, much frosted glass, clerks hard at work, and genteel businessmen in nobby suits and clean linen lounging about or sitting in groups. Polished brass or nickel signs at the square stone entrances announced the firm and the nature of the business in rather neat and reserved terms. The entire metropolitan center possessed a high and mighty air calculated to overawe and abash the common applicant, and to make the gulf between poverty and success seem both wide and deep. Into this important commercial region the timid Carrie went. She walked east along Van Buren Street through a region of lessening importance, until it deteriorated into a mass of shanties and coal yards and finally verged upon the river. She walked bravely forward, led by an honest desire to find employment and delayed at every step by the interest of the unfolding scene, and a sense of helplessness amid so much evidence of power and force which she did not understand. These vast buildings, what were they? These strange energies and huge interests, for what purposes were they there? She could have understood the meaning of a little stonecutter's yard at Columbia City carving little pieces of marble for individual use, but when the yards of some huge stone corporation came into view, filled with spur tracks and flat cars, transpierced by docks from the river and traversed overhead by immense trundling cranes of wood and steel, it lost all significance in her little world. It was so with the vast railroad yards, with the crowded array of vessels she saw at the river and the huge factories over the way lining the water's edge. Through the open windows she could see the figures of men and women in working aprons, moving busily about. The great streets were wall-lined mysteries to her. The vast offices, strange mazes which concerned far-off individuals of importance. She could only think of people connected with them as counting money, dressing magnificently, and riding in carriages. What they dealt in, how they labored, to what end it all came, she had only the vaguest conception. It was all wonderful, all vast, all far removed, and she sank in spirit inwardly and fluttered feebly at the heart as she thought of entering any one of these mighty concerns and asking for something to do something that she could do anything. Chapter 3. We Question of Fortune, 450 a week. Once across the river and into the wholesale district, she glanced about her for some likely door at which to apply. As she contemplated the wide windows and imposing signs, she became conscious of being gazed upon and understood for what she was a wage seeker. She had never done this thing before and lacked courage. To avoid a certain indefinable shame she felt at being caught spying about for a position, she quickened her steps and assumed an air of indifference supposedly common to one upon an errand. In this way, she passed many manufacturing and wholesale houses without once glancing in. At last, after several blocks of walking, she felt that this would not do and began to look about again, though without relaxing her pace. A little way on, she saw a great door which, for some reason, attracted her attention. It was ornamented by a small brass sign and seemed to be the entrance to a vast hive of 6 or 7 floors. Perhaps, she thought, they may want someone, and crossed over to enter. When she came within a score of feet of the desired goal, she saw through the window a young man in a gray checked suit. That he had anything to do with the concern, she could not tell, but because he happened to be looking in her direction, her weakening heart misgave her, and she hurried by, too overcome with shame to enter. Over the way stood a great 6-story structure, labeled Storm and King, which she viewed with rising hope. It was a wholesale dry goods concern, and employed women. She could see them moving about now and then upon the upper floors. This place she decided to enter no matter what. She crossed over and walked directly toward the entrance. As she did so, 2 men came out and paused in the door. A telegraph messenger in blue dashed past her and up the few steps that led to the entrance and disappeared. Several pedestrians out of the hurrying throng which filled the sidewalks passed about her as she paused, hesitating. She looked helplessly around and then, seeing herself observed, retreated. It was too difficult a task. She could not go past them. So severe a defeat told sadly upon her nerves. Her feet carried her mechanically forward, every foot of her progress being a satisfactory portion of a flight which she gladly made. Block after block passed by. Upon street lamps at the various corners she read names such as Madison, Monroe, LaSalle, Clark, Dearborn, State, and still she went, her feet beginning to tire upon the broad stone flagging. She was pleased in part that the streets were bright and clean. The morning sun, shining down with steadily increasing warmth, made the shady side of the streets pleasantly cool. She looked at the blue sky overhead with more realization of its charm than had ever come to her before. Her cowardice began to trouble her in a way. She turned back, resolving to hunt up Storm and King and enter. On the way, she encountered a great wholesale shoe company, through the broad plate windows of which she saw an enclosed executive department hidden by frosted glass. Without this enclosure, but just within the street entrance, sat a gray-haired gentleman at a small table, with a large open ledger before him. She walked by this institution several times, hesitating, but, finding herself unobserved, faltered past the screen door and stood humbly waiting. "Well, young lady," observed the old gentleman, looking at her somewhat kindly, "what is it you wish?" That is, do you need any help?" she stammered. "Not just at present," he answered, smiling. "Not just at present. Come in some time next week. Occasionally we need someone." She received the answer in silence and backed awkwardly out. The pleasant nature of her reception rather astonished her. She had expected that it would be more difficult, that something cold and harsh would be said, she knew not what. That she had not been put to shame and made to feel her unfortunate position seemed remarkable. Somewhat encouraged, she ventured into another large structure. It was a clothing company, and more people were in evidence, well-dressed men of 40 and more, surrounded by brass railings. An office boy approached her. "Who is it you wish to see?" he asked. "I want to see the manager," she said. He ran away and spoke to one of a group of 3 men who were conferring together. One of these came towards her. "Well?" he said coldly. The greeting drove all courage from her at once. "Do you need any help?" she stammered. "No," he replied abruptly, and turned upon his heel. She went foolishly out, the office boy deferentially swinging the door for her, and gladly sank into the obscuring crowd. It was a severe setback to her recently pleased mental state. Now she walked quite aimlessly for a time, turning here and there, seeing one great company after another, but finding no courage to prosecute her single inquiry. High noon came, and with it hunger. She hunted out an unassuming restaurant and entered, but was disturbed to find that the prices were exorbitant for the size of her purse. A bowl of soup was all that she could afford, and, with this quickly eaten, she went out again. It restored her strength somewhat and made her moderately bold to pursue the search. In walking a few blocks to fix upon some probable place, she again encountered the firm of Storm and King, and this time managed to get in. Some gentlemen were conferring close at hand, but took no notice of her. She was left standing, gazing nervously upon the floor. When the limit of her distress had been nearly reached, she was beckoned to by a man at one of the many desks within the nearby railing. "Who is it you wish to see?" he required. "Why, anyone, if you please," she answered. "I am looking for something to do." "Oh, you want to see Mr. McManus," he returned. "Sit down," and he pointed to a chair against the neighboring wall. He went on leisurely writing until after a time a short, stout gentleman came in from the street. "Mr. McManus," called the man at the desk, "this young woman wants to see you." The short gentleman turned about towards Carrie, and she arose and came forward. "What can I do for you, miss?" he inquired, surveying her curiously. "I want to know if I can get a position," she inquired. "As what?" he asked. "Not as anything in particular," she faltered. "Have you ever had any experience in the wholesale dry goods business?" he questioned. "No, sir," she replied. "Are you a stenographer or typewriter?" "No, sir." "Well, we haven't anything here," he said. "We employ only experienced help." She began to step backward toward the door when something about her plaintive face attracted him. "Had you ever worked at anything before?" he inquired. "No, sir," she said. "Well now, it's hardly possible that you would get anything to do in a wholesale house of this kind. Have you tried the department stores?" She acknowledged that she had not. "Well, if I were you," he said, looking at her rather genially, "I would try the department stores. They often need young women as clerks." "Thank you," she said, her whole nature relieved by the spark of friendly interest. "Yes," he said as she moved toward the door, "you try the department stores," and off he went. At that time the department store was in its earliest form of successful operation, and there were not many. The first three in the United States, established about 1884, were in Chicago. Carrie was familiar with the names of several through the advertisements in the daily news, and now proceeded to seek them. The words of Mr. McManus had somehow managed to restore her courage, which had fallen low, and she dared to hope that this new line would offer her something. Some time she spent in wandering up and down, thinking to encounter the buildings by chance, so readily is the mind, bent upon prosecuting a hard but needful errand, eased by that self-deception which the semblance of search, without the reality, gives. At last she inquired of a police officer and was directed to proceed 2 blocks up, where she would find the fair. The nature of these vast retail combinations, should they ever permanently disappear, will form an interesting chapter in the commercial history of our nation. Such a flowering out of a modest trade principle the world had never witnessed up to that time. They were along the line of the most effective retail organization, with hundreds of stores coordinated into one and laid out upon the most imposing and economic basis. They were handsome, bustling, successful affairs, with a host of clerks and a swarm of patrons. Carrie passed along the busy aisles, much affected by the remarkable displays of trinkets, dress goods, stationery, and jewelry. Each separate counter was a showplace of dazzling interest and attraction. she could not help feeling the claim of each trinket and valuable upon her personally, and yet she did not stop. There was nothing there which she could not have used, nothing which she did not long to own. The dainty slippers and stockings, the delicately frilled skirts and petticoats, the laces, ribbons, hair combs, purses, all touched her with individual desire, and she felt keenly the fact that not any of these things were in the range of her purchase. She was a work seeker, an outcast without employment, one whom the average employee could tell at a glance was poor and in need of a situation. It must not be thought that anyone could have mistaken her for a nervous, sensitive, high-strung nature cast unduly upon a cold, calculating, and unpoetic world. Such certainly she was not, but women are peculiarly sensitive to their adornment. Not only did Carrie feel the drag of desire for all which was new and pleasing in apparel for women, but she noticed too, with a touch at the heart, the fine ladies who elbowed and ignored her, brushing past in utter disregard of her presence, themselves eagerly enlisted in the materials which the store contained. Carrie was not familiar with the appearance of her more fortunate sisters of the city. Neither had she before known the nature and appearance of the shop-girls with whom she now compared poorly. They were pretty in the main, some even handsome, with an air of independence and indifference which added, in the case of the more favored, a certain piquancy. Their clothes were neat, in many instances fine, and wherever she encountered the eye of one, it was only to recognize in it a keen analysis of her own position, her individual shortcomings of dress, and that shadow of manner which she thought must hang about her and make clear to all who and what she was. A flame of envy lighted in her heart. She realized in a dim way how much the city held wealth, fashion, ease, every adornment for women, and she longed for dress and beauty with the whole heart. On the second floor were the managerial offices, to which, after some inquiry, she was now directed. There she found other girls ahead of her, applicants like herself, but with more of that self-satisfied and independent air which experience of the city lends. Girls who scrutinized her in a painful manner. After a wait of perhaps 3/4 of an hour, she was called in turn. "Now," said a sharp, quick-mannered Jew who was sitting at a roll-top desk near the window. "Have you ever worked in any other store?" "No, sir," said Carrie. "Oh, you haven't?" he said, eyeing her keenly. "No, sir," she replied. "Well, we prefer young women just now with some experience. I guess we can't use you." Carrie stood waiting a moment, hardly certain whether the interview had terminated. "Don't wait," he exclaimed. "Remember, we are very busy here." Carrie began to move quickly to the door. "Hold on," he said, calling her back. "Give me your name and address. We want girls occasionally." When she had gotten safely into the street, she could scarcely restrain the tears. It was not so much the particular rebuff which she had just experienced, but the whole abashing trend of the day. She was tired and nervous. She abandoned the thought of appealing to the other department stores, and now wandered on, feeling a certain safety and relief in mingling with the crowd. In her indifferent wandering, she turned into Jackson Street, not far from the river, and was keeping her way along the south side of that imposing thoroughfare when a piece of wrapping paper, written on with marking ink and tacked up on the door, attracted her attention. It read, "Girls wanted wrappers and stitchers." She hesitated a moment, then entered. The firm of Spiegelheim & Combe, makers of boys' caps, occupied one floor of the building, 50 feet in width and some 80 feet in depth. It was a place rather dingily lighted, the darkest portions having incandescent lights, filled with machines and workbenches. At the latter labored quite a company of girls and some men. The former were drabby-looking creatures, stained in face with oil and dust, clad in thin, shapeless cotton dresses, and shod with more or less worn shoes. Many of them had their sleeves rolled up, revealing bare arms, and in some cases, owing to the heat, their dresses were open at the neck. They were a fair type of nearly the lowest order of shop girls. careless, slouchy, and more or less pale from confinement. They were not timid, however, were rich in curiosity and strong in daring and slang. Carrie looked about her, very much disturbed and quite sure that she did not want to work here. Aside from making her uncomfortable by sidelong glances, no one paid her the least attention. She waited until the whole department was aware of her presence. Then some word was sent around, and a foreman, in an N. Apron and shirt sleeves, the latter rolled up to his shoulders, approached. "Do you want to see me?" he asked. "Do you need any help?" said Carrie, already learning directness of address. "Do you know how to stitch caps?" he returned. "No, sir," she replied. "Have you ever had any experience at this kind of work?" he inquired. She answered that she had not. "Well," said the foreman, scratching his ear meditatively, "we do need a stitcher. We like experienced help, though. We've hardly got time to break people in." He paused and looked away out of the window. "We might, though, put you at finishing," he concluded reflectively. "How much do you pay a week?" ventured Carrie, emboldened by a certain softness in the man's manner and his simplicity of address. "3.5," he answered. "Oh," she was about to exclaim, but checked herself and allowed her thoughts to die without expression. "We're not exactly in need of anybody," he went on vaguely, looking her over as one would a package. "You can come on Monday morning, though," he added, "and I'll put you to work." "Thank you," said Carrie weakly. "If you come, bring an apron," he added. He walked away and left her standing by the elevator, never so much as inquiring her name. While the appearance of the shop and the announcement of the price paid per week operated very much as a blow to Carrie's fancy, the fact that work of any kind was offered after so rude a round of experience was gratifying. She could not begin to believe that she would take the place, modest as her aspirations were. She had been used to better than that. Her mere experience in the free out-of-door life of the country caused her nature to revolt at such confinement. Dirt had never been her share. Her sister's flat was clean. This place was grimy and low. The girls were careless and hardened. They must be bad-minded and hearted, she imagined. Still, a place had been offered her. Surely Chicago was not so bad if she could find one place in one day. She might find another and better later. Her subsequent experiences were not of a reassuring nature, however. From all the more pleasing or imposing places she was turned away abruptly with the most chilling formality. In others, where she applied only the experienced were required, she met with painful rebuffs, the most trying of which had been in a manufacturing cloak-house, where she had gone to the 4th floor to inquire. "No, no," said the foreman, a rough, heavily built individual who looked after a miserably lighted workshop. "We don't want anyone. Don't come here." With the wane of the afternoon went her hopes, her courage, and her strength. She had been astonishingly persistent. So earnest an effort was well deserving of a better reward. On every hand, to her fatigued senses, the great business portion grew larger, harder, more stolid in its indifference. It seemed as if it was all closed to her, that the struggle was too fierce for her to hope to do anything at all. Men and women hurried by in long, shifting lines. She felt the flow of the tide of effort and interest, felt her own helplessness without quite realizing the wisp on the tide that she was. She cast about vainly for some possible place to apply, but found no door which she had the courage to enter. It would be the same thing all over. The old humiliation of her plea, rewarded by curt denial. Sick at heart and in body, she turned to the west, the direction of Minnie's flat, which she had now fixed in mind, and began that wearisome, baffled retreat which the seeker for employment at nightfall too often makes. In passing through Fifth Avenue, south towards Van Buren Street, where she intended to take a car, she passed the door of a large wholesale shoe house, through the plate glass windows of which she could see a middle-aged gentleman sitting at a small desk. one of those forlorn impulses which often grow out of a fixed sense of defeat, the last sprouting of a baffled and uprooted growth of ideas, seize upon her. She walked deliberately through the door and up to the gentleman, who looked at her weary face with partially awakened interest. "What is it?" he said. "Can you give me something to do?" said Carrie. "Now, I really don't know," he said kindly. "What kind of work is it you want? You're not a typewriter, are you?" "Oh, no," answered Carrie. "Well, we only employ bookkeepers and typewriters here. You might go around to this side and inquire upstairs." They did want some help upstairs a few days ago. Ask for Mr. Brown. She hastened around to the side entrance and was taken up by the elevator to the 4th floor. "Call Mr. Brown, Willie," said the elevator man to a boy nearby. Willie went off and presently returned with the information that Mr. Brown said she should sit down and that he would be around in a little while. It was a portion of the stockroom which gave no idea of the general character of the place, and Carrie could form no opinion of the nature of the work. "So you want something to do," said Mr. Brown, after he inquired concerning the nature of her errand. "Have you ever been employed in a shoe factory before?" "No, sir," said Carrie. "What is your name?" he inquired, and being informed, "Well, I don't know as I have anything for you. Would you work for 4.5 a week?" Carrie was too worn by defeat not to feel that it was considerable. She had not expected that he would offer her less than 6. She acquiesced, however, and he took her name and address. "Well," he said finally, "you report here at 8 o'clock Monday morning. I think I can find something for you to do." He left her revived by the possibilities, sure that she had found something at last. Instantly the blood crept warmly over her body. Her nervous tension relaxed. She walked out into the busy street and discovered a new atmosphere. Behold, the throng was moving with a lightsome step. She noticed that men and women were smiling. Scraps of conversation and notes of laughter floated to her. The air was light. People were already pouring out of the buildings, their labor ended for the day. She noticed that they were pleased, and thoughts of her sister's home and the meal that would be awaiting her quickened her steps. She hurried on, tired perhaps, but no longer weary of foot. What would not many say? Ah, the long winter in Chicago, the lights, the crowd, the amusement. This was a great, pleasing metropolis after all. Her new firm was a goodly institution. Its windows were of huge plate glass. She could probably do well there. Thoughts of Dreiser returned of the things he had told her. She now felt that life was better, that it was livelier, sprightlier. She boarded a car in the best of spirits, feeling her blood still flowing pleasantly. She would live in Chicago, her mind kept saying to itself. She would have a better time than she had ever had before. She would be happy. Chapter 4. The Spindons of Fancy, Facts and Swur with Sneers. For the next 2 days Carrie indulged in the most high-flown speculations. Her fancy plunged recklessly into privileges and amusements which would have been much more becoming had she been cradled a child of fortune. With ready will and quick mental selection, she scattered her meager $4.50 per week with a swift and graceful hand. Indeed, as she sat in her rocking chair these several evenings before going to bed and looked out upon the pleasantly lighted street, this money cleared for its prospective possessor the way to every joy and every bauble which the heart of woman may desire. "I will have a fine time," she thought. Her sister Minnie knew nothing of these rather wild cerebrations, though they exhausted the markets of delight. She was too busy scrubbing the kitchen woodwork and calculating the purchasing power of 80 cents for Sunday's dinner. When Carrie had returned home, flushed with her first success, ready for all her weariness to discuss the now interesting events which led up to her achievement, the former had merely smiled approvingly and inquired whether she would have to spend any of it for car fare. This consideration had not entered in before, and it did not now for long affect the glow of Carrie's enthusiasm. disposed as she then was to calculate upon that vague basis which allows the subtraction of one sum from another without any perceptible diminution, she was happy. When Hansen came home at 7 o'clock, he was inclined to be a little crusty, his usual demeanor before supper. This never showed so much in anything he said as in a certain solemnity of countenance and the silent manner in which he slopped about. He had a pair of yellow carpet slippers which he enjoyed wearing, and these he would immediately substitute for his solid pair of shoes. This, and washing his face with the aid of common washing soap until it glowed a shiny red, constituted his only preparation for his evening meal. He would then get his evening paper and read in silence. For a young man, this was rather a morbid turn of character, and so affected Carrie. Indeed, it affected the entire atmosphere of the flat, as such things are inclined to do, and gave to his wife's mind its subdued and tactful turn, anxious to avoid taciturn replies. Under the influence of Carrie's announcement, he brightened up somewhat. "You didn't lose any time, did you?" he remarked, smiling a little. "No," returned Carrie with a touch of pride. He asked her one or two more questions, and then turned to play with the baby, leaving the subject until it was brought up again by Minnie at the table. Carrie, however, was not to be reduced to the common level of observation which prevailed in the flat. "It seems to be such a large company," she said at one place. "Great big plate glass windows and lots of clerks. The man I saw said they hired ever so many people." "It's not very hard to get work now," put in Hansen, "if you look right." Minnie, under the warming influence of Carrie's good spirits and her husband's somewhat conversational mood, began to tell Carrie of some of the well-known things, to see things the enjoyment of which cost nothing. "You'd like to see Michigan Avenue. There are such fine houses. It is such a fine street. Where is H.R. Jacobs?" interrupted Carrie, mentioning one of the theaters devoted to melodrama which went by that name at the time. "Oh, it's not very far from here," answered Minnie. "It's in Halsted Street, right up here. How I'd like to go there. I crossed Halsted Street today, didn't I?" At this there was a slight halt in the natural reply. Thoughts are a strangely permeating factor, and her suggestion of going to the theater, the unspoken shade of disapproval to the doing of those things which involve the expenditure of money, shades of feeling which arose in the mind of Hansen and then in Minnie, slightly affected the atmosphere of the table. Minnie answered yes, but Carrie could feel that going to the theater was poorly advocated here. The subject was put off for a little while until Hansen, through with his meal, took his paper and went into the front room. When they were alone, the two sisters began a somewhat freer conversation, Carrie interrupting it to hum a little as they worked at the dishes. "I should like to walk up and see Halsted Street, if it isn't too far," said Carrie after a time. "Why don't we go to the theater tonight?" "Oh, I don't think Sven would want to go tonight," returned Minnie. "He has to get up so early." "He wouldn't mind, he'd enjoy it," said Carrie. "No, he doesn't go very often," returned Minnie. "Well, I'd like to go," rejoined Carrie. "Let's you and me go." Minnie pondered a while. Not upon whether she could or would go for that point was already negatively settled with her, but upon some means of diverting the thoughts of her sister to some other topic. "We'll go some other time," she said at last, finding no ready means of escape. Carrie sensed the root of the opposition at once. "I have some money," she said. "You go with me." Minnie shook her head. "He could go along," said Carrie. "No," returned Minnie softly, and rattling the dishes to drown the conversation, "he wouldn't." It had been several years since Minnie had seen Carrie, and in that time the latter's character had developed a few shades. Naturally timid in all things that related to her own advancement, and especially so when, without power or resource, her craving for pleasure was so strong that it was the one stay of her nature. She would speak for that when silent on all else. "Ask him," she pleaded softly. Minnie was thinking of the resource which Carrie's board would add. It would pay the rent and would make the subject of expenditure a little less difficult to talk about with her husband. But if Carrie was going to think of running around at the beginning, there would be a hitch somewhere. Unless Carrie submitted to a solemn round of industry and saw the need of hard work without longing for play, how was her coming to the city to profit them? These thoughts were not those of a cold, hard nature at all. They were the serious reflections of a mind which invariably adjusted itself, without much complaining, to such surroundings as its industry could make for it. At last, she yielded enough to ask Hanson. It was a half-hearted procedure, without a shade of desire on her part. "Carrie wants us to go to the theater," she said, looking in upon her husband. Hanson looked up from his paper, and they exchanged a mild look, which said as plainly as anything, "This isn't what we expected." "I don't care to go," he returned. "What does she want to see?" "H.R. Jacobs," said Minnie. He looked down at his paper and shook his head negatively. When Carrie saw how they looked upon her proposition, she gained a still clearer feeling of their way of life. It weighed on her, but took no definite form of opposition. "I think I'll go down and stand at the foot of the stairs," she said after a time. Minnie made no objection to this, and Carrie put on her hat and went below. "Where has Carrie gone?" asked Hanson, coming back into the dining room when he heard the door close. "She said she was going down to the foot of the stairs," answered Minnie. "I guess she just wants to look out a while." "She oughtn't to be thinking about spending her money on theaters already, do you think?" he said. "She just feels a little curious, I guess," ventured Minnie. "Everything is so new." "I don't know," said Hanson, and went over to the baby, his forehead slightly wrinkled. He was thinking of a full career of vanity and wastefulness which a young girl might indulge in, and wondering how Carrie could contemplate such a course when she had so little, as yet, with which to do. On Saturday, Carrie went out by herself first toward the river, which interested her, and then back along Jackson Street, which was then lined by the pretty houses and fine lawns which subsequently caused it to be made into a boulevard. She was struck with the evidences of wealth, although there was, perhaps, not a person on the street worth more than $100,000. She was glad to be out of the flat, because already she felt that it was a narrow, humdrum place, and that interest and joy lay elsewhere. Her thoughts now were of a more liberal character, and she punctuated them with speculations as to the whereabouts of Drouet. She was not sure but that he might call anyhow Monday night, and, while she felt a little disturbed at the possibility, there was, nevertheless, just the shade of a wish that he would. On Monday she arose early and prepared to go to work. She dressed herself in a worn shirt-waist of dotted blue percale, a skirt of light brown sarge rather faded, and a small straw hat which she had worn all summer at Columbia City. Her shoes were old, and her necktie was in that crumpled, flattened state which time and much wearing impart. She made a very average-looking shop-girl with the exception of her features. These were slightly more even than common, and gave her a sweet, reserved, and pleasing appearance. It is no easy thing to get up early in the morning when one is used to sleeping until 7 and 8, as Carrie had been at home. She gained some inkling of the character of Hanson's life when, half asleep, she looked out into the dining room at 6 o'clock and saw him silently finishing his breakfast. By the time she was dressed he was gone, and she, Minnie, and the baby ate together, the latter being just old enough to sit in a high chair and disturb the dishes with a spoon. Her spirits were greatly subdued now when the fact of entering upon strange and untried duties confronted her. Only the ashes of all her fine fancies were remaining ashes still concealing, nevertheless, a few red embers of hope. So subdued was she by her weakening nerves that she ate quite in silence, going over imaginary conceptions of the character of the shoe company, the nature of the work, her employer's attitude. She was vaguely feeling that she would come in contact with the great owners, that her work would be where grave, stylishly dressed men occasionally look on. "Well, good luck," said Minnie when she was ready to go. They had agreed it was best to walk, that morning at least, to see if she could do it every day 60 cents a week for car fare being quite an item under the circumstances. "I'll tell you how it goes tonight," said Carrie. Once in the sunlit street, with laborers tramping by in either direction, the horse cars passing crowded to the rails with the small clerks and floor, help in the great wholesale houses, and men and women generally coming out of doors and passing about the neighborhood, Carrie felt slightly reassured. In the sunshine of the morning, beneath the wide blue heavens, with a fresh wind astir, what fears, except the most desperate, can find a harborage? In the night or the gloomy chambers of the day, fears and misgivings wax strong, but out in the sunlight there is, for a time, cessation even of the terror of death. Carrie went straight forward until she crossed the river and then turned into Fifth Avenue. The thoroughfare, in this part, was like a walled cannon of brown stone and dark red brick. The big windows looked shiny and clean. Trucks were rumbling in increasing numbers. Men and women, girls and boys were moving onward in all directions. She met girls of her own age who looked at her as if with contempt for her diffidence. She wondered at the magnitude of this life and at the importance of knowing much in order to do anything in it at all. Dread at her own inefficiency crept upon her. She would not know how, she would not be quick enough. Had not all the other places refused her because she did not know something or other? She would be scolded, abused, ignominiously discharged. It was with weak knees and a slight catch in her breathing that she came up to the great shoe company at Adams and Fifth Avenue and entered the elevator. When she stepped out on the fourth floor, there was no one at hand, only great aisles of boxes piled to the ceiling. She stood, very much frightened, awaiting someone. Presently Mr. Brown came up. He did not seem to recognize her. "What is it you want?" he inquired. Carrie's heart sank. "You said I should come this morning to see about work." "Oh," he interrupted. Yes. What is your name?" "Carrie Meeber." "Yes," said he. "You come with me." He led the way through dark, box-lined aisles, which had the smell of new shoes, until they came to an iron door which opened into the factory proper. There was a large, low-ceiled room with clacking, rattling machines at which men in white shirt sleeves and blue gingham aprons were working. She followed him diffidently through the clattering automatons, keeping her eyes straight before her and flushing slightly. They crossed to a far corner and took an elevator to the 6th floor. Out of the array of machines and benches, Mr. Brown signaled a foreman. "This is the girl," he said, and turning to Carrie, "You go with him." He then returned, and Carrie followed her new superior to a little desk in a corner, which he used as a kind of official center. "You've never worked at anything like this before, have you?" he questioned, rather sternly. "No, sir," she answered. He seemed rather annoyed at having to bother with such help, but put down her name and then led her across to where a line of girls occupied stools in front of clacking machines. On the shoulder of one of the girls, who was punching eye holes in one piece of the upper by the aid of the machine, he put his hand. "You," he said, "show this girl how to do what you're doing. When you get through, come to me." The girl so addressed rose promptly and gave Carrie her place. "It isn't hard to do," she said, bending over. "You just take this so, fasten it with this clamp, and start the machine." She suited action to word, fastened the piece of leather, which was eventually to form the right half of the upper of a man's shoe, by little adjustable clamps, and pushed a small steel rod at the side of the machine. The latter jumped to the task of punching with sharp, snapping clicks, cutting circular bits of leather out of the side of the upper, leaving the holes which were to hold the laces. After observing a few times, the girl let her work at it alone. Seeing that it was fairly well done, she went away. The pieces of leather came from the girl at the machine to her right, and were passed on to the girl at her left. Carrie saw at once that an average speed was necessary, or the work would pile up on her, and all those below would be delayed. She had no time to look about and bent anxiously to her task. The girls at her left and right realized her predicament and feelings and, in a way, tried to aid her as much as they dared by working slower. At this task she labored incessantly for some time, finding relief from her own nervous fears and imaginings in the humdrum, mechanical movement of the machine. She felt, as the minutes passed, that the room was not very light. It had a thick odor of fresh leather, but that did not worry her. She felt the eyes of the other help upon her, and troubled lest she was not working fast enough. Once, when she was fumbling at the little clamp, having made a slight error in setting in the leather, a great hand appeared before her eyes and fastened the clamp for her. It was the foreman. Her heart thumped so that she could scarcely see to go on. "Start your machine," he said. "Start your machine. Don't keep the line waiting." This recovered her sufficiently, and she went excitedly on, hardly breathing until the shadow moved away from behind her. Then she heaved a great breath. As the morning wore on, the room became hotter. She felt the need of a breath of fresh air and a drink of water, but did not venture to stir. The stool she sat on was without a back or footrest, and she began to feel uncomfortable. She found after a time that her back was beginning to ache. She twisted and turned from one position to another slightly different, but it did not ease her for long. She was beginning to weary. "Stand up, why don't you?" said the girl at her right, without any form of introduction. "They won't care." Carrie looked at her gratefully. "I guess I will," she said. She stood up from her stool and worked that way for a while, but it was a more difficult position. Her neck and shoulders ached in bending over. The spirit of the place impressed itself on her in a rough way. She did not venture to look around, but above the clack of the machine she could hear an occasional remark. She could also note a thing or two out of the side of her eye. "Did you see Harry last night?" said the girl at her left, addressing her neighbor. "No, you ought to have seen the tie he had on. Gee, but he was a mark." "SST," said the other girl, bending over her work. The first, silenced, instantly assumed a solemn bass. The foreman passed slowly along, eyeing each worker distinctly. The moment he was gone, the conversation was resumed again. "Say," began the girl at her left, "what d'ye think he said?" "I don't know." "He said he saw us with Eddie Harris at Martin's last night." "No," they both giggled. A youth with tan-colored hair that needed clipping very badly came shuffling along between the machines, bearing a basket of leather findings under his left arm and pressed against his stomach. When near Carrie, he stretched out his right hand and gripped one girl under the arm. "Aw, let me go," she exclaimed angrily. "Duffer." He only grinned broadly in return. "Rubber," he called back as she looked after him. There was nothing of the gallant in him. Carrie at last could scarcely sit still. Her legs began to tire and she wanted to get up and stretch. Would noon never come? It seemed as if she had worked an entire day. She was not hungry at all, but weak, and her eyes were tired, straining at the one point where the eye punch came down. The girl at the right noticed her squirmings and felt sorry for her. She was concentrating herself too thoroughly. What she did really required less mental and physical strain. There was nothing to be done, however. The haps of the uppers came piling steadily down. Her hands began to ache at the wrists and then in the fingers, and towards the last she seemed one mass of dull, complaining muscles, fixed in an eternal position and performing a single mechanical movement which became more and more distasteful until at last it was absolutely nauseating. When she was wondering whether the strain would ever cease, a dull-sounding bell clanged somewhere down an elevator shaft, and the end came. In an instant there was a buzz of action and conversation. All the girls instantly left their stools and hurried away. In an adjoining room, men passed through, coming from some department which opened on the right. The whirling wheels began to sing in a steadily modifying key, until at last they died away in a low buzz. There was an audible stillness in which the common voice sounded strange. Carrie got up and sought her lunchbox. She was stiff, a little dizzy, and very thirsty. On the way to the small space portioned off by wood where all the wraps and lunches were kept, she encountered the foreman, who stared at her hard. "Well," he said, "did you get along all right?" "I think so," she replied very respectfully. He replied, for want of something better, and walked on. Under better material conditions, this kind of work would not have been so bad. But the new socialism, which involves pleasant working conditions for employees, had not then taken hold upon manufacturing companies. The place smelled of the oil of the machines and the new leather, a combination which, added to the stale odors of the building, was not pleasant even in cold weather. The floor, though regularly swept every evening, presented a littered surface. Not the slightest provision had been made for the comfort of the employees, the idea being that something was gained by giving them as little and making the work as hard and unremunerative as possible. What we know of foot rests, swivel-back chairs, dining rooms for the girls, clean aprons and curling irons supplied free, and a decent cloakroom were unthought of. The washrooms were disagreeable, crude if not foul places, and the whole atmosphere was sordid. Carrie looked about her, after she had drunk a tinful of water from a bucket in one corner, for a place to sit and eat. The other girls had ranged themselves about the windows or the workbenches of those of the men who had gone out. She saw no place which did not hold a couple or a group of girls, and being too timid to think of intruding herself, she sought out her machine and, seated upon her stool, opened her lunch on her lap. There she sat listening to the chatter and comment about her. It was, for the most part, silly and graced by the current slang. Several of the men in the room exchanged compliments with the girls at long range. "Say, Kitty," called one to a girl who was doing a waltz step in a few feet of space near one of the windows, "are you going to the ball with me?" "Look out, Kitty," called another. "You'll jar your back hair." "Go on, Rubber," was her only comment. As Carrie listened to this and much more of similar familiar badinage among the men and girls, she instinctively withdrew into herself. She was not used to this type, and felt that there was something hard and low about it all. She feared that the young boys about would address such remarks to her boys who, beside Drouet, seemed uncouth and ridiculous. She made the average feminine distinction between clothes, putting worth, goodness, and distinction in a dress suit, and leaving all the unlovely qualities and those beneath notice in overalls and jumper. She was glad when the short half-hour was over and the wheels began to whir again. Though wearied, she would be inconspicuous. This illusion ended when another young man passed along the aisle and poked her indifferently in the ribs with his thumb. She turned about, indignation leaping to her eyes, but he had gone on and only once turned to grin. She found it difficult to conquer an inclination to cry. The girl next her noticed her state of mind. "Don't you mind," she said. "He's too fresh." Carrie said nothing, but bent over her work. She felt as though she could hardly endure such a life. Her idea of work had been so entirely different. All during the long afternoon she thought of the city outside and its imposing show, crowds and fine buildings. Columbia City and the better side of her home life came back. By 3 o'clock she was sure it must be 6, and by 4 it seemed as if they had forgotten to note the hour and were letting all work overtime. The foreman became a true ogre, prowling constantly about, keeping her tied down to her miserable task. What she heard of the conversation about her only made her feel sure that she did not want to make friends with any of these. When 6 o'clock came, she hurried eagerly away, her arms aching and her limbs stiff from sitting in one position. As she passed out along the hall after getting her hat, a young machine hand, attracted by her looks, made bold to jest with her. "Say, Maggie," he called, "if you wait, I'll walk with you." It was thrown so straight in her direction that she knew who was meant, but never turned to look. In the crowded elevator, another dusty, toil-stained youth tried to make an impression on her by leering in her face. One young man, waiting on the walk outside for the appearance of another, grinned at her as she passed. "Ain't going my way, are you?" he called jocosely. Carrie turned her face to the west with a subdued heart. As she turned the corner, she saw through the great shiny window the small desk at which she had applied. There were the crowds, hurrying with the same buzz and energy yielding enthusiasm. She felt a slight relief, but it was only at her escape. She felt ashamed in the face of better-dressed girls who went by. She felt as though she should be better served, and her heart revolted. Chapter 5. A glittering night flower, the use of a name. Drouet did not call that evening. After receiving the letter, he had laid aside all thought of Carrie for the time being and was floating around having what he considered a gay time. On this particular evening he dined at Rector's, a restaurant of some local fame, which occupied a basement at Clark and Monroe Streets. There, after he visited the resort of Fitzgerald and Moyes in Adams Street, opposite the imposing Federal Building, there he leaned over the splendid bar and swallowed a glass of plain whiskey and purchased a couple of cigars, one of which he lighted. This to him represented in part high life, a fair sample of what the whole must be. Drouet was not a drinker in excess. He was not a moneyed man. He only craved the best, as his mind conceived it, and such doings seemed to him a part of the best. Rector's, with its polished marble walls and floor, its profusion of lights, its show of china and silverware, and above all, its reputation as a resort for actors and professional men, seemed to him the proper place for a successful man to go. He loved fine clothes, good eating, and particularly the company and acquaintanceship of successful men. When dining, it was a source of keen satisfaction to him to know that Joseph Jefferson was wont to come to this same place, or that Henry E. Dixie, a well-known performer of the day, was then only a few tables off. At Rector's he could always obtain this satisfaction, for there one could encounter politicians, brokers, actors, some rich young rounders of the town, all eating and drinking amid a buzz of popular commonplace conversation. "That's so-and-so over there," was a common remark of these gentlemen among themselves, particularly among those who had not yet reached, but hoped to do so, the dazzling height which money to dine here lavishly represented. "You don't say so," would be the reply. "Why, yes, didn't you know that? Why, he's manager of the Grand Opera House." When these things would fall upon Drouet's ears, he would straighten himself a little more stiffly and eat with solid comfort. If he had any vanity, this augmented it, and if he had any ambition, this stirred it. He would be able to flash a roll of greenbacks too some day. As it was, he could eat where they did. His preference for Fitzgerald and Moyes' Adams Street place was another yard, off the same cloth. This was really a gorgeous saloon from a Chicago standpoint. Like Rector's, it was also ornamented with a blaze of incandescent lights held in handsome chandeliers. The floors were of brightly colored tiles, the walls a composition of rich, dark, polished wood, which reflected the light, and colored stucco work, which gave the place a very sumptuous appearance. The long bar was a blaze of lights, polished woodwork, colored and cut glassware, and many fancy bottles. It was a truly swell saloon, with rich screens, fancy wines, and a line of bar goods unsurpassed in the country. At Rector's, Drouet had met Mr. G. W. Hurstwood, manager of Fitzgerald and Moyes. He had been pointed out as a very successful and well-known man about town. Hurstwood looked the part, for besides being slightly under 40, he had a good, stout constitution, an active manner, and a solid, substantial air, which was composed in part of his fine clothes, his clean linen, his jewels, and, above all, his own sense of his importance. Drouet immediately conceived a notion of him as being someone worth knowing, and was glad not only to meet him, but to visit the Adams Street bar thereafter, whenever he wanted a drink or a cigar. Hurstwood was an interesting character after his kind. He was shrewd and clever in many little things, and capable of creating a good impression. His managerial position was fairly important, a kind of stewardship which was imposing but lacked financial control. He had risen by perseverance and industry through long years of service, from the position of barkeeper in a commonplace saloon to his present altitude. He had a little office in the place, set off in polished cherry and grill work, where he kept, in a roll-top desk, the rather simple accounts of the place supplies ordered and needed. The chief executive and financial functions devolved upon the owners, Messrs. Fitzgerald and Moy, and upon a cashier who looked after the money taken in. For the most part he lounged about, dressed in excellent tailored suits of imported goods, a solitaire ring, a fine blue diamond in his tie, a striking vest of some new pattern, and a watch chain of solid gold, which held a charm of rich design, and a watch of the latest make and engraving. He knew by name, and could greet personally with a "Well, old fellow," hundreds of actors, merchants, politicians, and the general run of successful characters about town, and it was part of his success to do so. He had a finely graduated scale of informality and friendship, which improved from the "How do you do?" addressed to the $15-a-week clerks and office attaches who, by long frequenting of the place, became aware of his position, to the "Why, old man, how are you?" which he addressed to those noted or rich individuals who knew him and were inclined to be friendly. There was a class, however, too rich, too famous, or too successful, with whom he could not attempt any familiarity of address, and with these he was professionally tactful, assuming a grave and dignified attitude, paying them the deference which would win their good feeling without in the least compromising his own bearing and opinions. There were, in the last place, a few good followers, neither rich nor poor, famous nor yet remarkably successful, with whom he was friendly on the score of good fellowship. These were the kind of men with whom he would converse longest and most seriously. He loved to go out and have a good time once in a while, to go to the races, the theaters, the sporting entertainments at some of the clubs. He kept a horse and neat trap, had his wife and 2 children who were well established in a neat house on the north side near Lincoln Park, and was altogether a very acceptable individual of our great American upper class, the first grade below the luxuriously rich. Hurstwood liked Drouet. The latter's genial nature and dressy appearance pleased him. He knew that Drouet was only a traveling salesman, and not one of many years at that, but the firm of Bartlett, Carriot and Company was a large and prosperous house, and Drouet stood well. Hurstwood knew Carriot quite well, having drunk a glass now and then with him, in company with several others, when the conversation was general. Drouet had what was a help in his business, a moderate sense of humor, and could tell a good story when the occasion required. He could talk races with Hurstwood, tell interesting incidents concerning himself and his experiences with women, and report the state of trade in the cities which he visited, and so managed to make himself almost invariably agreeable. Tonight he was particularly so, since his report to the company had been favorably commented upon. His new samples had been satisfactorily selected, and his trip marked out for the next 6 weeks. "Why, hello, Charlie, old man," said Hurstwood, as Drouet came in that evening about 8 o'clock. "How goes it?" The room was crowded. Drouet shook hands, beaming good nature, and they strolled towards the bar. "Oh, all right. I haven't seen you in 6 weeks. When did you get in?" "Friday," said Drouet. "Had a fine trip." "Glad of it," said Hurstwood, his black eyes lit with a warmth which half displaced the cold make-believe that usually dwelt in them. "What are you going to take?" he added as the barkeeper in snowy jacket and tie leaned toward them from behind the bar. "Old pepper," said Drouet. "A little of the same for me," put in Hurstwood. How long are you in town this time? Inquired Hurstwood. Only until Wednesday. I'm going up to St. Paul. George Evans was in here Saturday and said he saw you in Milwaukee last week. Yes, I saw George, returned Drouet. Great old boy, isn't he? We had quite a time there together. The barkeeper was setting out the glasses and bottle before them, and they now poured out the draught as they talked, Drouet filling his too within a third of full, as was considered proper, and Hurstwood taking the barest suggestion of whiskey and modifying it with seltzer. What's become of Carrio? Remarked Hurstwood. I haven't seen him around here in 2 weeks. Laid up, they say, exclaimed Drouet. Say he's a gouty old boy. Made a lot of money in his time, though, hasn't he? Yes, wads of it, returned Drouet. He won't live much longer, barely comes down to the office now. Just one boy, hasn't he? Asked Hurstwood. Yes, and a swift pacer, laughed Drouet. I guess he can't hurt the business very much, though, with the other members all there. No, he can't injure that any, I guess. Hurstwood was standing, his coat open, his thumbs in his pockets, the light on his jewels and rings relieving them with agreeable distinctness. He was the picture of fastidious comfort, to one not inclined to drink, and gifted with a more serious turn of mind. Such a bubbling, chattering, glittering chamber must ever seem an anomaly, a strange commentary on nature and life. Here come the moths, an endless procession, to bask in the light of the flame. Such conversation as one may hear would not warrant the commendation of the scene upon intellectual grounds. It seems plain that schemers would choose more sequestered quarters to arrange their plans. The politicians would not gather here in company to discuss anything save formalities, where the sharp-eared may hear, and it would scarcely be justified on the score of thirst, for the majority of those who frequent these more gorgeous places have no craving for liquor. Nevertheless, the fact that here men gather, here chatter, here love to pass and rub elbows, must be explained upon some grounds. It must be that a strange bundle of passions and vague desires give rise to such a curious social institution, or it would not be. Drouet, for one, was lured as much by his longing for pleasure as by his desire to shine among his betters. The many friends he met here dropped in because they craved, without, perhaps, consciously analyzing it, the company, the glow, the atmosphere which they found. One might take it, after all, as an augur of the better social order, for the things which they satisfied here, though sensory, were not evil. No evil could come out of the contemplation of an expensively decorated chamber. The worst effect of such a thing would be, perhaps, to stir up in the material-minded an ambition to arrange their lives upon a similarly splendid basis. In the last analysis, that would scarcely be called the fault of the decorations, but rather of the innate trend of the mind. That such a scene might stir the less expensively dressed to emulate the more expensively dressed could scarcely be laid at the door of anything save the false ambition of the minds of those so affected. Remove the element so thoroughly and solely complained of liquor, and there would not be one to gainsay the qualities of beauty and enthusiasm which would remain. The pleased eye with which our modern restaurants of fashion are looked upon is proof of this assertion. Yet here is the fact of the lighted chamber, the dressy, greedy company, the small self-interested palaver, the disorganized, aimless, wandering mental action which it represents, the love of light and show in finery which, to one outside, under the serene light of the eternal stars, must seem a strange and shiny thing. Under the stars and sweeping night winds, what a lamp flower it must bloom, a strange, glittering night flower, odor-yielding, insect-just drawing in the Frau. See that fellow coming in there? Said Hurstwood, glancing at a gentleman just entering, arrayed in a high hat and Prince Albert coat, his fat cheeks puffed and red as with good eating. No, where? Said Drouet. There, said Hurstwood, indicating the direction by a cast of his eye. The man with the silk hat. Oh, yes, said Drouet, now affecting not to see. Who is he? That's Jules Wallace, the spiritualist. Drouet followed him with his eyes much interested. Doesn't look much like a man who sees spirits, does he? Said Drouet. Oh, I don't know, returned Hurstwood. He's got the money all right. And a little twinkle passed over his eyes. I don't go much on those things, do you? Asked Drouet. Well, you never can tell, said Hurstwood. There may be something to it. I wouldn't bother about it myself, though. By the way, he added, are you going anywhere tonight? The Hole in the Ground, said Drouet, mentioning the popular farce of the time. Well, you'd better be going. It's 8:30 already, and he drew out his watch. The crowd was already thinning out considerably, some bound for the theaters, some to their clubs, and some to that most fascinating of all the pleasures for the type of man there represented, at least the ladies. Yes, I will, said Drouet. Come around after the show. I have something I want to show you, said Hurstwood. Sure, said Drouet, elated. You haven't anything on hand for the night, have you? Added Hurstwood. Not a thing. Well, come round then. I struck a little peach coming in on the train Friday, remarked Drouet by way of parting. By George, that's so. I must go and call on her before I go away. Oh, never mind her, Hurstwood remarked. Say, she was a little dandy, I tell you, went on Drouet confidentially and trying to impress his friend. 12 o'clock, said Hurstwood. That's right, said Drouet, going out. Thus was Carrie's name bandied about in the most frivolous and gay of places, and that also when the little toiler was bemoaning her narrow lot, which was almost inseparable from the early stages of this, her unfolding fate. Chapter 6. The Machine and the Madden. A K Night of Today. At the flat that evening, Carrie felt a new phase of its atmosphere. The fact that it was unchanged, while her feelings were different, increased her knowledge of its character. Many, after the good spirits Carrie manifested at first, expected a fair report. Hanson supposed that Carrie would be satisfied. Well, he said as he came in from the hall in his working clothes and looked at Carrie through the dining-room door, how did you make out? Oh, said Carrie, it's pretty hard. I don't like it. There was an air about her which showed plainer than any words that she was both weary and disappointed. What sort of work is it? He asked, lingering a moment as he turned upon his heel to go into the bathroom. Running a machine, answered Carrie. It was very evident that it did not concern him much, save from the side of the flat success. He was irritated a shade because it could not have come about in the throw of fortune for Carrie to be pleased. Minnie worked with less elation than she had just before Carrie arrived. The sizzle of the meat frying did not sound quite so pleasing now that Carrie had reported her discontent. To Carrie, the one relief of the whole day would have been a jolly home, a sympathetic reception, a bright supper table, and someone to say, "Oh well, stand it a little while. You will get something better." But now this was ashes. She began to see that they looked upon her complaint as unwarranted, and that she was supposed to work on and say nothing. She knew that she was to pay $4 for her board and room, and now she felt that it would be an exceedingly gloomy round, living with these people. Minnie was no companion for her sister. She was too old. Her thoughts were staid and solemnly adapted to a condition. If Hanson had any pleasant thoughts or happy feelings, he concealed them. He seemed to do all his mental operations without the aid of physical expression. He was as still as a deserted chamber. Carrie, on the other hand, had the blood of youth and some imagination. Her day of love and the mysteries of courtship were still ahead. She could think of things she would like to do, of clothes she would like to wear, and of places she would like to visit. These were the things upon which her mind ran, and it was like meeting with opposition at every turn to find no one here to call forth or respond to her feelings. She had forgotten, in considering and explaining the result of her day, that Drouet might come. Now, when she saw how unreceptive these two people were, she hoped he would not. She did not know exactly what she would do or how she would explain to Drouet if he came. After supper she changed her clothes. When she was trimly dressed, she was rather a sweet little being with large eyes and a sad mouth. Her face expressed the mingled expectancy, dissatisfaction, and depression she felt. She wandered about after the dishes were put away, talked a little with Minnie, and then decided to go down and stand in the door at the foot of the stairs. If Drouet came, she could meet him there. Her face took on the semblance of a look of happiness as she put on her hat to go below. "Carrie doesn't seem to like her place very well," said Minnie to her husband when the latter came out, paper in hand, to sit in the dining room a few minutes. "She ought to keep it for a time anyhow," said Hansen. "Has she gone downstairs?" "Yes," said Minnie. "I'd tell her to keep it if I were you. She might be here weeks without getting another one." Minnie said she would, and Hansen read his paper. "If I were you," he said a little later, "I wouldn't let her stand in the door down there. It don't look good." "I'll tell her," said Minnie. The life of the streets continued for a long time to interest Carrie. She never wearied of wondering where the people in the cars were going or what their enjoyments were. Her imagination trod a very narrow round, always winding up at points which concerned money, looks, clothes, or enjoyment. She would have a far-off thought of Columbia City now and then, or an irritating rush of feeling concerning her experiences of the present day, but, on the whole, the little world about her enlisted her whole attention. The first floor of the building, of which Hansen's flat was the third, was occupied by a bakery, and to this, while she was standing there, Hansen came down to buy a loaf of bread. She was not aware of his presence until he was quite near her. "I'm after bread," was all he said as he passed. The contagion of thought here demonstrated itself. While Hansen really came for bread, the thought dwelt with him that now he would see what Carrie was doing. No sooner did he draw near her with that in mind than she felt it. Of course, she had no understanding of what put it into her head, but, nevertheless, it aroused in her the first shade of real antipathy to him. She knew now that she did not like him. He was suspicious. A thought will color a world for us. The flow of Carrie's meditations had been disturbed, and Hansen had not long gone upstairs before she followed. She had realized with the lapse of the quarter hours that Drouet was not coming, and somehow she felt a little resentful. A little as if she had been forsaken was not good enough. She went upstairs, where everything was silent. Minnie was sewing by a lamp at the table. Hansen had already turned in for the night. In her weariness and disappointment, Carrie did no more than announce that she was going to bed. "Yes, you'd better," returned Minnie. "You've got to get up early, you know." The morning was no better. Hansen was just going out the door as Carrie came from her room. Minnie tried to talk with her during breakfast, but there was not much of interest which they could mutually discuss. As on the previous morning, Carrie walked downtown, for she began to realize now that her $4.50 would not even allow her car fare after she paid her board. This seemed a miserable arrangement, but the morning light swept away the first misgivings of the day, as morning light is ever wont to do. At the shoe factory she put in a long day, scarcely so wearisome as the preceding, but considerably less novel. The head foreman, on his round, stopped by her machine. "Where did you come from?" he inquired. "Mr. Brown hired me," she replied. "Oh, he did, eh? And then, see that you keep things going." The machine girls impressed her even less favorably. They seemed satisfied with their lot and were, in a sense, common. Carrie had more imagination than they. She was not used to slang. Her instinct in the matter of dress was naturally better. She disliked to listen to the girl next to her who was rather hardened by experience. "I'm going to quit this," she heard her remark to her neighbor. "What with the depend and being up late, it's too much for me health." They were free with the fellows, young and old, about the place, and exchanged banter in rude phrases which at first shocked her. She saw that she was taken to be of the same sort and addressed accordingly. "Hello," remarked one of the stout-wristed soul workers to her at noon, "you're a daisy." He really expected to hear the common, "Aw, go chase yourself," in return, and was sufficiently abashed by Carrie silently moving away to retreat, awkwardly grinning. That night at the flat she was even more lonely. The dull situation was becoming harder to endure. She could see that the Hansons seldom or never had any company. Standing at the street door looking out, she ventured to walk out a little way. Her easy gait and idle manner attracted attention of an offensive but common sort. She was slightly taken back at the overtures of a well-dressed man of 30 who in passing looked at her, reduced his pace, turned back and said, "Out for a little stroll, are you, this evening?" Carrie looked at him in amazement, and then summoned sufficient thought to reply, "Why, I don't know you," backing away as she did so. "Oh, that don't matter," said the other affably. She bandied no more words with him, but hurried away, reaching her own door quite out of breath. There was something in the man's look which frightened her. During the remainder of the week it was very much the same. One or two nights she found herself too tired to walk home and expended car fare. She was not very strong, and sitting all day affected her back. She went to bed one night before Hansen. Transplantation is not always successful in the matter of flowers or maidens. It requires sometimes a richer soil, a better atmosphere to continue even a natural growth. It would have been better if her acclimatization had been more gradual, less rigid. She would have done better if she had not secured a position so quickly and had seen more of the city which she constantly troubled to know about. On the first morning it rained she found that she had no umbrella. Minnie loaned her one of hers, which was worn and faded. There was the kind of vanity in Carrie that troubled at this. She went to one of the great department stores and bought herself one, using $1.25 of her small store to pay for it. "What did you do that for, Carrie?" asked Minnie when she saw it. "Oh, I need one," said Carrie. "You foolish girl." Carrie resented this, though she did not reply. She was not going to be a common shop girl, she thought. They need not think it either. On the first Saturday night, Carrie paid her board, $4. Minnie had a quaver of conscience as she took it, but did not know how to explain to Hansen if she took less. That worthy gave up just $4 less toward the household expenses with a smile of satisfaction. He contemplated increasing his building and loan payments. As for Carrie, she studied over the problem of finding clothes and amusement on 50 cents a week. She brooded over this until she was in a state of mental rebellion. "I'm going up the street for a walk," she said after supper. "Not alone, are you?" asked Hansen. "Yes," returned Carrie. "I wouldn't," said Minnie. "I want to see something," said Carrie, and by the tone she put into the last word they realized for the first time she was not pleased with them. "What's the matter with her?" asked Hansen when she went into the front room to get her hat. "I don't know," said Minnie. "Well, she ought to know better than to want to go out alone." Carrie did not go very far after all. She returned and stood in the door. The next day they went out to Garfield Park, but it did not please her. She did not look well enough. In the shop next day she heard the highly colored reports which girls gave of their trivial amusements. They had been happy. On several days it rained, and she used up car fare. One night she got thoroughly soaked, going to catch the car at Van Buren Street. All that evening she sat alone in the front room, looking out upon the street, where the lights were reflected on the wet pavements, thinking. She had imagination enough to be moody. On Saturday she paid another $4 and pocketed her 50 cents in despair. The speaking acquaintanceship which she formed with some of the girls at the shop discovered to her the fact that they had more of their earnings to use for themselves than she did. They had young men of the kind whom she, since her experience with Drouet, felt above, who took them about, She came to thoroughly dislike the light-headed young fellows of the shop. Not one of them had a show of refinement. She saw only their workday side. There came a day when the first premonitory blast of winter swept over the city. It scudded the fleecy clouds in the heavens, trailed long, thin streamers of smoke from the tall stacks, and raced about the streets and corners in sharp and sudden puffs. Carrie now felt the problem of winter clothes. What was she to do? She had no winter jacket, no hat, no shoes. It was difficult to speak to Minnie about this, but at last she summoned the courage. "I don't know what I'm going to do about clothes," she said one evening when they were together. "I need a hat." Minnie looked serious. "Why don't you keep part of your money and buy yourself one?" she suggested, worried over the situation which the withholding of Carrie's money would create. "I'd like to for a week or so, if you don't mind," ventured Carrie. "Could you pay $2?" asked Minnie. Carrie readily acquiesced, glad to escape the trying situation and liberal now that she saw a way out. She was elated and began figuring at once. She needed a hat first of all. How Minnie explained to Hansen she never knew. He said nothing at all, but there were thoughts in the air which left disagreeable impressions. The new arrangement might have worked if sickness had not intervened. It blew up cold after a rain one afternoon when Carrie was still without a jacket. She came out of the warm shop at 6 and shivered as the wind struck her. In the morning she was sneezing, and going downtown made it worse. That day her bones ached, and she felt lightheaded. Towards evening she felt very ill, and when she reached home was not hungry. Minnie noticed her drooping actions and asked her about herself. "I don't know," said Carrie. "I feel real bad." She hung about the stove, suffered a chattering chill, and went to bed sick. The next morning she was thoroughly feverish. Minnie was truly distressed at this, but maintained a kindly demeanor. Hansen said perhaps she had better go back home for a while. When she got up after 3 days, it was taken for granted that her position was lost. The winter was near at hand. She had no clothes, and now she was out of work. "I don't know," said Carrie. "I'll go down Monday and see if I can't get something." If anything, her efforts were more poorly rewarded on this trial than the last. Her clothes were nothing suitable for fall wearing. Her last money she had spent for a hat. For 3 days she wandered about, utterly dispirited. The attitude of the flat was fast becoming unbearable. She hated to think of going back there each evening. Hansen was so cold. She knew it could not last much longer. Shortly she would have to give up and go home. On the 4th day she was downtown all day, having borrowed 10 cents for lunch from Minnie. She had applied in the cheapest kind of places without success. She even answered for a waitress in the small restaurant where she saw a card in the window, but they wanted an experienced girl. She moved through the thick throng of strangers utterly subdued in spirit. Suddenly a hand pulled her arm and turned her about. "Well, well," said a voice. In the first glance she beheld Drouet. He was not only rosy-cheeked, but radiant. He was the essence of sunshine and good humor. "Why, how are you, Carrie?" he said. "You're a daisy. Where have you been?" Carrie smiled under his irresistible flood of geniality. "I've been out home," she said. "Well," he said, "I saw you across the street there. I thought it was you. I was just coming out to your place. How are you anyhow?" "I'm all right," said Carrie, smiling. Drouet looked her over and saw something different. "Well," he said, "I want to talk to you. You're not going anywhere in particular, are you?" "Not just now," said Carrie. "Let's go up here and have something to eat. George, that I'm glad to see you again." She felt so relieved in his radiant presence, so much looked after and cared for, that she assented gladly, though with the slightest air of holding back. "Well," he said, as he took her arm, and there was an exuberance of good fellowship in the word which fairly warmed the cockles of her heart. They went through Monroe Street to the old Windsor dining room, which was then a large, comfortable place, with an excellent cuisine and substantial service. Dreiser selected a table close by the window, where the busy route of the street could be seen. He loved the changing panorama of the street to see and be seen as he dined. "Now," he said, getting Carrie and himself comfortably settled, "what will you have?" Carrie looked over the large bill of fare which the waiter handed her without really considering it. She was very hungry, and the things she saw there awakened her desires. But the high prices held her attention. Half-broiled spring chicken, 75. Sirloin steak with mushrooms, 125. She had dimly heard of these things, but it seemed strange to be called to order from the list. "I'll fix this," exclaimed Dreiser. "Stashed, waiter!" That officer of the board, a full-chested, round-faced Negro, approached and inclined his ear. "Sirloin with mushrooms," said Dreiser. "Stuffed tomatoes." "Yassa," assented the Negro, nodding his head. "Hashed brown potatoes." "Yassa." "Asparagus." "Yassa." "And a pot of coffee." Dreiser turned to Carrie. "I haven't had a thing since breakfast. Just got in from Rock Island. I was going off to dine when I saw you." Carrie smiled and smiled. "What have you been doing?" he went on. "Tell me all about yourself. How is your sister?" "She's well," returned Carrie, answering the last query. He looked at her hard. "Say," he said, "you haven't been sick, have you?" Carrie nodded. "Well now, that's a blooming shame, isn't it? You don't look very well. I thought you looked a little pale. What have you been doing?" "Working," said Carrie. "You don't say so. At what?" She told him. "Rhodes, Morgantown and Scott. Why, I know that house over here on Fifth Avenue, isn't it? They're a close-fisted concern." "What made you go there?" "I couldn't get anything else," said Carrie frankly. "Well, that's an outrage," said Dreiser. "You oughtn't to be working for those people. Have the factory right back at the store, don't they?" "Yes," said Carrie. "That isn't a good house," said Dreiser. "You don't want to work at anything like that anyhow." He chatted on at a great rate, asking questions, explaining things about himself, telling her what a good restaurant it was, until the waiter returned with an immense tray, bearing the hot savory dishes which had been ordered. Dreiser fairly shone in the matter of serving. He appeared to great advantage behind the white napery and silver platters of the table, and displaying his arms with a knife and fork. As he cut the meat his rings almost spoke. His new suit creaked as he stretched to reach the plates, break the bread, and pour the coffee. He helped Carrie to a rousing plateful and contributed the warmth of his spirit to her body until she was a new girl. He was a splendid fellow in the true popular understanding of the term, and captivated Carrie completely. That little soldier of fortune took her good turn in an easy way. She felt a little out of place, but the great room soothed her, and the view of the well-dressed throng outside seemed a splendid thing. Ah, what was it not to have money? What a thing it was to be able to come in here and dine. Dreiser must be fortunate. He rode on trains, dressed in such nice clothes, was so strong, and ate in these fine places. He seemed quite a figure of a man, and she wondered at his friendship and regard for her. "So you lost your place because you got sick, eh?" he said. "What are you going to do now?" "Look around," she said, a thought of the need that hung outside this fine restaurant like a hungry dog at her heels, passing into her eyes. "Oh, no," said Dreiser. "That won't do. How long have you been looking?" 4 days, she answered. "Think of that," he said, addressing some problematical individual. "You oughtn't to be doing anything like that. These girls," and he waved an inclusion of all shop and factory girls, "don't get anything. Why, you can't live on it, can you?" He was a brotherly sort of creature in his demeanor. When he had scouted the idea of that kind of toil, he took another tack. Carrie was really very pretty. Even then, in her commonplace garb, her figure was evidently not bad, and her eyes were large and gentle. Dreiser looked at her, and his thoughts reached home. She felt his admiration. It was powerfully backed by his liberality and good humor. She felt that she liked him, that she could continue to like him ever so much. There was something even richer than that, running as a hidden strain in her mind. Every little while her eyes would meet his, and by that means the interchanging current of feeling would be fully connected. "Why don't you stay downtown and go to the theater with me?" he said, hitching his chair closer. The table was not very wide. "Oh, I can't," she said. "What are you going to do tonight?" "Nothing," she answered, a little drearily. "You don't like out there where you are, do you?" "Oh, I don't know." "What are you going to do if you don't get work?" "Go back home, I guess." There was the least quaver in her voice as she said this. Somehow the influence he was exerting was powerful. They came to an understanding of each other, without words, he of her situation, she of the fact that he realized it. "No," he said, "you can't make it." Genuine sympathy filling his mind for the time. "Let me help you. You take some of my money?" "Oh, no," she said, leaning back. "What are you going to do?" he said. She sat meditating, merely shaking her head. He looked at her quite tenderly for his kind. There were some loose bills in his vest pocket, greenbacks. They were soft and noiseless, and he got his fingers about them and crumpled them up in his hand. "Come on," he said. "I'll see you through all right. Get yourself some clothes." It was the first reference he had made to that subject, and now she realized how bad off she was. In his crude way, he had struck the keynote. Her lips trembled a little. She had her hand out on the table before her. They were quite alone in their corner, and he put his larger, warmer hand over it. "Ah, come, Carrie," he said. "What can you do alone? Let me help you." He pressed her hand gently, and she tried to withdraw it. At this he held it fast, and she no longer protested. Then he slipped the greenbacks he had into her palm, and when she began to protest, he whispered, "I'll loan it to you, that's all right. I'll loan it to you." He made her take it. She felt bound to him by a strange tie of affection now. They went out, and he walked with her far out south toward Polk Street, talking. "You don't want to live with those people," he said in one place, abstractedly. Carrie heard it, but it made only a slight impression. "Come down and meet me tomorrow," he said, "and we'll go to the matinee, will you?" Carrie protested a while, but acquiesced. "You're not doing anything. Get yourself a nice pair of shoes and a jacket." She scarcely gave a thought to the complication which would trouble her when he was gone. In his presence, she was of his own hopeful, easy way out mood. "Don't you bother about those people out there," he said at parting. "I'll help you." Carrie left him, feeling as though a great arm had slipped out before her to draw off trouble. The money she had accepted was two soft green, handsome $10 bills. Chapter 7. The lurch of the material beauty speaks brash for itself. The true meaning of money yet remains to be popularly explained and comprehended. When each individual realizes for himself that this thing primarily stands for and should only be accepted as a moral due, that it should be paid out as honestly stored energy and not as a usurped privilege, many of our social, religious, and political troubles will have permanently passed. As for Carrie, her understanding of the moral significance of money was the popular understanding, nothing more. The old definition, money something everybody else has and I must get, would have expressed her understanding of it thoroughly. Some of it she now held in her hand, two soft green $10 bills, and she felt that she was immensely better off for the having of them. It was something that was power in itself. One of her order of mind would have been content to be cast away upon a desert island with a bundle of money, and only the long strain of starvation would have taught her that in some cases it could have no value. Even then she would have had no conception of the relative value of the thing. Her one thought would, undoubtedly have concerned the pity of having so much power and the inability to use it. The poor girl thrilled as she walked away from Drouet. She felt ashamed in part because she had been weak enough to take it, but her need was so dire she was still glad. Now she would have a nice new jacket. Now she would buy a nice pair of pretty button shoes. She would get stockings too, and a skirt. And until already, as in the matter of her prospective salary, she had got beyond, in her desires, twice the purchasing power of her bills. She conceived a true estimate of Drouet. To her, and indeed to all the world, he was a nice, good-hearted man. There was nothing evil in the fellow. He gave her the money out of a good heart, out of a realization of her want. He would not have given the same amount to a poor young man. But we must not forget that a poor young man could not, in the nature of things, have appealed to him like a poor young girl. Femininity affected his feelings. He was the creature of an inborn desire. Yet no beggar could have caught his eye and said, "My God, mister, I'm starving." But he would gladly have handed out what was considered a proper portion to give beggars, and thought no more about it. There would have been no speculation, no philosophizing. He had no mental process in him worthy the dignity of either of those terms. In his good clothes and fine health, he was a merry, unthinking moth of the lamp. Deprived of his position, and struck by a few of the involved and baffling forces which sometimes play upon man, he would have been as helpless as Carrie, as helpless, as non-understanding, as pitiable, if you will, as she. Now, in regard to his pursuit of women, he meant them no harm, because he did not conceive of the relation which he hoped to hold with them as being harmful. He loved to make advances to women, to have them succumb to his charms, not because he was a cold-blooded, dark, scheming villain, but because his inborn desire urged him to that as a chief delight. He was vain, he was boastful, he was as deluded by fine clothes as any silly-headed girl. A truly deep-dyed villain could have hornswaggled him as readily as he could have flattered a pretty shop-girl. His fine success as a salesman lay in his geniality and the thoroughly reputable standing of his house. He bopped about among men, a veritable bundle of enthusiasm, no power worthy the name of intellect, no thoughts worthy the adjective noble, no feelings long continued in one strain. A Madame Sappho would have called him a pig. A Shakespeare would have said, "My merry child." Old, drinking Carriel thought him a clever, successful businessman. In short, he was as good as his intellect conceived. The best proof that there was something open and commendable about the man was the fact that Carrie took the money. No deep, sinister soul with ulterior motives could have given her 15 cents under the guise of friendship. The unintellectual are not so helpless. Nature has taught the beasts of the field to fly. When some unheralded danger threatens, she is put into the small, unwise head of the chipmunk, the untutored fear of poisons. "He keepeth his creatures whole" was not written of beasts alone. Carrie was unwise, and therefore, like the sheep in its unwisdom, strong in feeling. The instinct of self-protection, strong in all such natures, was roused but feebly, if at all, by the overtures of Drouet. When Carrie had gone, he felicitated himself upon her good opinion. By George, it was a shame young girls had to be knocked around like that. Cold weather coming on and no clothes. Tough. He would go around to Fitzgerald and Moy's and get a cigar. It made him feel light of foot as he thought about her. Carrie reached home in high good spirits, which she could scarcely conceal. The possession of the money involved a number of points which perplexed her seriously. How should she buy any clothes when Minnie knew that she had no money? She had no sooner entered the flat than this point was settled for her. It could not be done. She could think of no way of explaining. "How did you come out?" asked Minnie, referring to the day. Carrie had none of the small deception which could feel one thing and say something directly opposed. She would prevaricate, but it would be in the line of her feelings at least. So instead of complaining when she felt so good, she said, "I have the promise of something." Where? At the Boston store. Is it sure promised? Questioned Minnie. Well, I'm to find out tomorrow, returned Carrie, disliking to draw out a lie any longer than was necessary. Minnie felt the atmosphere of good feeling which Carrie brought with her. She felt now was the time to express to Carrie the state of Hanson's feeling about her entire Chicago venture. If you shouldn't get it, she paused, troubled for an easy way. If I don't get something pretty soon, I think I'll go home. Minnie saw her chance. Spend thinks it might be best for the winter anyhow. The situation flashed on Carrie at once. They were unwilling to keep her any longer out of work. She did not blame Minnie. She did not blame Hanson very much. Now, as she sat there digesting the remark, she was glad she had Drouais. Money. Yes, she said after a few moments. I thought of doing that. She did not explain that the thought, however, had aroused all the antagonism of her nature. Columbia City, what was there for her? She knew its dull little round by heart. Here was the great mysterious city, which was still a magnet for her. What she had seen only suggested its possibilities. Now to turn back on it and live the little old life out there. She almost exclaimed against the thought. She had reached home early and went in the front room to think. What could she do? She could not buy new shoes and wear them here. She would need to save part of the 20 to pay her fare home. She did not want to borrow of Minnie for that. And yet, how could she explain where she even got that money? If she could only get enough to let her out easy. She went over the tangle again and again. Here in the morning, Drouais would expect to see her in a new jacket, and that couldn't be. The Hansons expected her to go home, and she wanted to get away, and yet she did not want to go home. In the light of the way they would look on her getting money without work, the taking of it now seemed dreadful. She began to be ashamed. The whole situation depressed her. It was all so clear when she was with Drouais. Now it was all so tangled, so hopeless, much worse than it was before, because she had the semblance of aid in her hand which she could not use. Her spirits sank so that at supper Minnie felt that she must have had another hard day. Carrie finally decided that she would give the money back. It was wrong to take it. She would go down in the morning and hunt for work. At noon she would meet Drouais, as agreed, and tell him. At this decision her heart sank, until she was the old Carrie of distress. Curiously, she could not hold the money in her hand without feeling some relief. Even after all her depressing conclusions, she could sweep away all thought about the matter, and then the $20 seemed a wonderful and delightful thing. Ah, money, money, money! What a thing it was to have! How plenty of it would clear away all these troubles. In the morning she got up and started out a little early. Her decision to hunt for work was moderately strong, but the money in her pocket, after all her troubling over it, made the work question the least shade less terrible. She walked into the wholesale district, but as the thought of applying came with each passing concern, her heart shrank. What a coward she was, she thought to herself. Yet she had applied so often, it would be the same old story. She walked on, and finally did go into one place, with the old result. She came out feeling that luck was against her. It was no use. Without much thinking, she reached Dearborn Street. Here was the great fair store, with its multitude of delivery wagons about its long window display, its crowd of shoppers. It readily changed her thoughts. She who was so weary of them, it was here that she had intended to come and get her new things. Now for relief from distress, she thought she would go in and see. She would look at the jackets. There is nothing in this world more delightful than that middle state in which we mentally balance at times, possessed of the means, lured by desire, and yet deterred by conscience or want of decision. When Carrie began wandering around the store amid the fine displays, she was in this mood. Her original experience in this same place had given her a high opinion of its merits. Now she paused at each individual bit of finery, where before she had hurried on. Her woman's heart was warm with desire for them. How would she look in this? How charming that would make her! She came upon the corset counter and paused in rich reverie as she noted the dainty concoctions of color and lace there displayed. If she would only make up her mind, she could have one of those now. She lingered in the jewelry department. She saw the earrings, the bracelets, the pins, the chains. What would she not have given if she could have had them all? She would look fine too if only she had some of these things. The jackets were the greatest attraction. When she entered the store, she already had her heart fixed upon the peculiar little tan jacket with large mother-of-pearl buttons, which was all the rage that fall. Still, she delighted to convince herself that there was nothing she would like better. She went about among the glass cases and racks where these things were displayed, and satisfied herself that the one she thought of was the proper one. All the time she wavered in mind, now persuading herself that she could buy it right away if she chose, now recalling to herself the actual condition. At last the noon hour was dangerously near, and she had done nothing. She must go now and return the money. Drouet was on the corner when she came up. "Hello," he said. "Where's the jacket and, looking down, the shoes?" Carrie had thought to lead up to her decision in some intelligent way, but this swept the whole four-scheme situation by the board. "I came to tell you that I can't take the money." "Oh, that's it, is it?" he returned. "Well, you come on with me. Let's go over here to Partridge's." Carrie walked with him. Behold, the whole fabric of doubt and impossibility had slipped from her mind. She could not get at the points that were so serious, the things she was going to make plain to him. "Have you had lunch yet? Of course you haven't. Let's go in here." And Drouet turned into one of the very nicely furnished restaurants off State Street in Monroe. "I mustn't take the money," said Carrie after they were settled in a cozy corner, and Drouet had ordered the lunch. "I can't wear those things out there. They wouldn't know where I got them." "What do you want to do?" he smiled. "Go without them?" "I think I'll go home," she said wearily. "Oh, come," he said. "You've been thinking it over too long. I'll tell you what you do. You say you can't wear them out there. Why don't you rent a furnished room and leave them in that for a week?" Carrie shook her head. Like all women, she was there to object and be convinced. It was for him to brush the doubts away and clear the path if he could. "Why are you going home?" he asked. "Oh, I can't get anything here." "They won't keep you?" he remarked intuitively. "They can't," said Carrie. "I'll tell you what you do," he said. "You come with me. I'll take care of you." Carrie heard this passively. The peculiar state which she was in made it sound like the welcome breath of an open door. Drouet seemed of her own spirit and pleasing. He was clean, handsome, well-dressed, and sympathetic. His voice was the voice of a friend. "What can you do back at Columbia City?" he went on, rousing by the words in Carrie's mind a picture of the dull world she had left. "There isn't anything down there. Chicago's the place. You can get a nice room here and some clothes, and then you can do something." Carrie looked out through the window into the busy street. There it was, the admirable, great city, so fine when you are not poor. An elegant coach with a prancing pair of bays passed by, carrying in its upholstered depths a young lady. "What will you have if you go back?" asked Drouet. There was no subtle undercurrent to the question. He imagined that she would have nothing at all of the things he thought worthwhile. Carrie sat still, looking out. She was wondering what she could do. They would be expecting her to go home this week. Drouet turned to the subject of the clothes she was going to buy. "Why not get yourself a nice little jacket? You've got to have it. I'll loan you the money. You needn't worry about taking it. You can get yourself a nice room by yourself. I won't hurt you." Carrie saw the drift, but could not express her thoughts. She felt more than ever the helplessness of her case. "If I could only get something to do," she said. "Maybe you can," went on Drouet. If you stay here, you can't if you go away. They won't let you stay out there. Now, why not let me get you a nice room? I won't bother you. You needn't be afraid. Then, when you get fixed up, maybe you could get something." He looked at her pretty face and it vivified his mental resources. She was a sweet little mortal to him. There was no doubt of that. She seemed to have some power back of her actions. She was not like the common run of store girls. She wasn't silly. In reality, Carrie had more imagination than he, more taste. It was a finer mental strain in her that made possible her depression and loneliness. Her poor clothes were neat, and she held her head unconsciously in a dainty way. "Do you think I could get something?" she asked. "Sure," he said, reaching over and filling her cup with tea. "I'll help you." She looked at him, and he laughed reassuringly. "Now I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go over here to Partridge's, and you pick out what you want. Then we'll look around for a room for you. You can leave the things there. Then we'll go to the show tonight." Carrie shook her head. "Well, you can go out to the flat then. That's all right. You don't need to stay in the room. Just take it and leave your things there." She hung in doubt about this until the dinner was over. "Let's go over and look at the jackets," he said. Together they went. In the store they found that shine and rustle of new things which immediately laid hold of Carrie's heart. Under the influence of a good dinner and Dre's radiating presence, the scheme proposed seemed feasible. She looked about and picked a jacket like the one which she had admired at the fair. When she got it in her hand it seemed so much nicer. The saleswoman helped her on with it, and by accident it fitted perfectly. Drouet's face lightened as he saw the improvement. She looked quite smart. "That's the thing," he said. Carrie turned before the glass. She could not help feeling pleased as she looked at herself. A warm glow crept into her cheeks. "That's the thing," said Drouet. "Now pay for it." "It's $9, said Carrie. "That's all right. Take it," said Drouet. She reached in her purse and took out one of the bills. The woman asked if she would wear the coat and went off. In a few minutes she was back and the purchase was closed. From Partridge's they went to a shoe store where Carrie was fitted for shoes. Drouet stood by, and when he saw how nice they looked, said, "Wear them." Carrie shook her head, however. She was thinking of returning to the flat. He bought her a purse for one thing, and a pair of gloves for another, and let her buy the stockings. "Tomorrow," he said, "you come down here and buy yourself a skirt." In all of Carrie's actions there was a touch of misgiving. The deeper she sank into the entanglement, the more she imagined that the thing hung upon the few remaining things she had not done. Since she had not done these, there was a way out. Drouet knew a place in Wabash Avenue where there were rooms. He showed Carrie the outside of these and said, "Now, you're my sister." He carried the arrangement off with an easy hand when it came to the selection, looking around, criticizing, opining. "Her trunk will be here in a day or so," he observed to the landlady, who was very pleased. When they were alone, Drouet did not change in the least. He talked in the same general way as if they were out in the street. Carrie left her things. "Now," said Drouet, "why don't you move tonight?" "Oh, I can't," said Carrie. "Why not?" "I don't want to leave them so." He took that up as they walked along the avenue. It was a warm afternoon. The sun had come out, and the wind had died down. As he talked with Carrie, he secured an accurate detail of the atmosphere of the flat. "Come out of it," he said. "They won't care. I'll help you get along." She listened until her misgivings vanished. He would show her about a little, and then help her get something. He really imagined that he would. He would be out on the road, and she could be working. "Now, I'll tell you what you do," he said. "You go out there and get whatever you want and come away." She thought a long time about this. Finally, she agreed. He would come out as far as Peoria Street and wait for her. She was to meet him at 8:30. At 5:30 she reached home, and at 6 her determination was hardened. "So you didn't get it," said Minnie, referring to Carrie's story of the Boston store. Carrie looked at her out of the corner of her eye. "No," she answered. "I don't think you'd better try any more this fall," said Minnie. Carrie said nothing. When Hansen came home, he wore the same inscrutable demeanor. He washed in silence and went off to read his paper. At dinner, Carrie felt a little nervous. The strain of her own plans were considerable, and the feeling that she was not welcome here was strong. "Didn't find anything, eh?" said Hansen. "No." He turned to his eating again, the thought that it was a burden to have her here dwelling in his mind. She would have to go home, that was all. Once she was away, there would be no more coming back in the spring. Carrie was afraid of what she was going to do, but she was relieved to know that this condition was ending. They would not care. Hansen particularly would be glad when she went. He would not care what became of her. After dinner, she went into the bathroom where they could not disturb her and wrote a little note. "Goodbye, Minnie," it read. "I'm not going home. I'm going to stay in Chicago a little while and look for work. Don't worry, I'll be all right." In the front room, Hansen was reading his paper. As usual, she helped Minnie clear away the dishes and straighten up. Then she said, "I guess I'll stand down at the door a little while." She could scarcely prevent her voice from trembling. Minnie remembered Hansen's remonstrance. "Sven doesn't think it looks good to stand down there," she said. "Doesn't he?" said Carrie. "I won't do it any more after this." She put on her hat and fidgeted around the table in the little bedroom, wondering where to slip the note. Finally, she put it under Minnie's hairbrush. When she had closed the hall door, she paused a moment and wondered what they would think. Some thought of the queerness of her deed affected her. She went slowly down the stairs. She looked back up the lighted step and then affected to stroll up the street. When she reached the corner, she quickened her pace. As she was hurrying away, Hansen came back to his wife. "Is Carrie down at the door again?" he asked. "Yes," said Minnie. "She said she wasn't going to do it anymore." He went over to the baby where it was playing on the floor and began to poke his finger at it. Drouet was on the corner waiting, in good spirits. "Hello, Carrie," he said, as a sprightly figure of a girl drew near him. "Got here safe, did you? Well, we'll take a car." Chapter 8. Intimations by Winter and Ambassador Summonite. Among the forces which sweep and play throughout the universe, untutored man is but a wisp in the wind. Our civilization is still in a middle stage, scarcely beast, in that it is no longer wholly guided by instinct, scarcely human, in that it is not yet wholly guided by reason. On the tiger no responsibility rests. We see him aligned by nature with the forces of life he is born into their keeping, and without thought he is protected. We see man far removed from the lairs of the jungles, his innate instincts dulled by too near an approach to free will, his free will not sufficiently developed to replace his instincts and afford him perfect guidance. He is becoming too wise to hearken always to instincts and desires. He is still too weak to always prevail against them. As a beast, the forces of life aligned him with them. As a man, he has not yet wholly learned to align himself with the forces. In this intermediate stage, he wavers, neither drawn in harmony with nature by his instincts, nor yet wisely putting himself into harmony by his own. Free will. He is even as a wisp in the wind, moved by every breath of passion, acting now by his will and now by his instincts, erring with one, only to retrieve by the other, falling by one, only to retrieve by the other, a creature of incalculable variability. We have the consolation of knowing that evolution is ever in action, that the ideal is a light that cannot fail. He will not forever balance thus between good and evil. When this jangle of free will instinct shall have been adjusted, when perfect understanding has given the former the power to replace the latter entirely, man will no longer vary. The needle of understanding will yet point steadfast and unwavering to the distinct pole of truth. In Carrie as in how many of our worldlings do they not? Instinct and reason, desire and understanding were at war for the mastery. She followed whither her craving led. She was as yet more drawn than she drew. When Minnie found the note next morning, after a night of mingled wonder and anxiety which was not exactly touched by yearning, sorrow, or love, she exclaimed, "Well, what do you think of that?" "What?" said Hansen. "Sister Carrie has gone to live somewhere else." Hansen jumped out of bed with more celerity than he usually displayed and looked at the note. The only indication of his thoughts came in the form of a little clicking sound made by his tongue, the sound some people make when they wish to urge on a horse. "Where do you suppose she's gone to?" said Minnie, thoroughly aroused. "I don't know," a touch of cynicism lighting his eye. "Now she is gone and done it." Minnie moved her head in a puzzled way. "Oh, oh," she said. "She doesn't know what she has done." "Well," said Hansen after a while, sticking his hands out before him, "what can you do?" Minnie's womanly nature was higher than this. She figured the possibilities in such cases. "Oh," she said at last, "poor Sister Carrie." At the time of this particular conversation, which occurred at 5 a.m., that little soldier of fortune was sleeping a rather troubled sleep in her new room, alone. Carrie's new state was remarkable in that she saw possibilities in it. She was no sensualist, longing to drowse sleepily in the lap of luxury. She turned about, troubled by her daring, glad of her release, wondering whether she would get something to do, wondering what Drouet would do. That worthy had his future fixed for him beyond a peradventure. He could not help what he was going to do. He could not see clearly enough to wish to do differently. He was drawn by his innate desire to act the old pursuing part. He would need to delight himself with Carrie as surely as he would need to eat his heavy breakfast. He might suffer the least rudimentary twinge of conscience in whatever he did, and in just so far he was evil and sinning. But whatever twinges of conscience he might have would be rudimentary, you may be sure. The next day he called upon Carrie, and she saw him in her chamber. He was the same jolly, enlivening soul. "Ah," he said, "what are you looking so blue about? Come on out to breakfast. You want to get your other clothes today." Carrie looked at him with the hue of shifting thought in her large eyes. "I wish I could get something to do," she said. "You'll get that all right," said Drouet. "What's the use worrying right now? Get yourself fixed up. See the city. I won't hurt you." "I know you won't," she remarked, half truthfully. "Got on the new shoes, haven't you?" "Stick 'em out." "George, they look fine. Put on your jacket." Carrie obeyed. "Say, that fits like a T, don't it?" he remarked, feeling the set of it at the waist and eyeing it from a few paces with real pleasure. "What you need now is a new skirt. Let's go to breakfast." Carrie put on her hat. "Where are the gloves?" he inquired. "Here," she said, taking them out of the bureau drawer. "Now, come on," he said. Thus the first hour of misgiving was swept away. It went this way on every occasion. Drouet did not leave her much alone. She had time for some lone wanderings, but mostly he filled her hours with sightseeing. At Carson, Pyrrhus he bought her a nice skirt and shirtwaist. With his money she purchased the little necessaries of toilet until at last she looked quite another maiden. The mirror convinced her of a few things which she had long believed. She was pretty, yes, indeed. How nice her hat set, and weren't her eyes pretty? She caught her little red lip with her teeth and felt her first thrill of power. Drouet was so good. They went to see the Mikado one evening, an opera which was hilariously popular at that time. Before going, they made off for the Windsor dining room, which was in Dearborn Street, a considerable distance from Carrie's room. It was blowing a cold, and out of her window Carrie could see the western sky, still pink with the fading light, but steely blue at the top where it met the darkness. A long, thin cloud of pink hung in mid-air, shaped like some island in a far-off sea. Somehow the swaying of some dead branches of trees across the way brought back the picture with which she was familiar when she looked from their front window in December days at home. She paused and wrung her little hands. "What's the matter?" said Drouet. "Oh, I don't know," she said, her lip trembling. He sensed something and slipped his arm over her shoulder, patting her arm. "Come on," he said gently. "You're all right." She turned to slip on her jacket. "Better wear that boa about your throat tonight." They walked north on Wabash to Adams Street and then west. The lights in the stores were already shining out in gushes of golden hue. The arc lights were sputtering overhead, and high up were the lighted windows of the tall office buildings. The chill wind whipped in and out in gusty breaths. Homeward bound, the 6 o'clock throng bumped and jostled. Light overcoats were turned up about the ears, hats were pulled down. Little shop girls went fluttering by in pairs and fours, chattering, laughing. It was a spectacle of warm-blooded humanity. Suddenly a pair of eyes met Carrie's in recognition. They were looking out from a group of poorly dressed girls. Their clothes were faded and loose-hanging, their jackets old, their general makeup shabby. Carrie recognized the glance and the girl. She was one of those who worked at the machines in the shoe factory. The latter looked, not quite sure, and then turned her head and looked. Carrie felt as if some great tide had rolled between them. The old dress and the old machine came back. She actually started. Drouet didn't notice until Carrie bumped into a pedestrian. "You must be thinking," he said. They dined and went to the theater. That spectacle pleased Carrie immensely. The color and grace of it caught her eye. She had vain imaginings about place and power, about far-off lands and magnificent people. When it was over, the clatter of coaches and the throng of fine ladies made her stare. "Wait a minute," said Drouet, holding her back in the showy foyer where ladies and gentlemen were moving in a social crush, skirts rustling, lace-covered heads nodding, white teeth showing through parted lips. "Let's see. 67, the coach caller was saying, his voice lifted in a sort of euphonious cry. 67, isn't it fine?" said Carrie. "Great," said Drouet. He was as much affected by this show of finery and gaiety as she. He pressed her arm warmly. Once she looked up, her even teeth glistening through her smiling lips, her eyes alight. As they were moving out, he whispered down to her, "You look lovely." They were right where the coach caller was swinging open a coach door and ushering in two ladies. "You stick to me and we'll have a coach," laughed Drouet. Carrie scarcely heard. Her head was so full of the swirl of life. They stopped in at a restaurant for a little after theater lunch. Just a shade of a thought of the hour entered Carrie's head, but there was no household law to govern her now. If any habits ever had time to fix upon her, they would have operated here. Habits are peculiar things. They will drive the really non-religious mind out of bed to say prayers that are only a custom and not a devotion. The victim of habit, when he has neglected the thing which it was his custom to do, feels a little scratching in the brain, a little irritating something which comes of being out of the rut, and imagines it to be the prick of conscience, the still, small voice that is urging him ever to righteousness. If the digression is unusual enough, the drag of habit will be heavy enough to cause the unreasoning victim to return and perform the perfunctory thing. "Now bless me," says such a mind, "I have done my duty," when as a matter of fact it has merely done its old unbreakable trick once again. Carrie had no excellent home principles fixed upon her. If she had, she would have been more consciously distressed. Now the lunch went off with considerable warmth. Under the influence of the varied occurrences, the fine, invisible passion which was emanating from Drouet, the food, the still unusual luxury, she relaxed and heard with open ears. She was again the victim of the city's hypnotic influence. "Well," said Drouet at last, "we had better be going." They had been dawdling over the dishes, and their eyes had frequently met. Carrie could not help but feel the vibration of force which followed, which, indeed, was his gaze. He had a way of touching her hand in explanation, as if to impress a fact upon her. He touched it now as he spoke of going. They arose and went out into the street. The downtown section was now bare, save for a few whistling strollers, a few owl cars, a few open resorts whose windows were still bright. Out Wabash Avenue they strolled, Drusilla pouring forth his volume of small information. He had Carrie's arm in his and held it closely as he explained. Once in a while, after some witticism, he would look down and his eyes would meet hers. At last they came to the steps, and Carrie stood up on the first one, her head now coming even with his own. He took her hand and held it genially. He looked steadily at her as she glanced about, warmly musing. At about that hour, Minnie was soundly sleeping, after a long evening of troubled thought. She had her elbow in an awkward position under her side. The muscles so held irritated a few nerves, and now a vague scene floated in on the drowsy mind. She fancied she and Carrie were somewhere beside an old coal mine. She could see the tall runway and the heap of earth and coal cast out. There was a deep pit, into which they were looking. They could see the curious wet stones far down where the wall disappeared in vague shadows. An old basket used for descending was hanging there, fastened by a worn rope. "Let's get in," said Carrie. "Oh no," said Minnie. "Yes, come on," said Carrie. She began to pull the basket over, and now, in spite of all protest, she had swung over and was going down. "Carrie," she called. "Carrie, come back." But Carrie was far down now, and the shadow had swallowed her completely. She moved her arm. Now the mystic scenery merged queerly, and the place was by waters she had never seen. They were upon some board or ground or something that reached far out, and at the end of this was Carrie. They looked about, and now the thing was sinking, and Minnie heard the low sip of the encroaching water. "Come on, Carrie," she called, but Carrie was reaching farther out. She seemed to recede, and now it was difficult to call to her. "Carrie," she called, "Carrie." But her own voice sounded far away, and the strange waters were blurring everything. She came away suffering as though she had lost something. She was more inexpressibly sad than she had ever been in life. It was this way, through many shifts of the tired brain, those curious phantoms of the spirit slipping in, blurring strange scenes, one with the other. The last one made her cry out, for Carrie was slipping away somewhere over a rock, and her fingers had let loose and she had seen her falling. "Minnie, what's the matter?" "Here, wake up," said Hanson, disturbed, and shaking her by the shoulder. "Well, what's the matter?" said Minnie drowsily. "Wake up," he said, "and turn over. You're talking in your sleep." A week or so later, Drouet strolled into Fitzgerald and Moy's, spruce in dress and manner. "Hello, Charlie," said Hurstwood, looking out from his office door. Drouet strolled over and looked in upon the manager at his desk. "When do you go out on the road again?" he inquired. "Pretty soon," said Drouet. "Haven't seen much of you this trip," said Hurstwood. "Well, I've been busy," said Drouet. They talked some few minutes on general topics. "Say," said Drouet, as if struck by a sudden idea, "I want you to come out some evening." "Out where?" inquired Hurstwood. "Out to my house, of course," said Drouet, smiling. Hurstwood looked up quizzically, the least suggestion of a smile hovering about his lips. He studied the face of Drouet in his wise way, and then with the demeanor of a gentleman said, "Certainly, glad to. We'll have a nice game of euchre." "May I bring a nice little bottle of sec?" asked Hurstwood. "Certainly," said Drouet. "I'll introduce you." Chapter 9. Convention-sewn tinderbox, the why that is green. Hurstwood's residence on the north side, near Lincoln Park, was a brick building of a very popular type then, a three-story affair with the first floor sunk a very little below the level of the street. It had a large bay window bulging out from the second floor and was graced in front by a small grassy plot 25 feet wide and 10 feet deep. There was also a small rear yard, walled in by the fences of the neighbors and holding a stable where he kept his horse and trap. The 10 rooms of the house were occupied by himself, his wife Julia, and his son and daughter George Jr. and Jessica. There were besides these a maidservant, represented from time to time by girls of various extraction, for Mrs. Hurstwood was not always easy to please. "George, I let Mary go yesterday," was not an unfrequent salutation at the dinner table. "All right," was his only reply. He had long since wearied of discussing the rancorous subject. A lovely home atmosphere is one of the flowers of the world than which there is nothing more tender, nothing more delicate, nothing more calculated to make strong and just, the natures cradled and nourished within it. Those who have never experienced such a beneficent influence will not understand wherefore the tear springs glistening to the eyelids at some strange breath in lovely music. The mystic chords which bind and thrill the heart of the nation, they will never know. Hurstwood's residence could scarcely be said to be infused with this home spirit. It lacked that toleration and regard without which the home is nothing. There was fine furniture, arranged as soothingly as the artistic perception of the occupants warranted. There were soft rugs, rich upholstered chairs and divans, a grand piano, a marble carving of some unknown Venus by some unknown artist, and a number of small bronzes gathered from heaven knows where, but generally sold by the large furniture houses along with everything else which goes to make the perfectly appointed house. In the dining room stood a sideboard laden with glistening decanters and other utilities and ornaments in glass, the arrangement of which could not be questioned. Here was something Hurstwood knew about. He had studied the subject for years in his business. He took no little satisfaction in telling each Mary, shortly after she arrived, something of what the art of the thing required. He was not garrulous by any means. On the contrary, there was a fine reserve in his manner toward the entire domestic economy of his life, which was all that is comprehended by the popular term gentlemanly. He would not argue, he would not talk freely. In his manner was something of the dogmatist. What he could not correct, he would ignore. There was a tendency in him to walk away from the impossible thing. There was a time when he had been considerably enamored of his Jessica, especially when he was younger and more confined in his success. Now, however, in her 17th year, Jessica had developed a certain amount of reserve and independence which was not inviting to the richest form of parental devotion. She was in the high school and had notions of life which were decidedly those of a patrician. She liked nice clothes and urged for them constantly. Thoughts of love and elegant individual establishments were running in her head. She met girls at the high school whose parents were truly rich and whose fathers had standing locally as partners or owners of solid businesses. These girls gave themselves the airs befitting the thriving domestic establishments from whence they issued. They were the only ones of the school about whom Jessica concerned herself. Young Hurstwood Jr. was in his 20th year and was already connected in a promising capacity with a large real estate firm. He contributed nothing for the domestic expenses of the family, but was thought to be saving his money to invest in real estate. He had some ability, considerable vanity, and a love of pleasure that had not, as yet, infringed upon his duties, whatever they were. He came in and went out pursuing his own plans and fancies, addressing a few words to his mother occasionally, relating some little incident to his father, but for the most part confining himself to those generalities with which most conversation concerns itself. He was not laying bare his desires for anyone to see. He did not find anyone in the house who particularly cared to see. Mrs. Hurstwood was the type of woman who has ever endeavored to shine and has been more or less chagrined at the evidences of superior capability in this direction elsewhere. Her knowledge of life extended to that little conventional round of society of which she was not, but longed to be a member. She was not without realization already that this thing was impossible, so far as she was concerned. For her daughter she hoped better things. Through Jessica she might rise a little. Through George Jr.'s possible success she might draw to herself the privilege of pointing proudly. Even Hurstwood was doing well enough, and she was anxious that his small real estate adventures should prosper. His property holdings as yet were rather small, but his income was pleasing and his position with Fitzgerald and Moy was fixed. Both those gentlemen were on pleasant and rather informal terms with him. The atmosphere which such personalities would create must be apparent to all. It worked out in 1,000 little conversations, all of which were of the same caliber. "I'm going up to Fox Lake tomorrow," announced George Jr. at the dinner table one Friday evening. "What's going on up there?" queried Mrs. Hurstwood. "Eddie Faraway's got a new steam launch, and he wants me to come up and see how it works." "How much did it cost him?" asked his mother. "Oh, over $2,000. He says it's a dandy." "Old Faraway must be making money," put in Hurstwood. "He is, I guess. Jack told me they were shipping Vegicura to Australia now, said they sent a whole box to Cape Town last week." "Just think of that," said Mrs. Hurstwood. "And only 4 years ago they had that basement in Madison Street. Jack told me they were going to put up a 6-story building next spring in Roby Street." "Just think of that," said Jessica. On this particular occasion Hurstwood wished to leave early. "I guess I'll be going downtown," he remarked, rising. "Are we going to McVicker's Monday?" questioned Mrs. Hurstwood, without rising. "Yes," he said indifferently. They went on dining, while he went upstairs for his hat and coat. Presently the door clicked. "I guess Papa's gone," said Jessica. The latter's school news was of a particular stripe. "They're going to give a performance in the Lyceum upstairs," she reported one day, "and I'm going to be in it." "Are you?" said her mother. "Yes, and I'll have to have a new dress. Some of the nicest girls in the school are going to be in it. Miss Palmer is going to take the part of Portia." "Is she?" said Mrs. Hurstwood. "They've got that Martha Griswold in it again. She thinks she can act. Her family doesn't amount to anything, does it?" said Mrs. Hurstwood sympathetically. "They haven't anything, have they?" "No," returned Jessica. "They're poor as church mice." She distinguished very carefully between the young boys of the school, many of whom were attracted by her beauty. "What do you think?" she remarked to her mother one evening, "that Herbert Crane tried to make friends with me." "Who is he, my dear?" inquired Mrs. Hurstwood. "Oh, no one," said Jessica, pursing her pretty lips. "He's just a student there. He hasn't anything." The other half of this picture came when young Blyford, son of Blyford, the soap manufacturer, walked home with her. Mrs. Hurstwood was on the 3rd floor sitting in a rocking chair reading, and happened to look out at the time. "Who was that with you, Jessica?" she inquired as Jessica came upstairs. "It's Mr. Blyford, Mamma," she replied. "Is it?" said Mrs. Hurstwood. "Yes, and he wants me to stroll over into the park with him," explained Jessica, a little flushed with running up the stairs. "All right, my dear," said Mrs. Hurstwood. "Don't be gone long." As the two went down the street, she glanced interestedly out of the window. It was a most satisfactory spectacle indeed, most satisfactory. In this atmosphere Hurstwood had moved for a number of years, not thinking deeply concerning it. His was not the order of nature to trouble for something better, unless the better was immediately and sharply contrasted. As it was, he received and gave, irritated sometimes by the little displays of selfish indifference, pleased at times by some show of finery which supposedly made for dignity and social distinction. The life of the resort which he managed was his life. There he spent most of his time. When he went home evenings, the house looked nice. With rare exceptions, the meals were acceptable, being the kind that an ordinary servant can arrange. In part, he was interested in the talk of his son and daughter, who always looked well. The vanity of Mrs. Hurstwood caused her to keep her person rather showily arrayed. But to Hurstwood this was much better than plainness. There was no love lost between them. There was no great feeling of dissatisfaction. Her opinion on any subject was not startling. They did not talk enough together to come to the argument of any one point. In the accepted and popular phrase, she had her ideas and he had his. Once in a while he would meet a woman whose youth, sprightliness, and humor would make his wife seem rather deficient by contrast, but the temporary dissatisfaction which such an encounter might arouse would be counterbalanced by his social position and a certain matter of policy. He could not complicate his home life because it might affect his relations with his employers. They wanted no scandals, a man to hold. His position must have a dignified manner, a clean record, a respectable home anchorage. Therefore he was circumspect in all he did, and whenever he appeared in the public ways in the afternoon or on Sunday, it was with his wife and sometimes his children. He would visit the local resorts or those nearby in Wisconsin, and spend a few stiff, polished days strolling about conventional places, doing conventional things. He knew the need of it. When someone of the many middle-class individuals whom he knew, who had money, would get into trouble, he would shake his head. It didn't do to talk about those things. If it came up for discussion among such friends as with him passed for close, he would deprecate the folly of the thing. It was all right to do it all. Men do those things, but why wasn't he careful? A man can't be too careful. He lost sympathy for the man that made a mistake and was found out. On this account, he still devoted some time to showing his wife about time, which would have been wearisome indeed if it had not been for the people he would meet and the little enjoyments which did not depend upon her presence or absence. He watched her with considerable curiosity at times, for she was still attractive in a way, and men looked at her. She was affable, vain, subject to flattery, and this combination, he knew quite well, might produce a tragedy in a woman of her home position. Owing to his order of mind, his confidence in the sex was not great. His wife never possessed the virtues which would win confidence and admiration of a man of his nature. As long as she loved him vigorously, he could see how confidence could be. But when that was no longer the binding chain, well, something might happen. During the last year or two, the expenses of the family seemed a large thing. Jessica wanted fine clothes, and Mrs. Hurstwood, not to be outshone by her daughter, also frequently enlivened her apparel. Hurstwood had said nothing in the past, but one day he murmured, "Jessica must have a new dress this month," said Mrs. Hurstwood one morning. Hurstwood was arraying himself in one of his perfection vests before the glass at the time. "I thought she just bought one," he said. "That was just something for evening wear," returned his wife complacently. "It seems to me," returned Hurstwood, "that she's spending a good deal for dresses of late." "Well, she's going out more," concluded his wife, but the tone of his voice impressed her as containing something she had not heard there before. He was not a man who traveled much, but when he did, he had been accustomed to take her along. On one occasion recently, a local aldermanic junket had been arranged to visit Philadelphia, a junket that was to last 10 days. Hurstwood had been invited. "Nobody knows us down there," said one. A gentleman whose face was a slight improvement over gross ignorance and sensuality. He always wore a silk hat of most imposing proportions. "We can have a good time." His left eye moved with just the semblance of a wink. "You want to come along, George?" The next day, Hurstwood announced his intention to his wife. "I'm going away, Julia," he said, "for a few days." "Where?" she asked, looking up. "To Philadelphia, on business." She looked at him consciously, expecting something else. I'll have to leave you behind this time." "All right," she replied. But he could see that she was thinking that it was a curious thing. Before he went, she asked him a few more questions, and that irritated him. He began to feel that she was a disagreeable attachment. On this trip, he enjoyed himself thoroughly, and when it was over, he was sorry to get back. He was not willingly a prevaricator and hated thoroughly to make explanations concerning it. The whole incident was glossed over with general remarks, but Mrs. Hurstwood gave the subject considerable thought. She drove out more, dressed better, and attended theaters freely to make up for it. Such an atmosphere could hardly come under the category of home life. It ran along by force of habit, by force of conventional opinion. With the lapse of time it must necessarily become drier, and drier must eventually be tinder, easily lighted and destroyed. Chapter 10. The Consul of Winter, Forentune's Ambassador. In the light of the world's attitude toward woman and her duties, the nature of Carrie's mental state deserves consideration. Actions such as hers are measured by an arbitrary scale. Society possesses a conventional standard whereby it judges all things. All men should be good, all women virtuous. Wherefore, villain, hast thou failed? For all the liberal analysis of Spencer and our modern naturalistic philosophers, we have but an infantile perception of morals. There is more in the subject than mere conformity to a law of evolution. It is yet deeper than conformity to things of earth alone. It is more involved than we as yet perceive. Answer first, why the heart thrills. Explain wherefore some plaintive note goes wandering about the world undying. Make clear the rose's subtle alchemy evolving its ruddy lamp in light and rain. In the essence of these facts lie the first principles of morals. Oh, thought Dreiser, how delicious is my conquest! Ah, thought Carrie, with mournful misgivings, what is it I have lost? Before this world-old proposition we stand, serious, interested, confused, endeavoring to evolve the true theory of morals, the true answer to what is right. In the view of a certain stratum of society, Carrie was comfortably established in the eyes of the starveling, beaten by every wind and gusty sheet of rain. She was safe in the halcyon harbor. Drouet had taken 3 rooms, furnished, in Alden Place, facing Union Park on the west side. That was a little green-carpeted breeding spot than which today there is nothing more beautiful in Chicago. It afforded a vista pleasant to contemplate. The best room looked out upon the lawn of the park, now sere and brown, where a little lake lay sheltered. Over the bare limbs of the trees, which now swayed in the wintry wind, rose the steeple of the Union Park Congregational Church, and far off the towers of several others. The rooms were comfortably enough furnished. There was a good Brussels carpet on the floor, rich in dull red and lemon shades, and representing large jardinières filled with gorgeous and possible flowers. There was a large pier-glass mirror between the 2 windows. A large, soft green, plush-covered couch occupied one corner, and several rocking chairs were set about. Some pictures, several rugs, a few small pieces of bric-a-brac, and the tale of contents is told. In the bedroom off the front room was Carrie's trunk, bought by Drouet, and in the wardrobe built into the wall quite an array of clothing, more than she had ever possessed before, and of very becoming designs. There was a 3rd room for possible use as a kitchen, where Drouet had Carrie establish a little portable gas stove for the preparation of small lunches, oysters, Welsh rarebits, and the like, of which he was exceedingly fond, and, lastly, a bath. The whole place was cosy, in that it was lighted by gas and heated by furnace registers, possessing also a small grate set with an asbestos back, a method of cheerful warming which was then first coming into use. By her industry and natural love of order, which now developed, the place maintained an air pleasing in the extreme. Here, then, was Carrie, established in a pleasant fashion, free of certain difficulties which most ominously confronted her, laden with many new ones which were of a mental order, and altogether so turned about in all of her earthly relationships that she might well have been a new and different individual. She looked into her glass and saw a prettier Carrie than she had seen before. She looked into her mind, a mirror prepared of her own and the world's opinions, and saw a worse. Between these two images she wavered, hesitating which to believe. "My, but you're a little beauty," Drouet was wont to exclaim to her. She would look at him with large, pleased eyes. "You know it, don't you?" he would continue. "Oh, I don't know," she would reply, feeling delight in the fact that one should think so, hesitating to believe, though she really did, that she was vain enough to think so much of herself. Her conscience, however, was not a Drouet interested to praise. There she heard a different voice with which she argued, pleaded, excused. It was no just and sapient counselor in its last analysis. It was only an average little conscience, a thing which represented the world, her past environment, habit, convention, in a confused way. With it, the voice of the people was truly the voice of God. "O thou failure," said the voice. "Why?" she questioned. "Look at those about," came the whispered answer. "Look at those who are good. How would they scorn to do what you have done? Look at the good girls. How will they draw away from such as you when they know you have been weak? You had not tried before you failed." It was when Carrie was alone, looking out across the park, that she would be listening to this. It would come infrequently when something else did not interfere, when the pleasant side was not too apparent, when Drouet was not there. It was somewhat clear in utterance at first, but never wholly convincing. There was always an answer. Always the December days threatened. She was alone, she was desireful, she was fearful of the whistling wind. The voice of want made answer for her. Once the bright days of summer pass by, a city takes on that somber garb of gray, wrapped in which it goes about its labors during the long winter. Its endless buildings look gray, its sky and its streets assume a somber hue. The scattered, leafless trees and wind, blown dust and paper, but add to the general solemnity of color. There seems to be something in the chill breezes which scurry through the long, narrow thoroughfares productive of rueful thoughts. Not poets alone, nor artists, nor that superior order of mind which arrogates to itself all refinement, feel this, but dogs and all men. These feel as much as the poet, though they have not the same power of expression. The sparrow upon the wire, the cat in the doorway, the dray horse tugging his weary load, feel the long, keen breaths of winter. It strikes to the heart of all life, animate and inanimate. If it were not for the artificial fires of merriment, the rush of profit-seeking trade, and pleasure-selling amusements, if the various merchants failed to make the customary display within and without their establishments, if our streets were not strung with signs of gorgeous hues and thronged with hurrying purchasers, we would quickly discover how firmly the chill hand of winter lays upon the heart. How dispiriting are the days during which the sun withholds a portion of our allowance of light and warmth. We are more dependent upon these things than is often thought. We are insects produced by heat and pass without it. In the drag of such a gray day, the secret voice would reassert itself, feebly and more feebly. Such mental conflict was not always uppermost. Carrie was not by any means a gloomy soul. More, she had not the mind to get firm hold upon a definite truth. When she could not find her way out of the labyrinth of ill logic which thought upon the subject created, she would turn away entirely. Drouet all the time was conducting himself in a model way for one of his sort. He took her about a great deal, spent money upon her, and when he traveled, took her with him. There were times when she would be alone for 2 or 3 days while he made the shorter circuits of his business, but, as a rule, she saw a great deal of him. "Say, Carrie," he said one morning shortly after they had so established themselves, I've invited my friend Hurstwood to come out someday and spend the evening with us." "Who is he?" asked Carrie doubtfully. "Oh, he's a nice man. He's manager of Fitzgerald and Moyes." "What's that?" said Carrie. "The finest resort in town." "It's a way up, swell place." Carrie puzzled a moment. She was wondering what Drouet had told him, what her attitude would be. "That's all right," said Drouet, feeling her thought. "He doesn't know anything. You're Mrs. Drouet now." There was something about this which struck Carrie as slightly inconsiderate. She could see that Drouet did not have the keenest sensibilities. "Why don't we get married?" she inquired, thinking of the voluble promises he had made. "Well, we will," he said, "just as soon as I get this little deal of mine closed up." He was referring to some property which he said he had, and which required so much attention, adjustment and whatnot, that somehow or other it interfered with his free moral, personal actions. "Just as soon as I get back from my Denver trip in January, we'll do it." Carrie accepted this as basis for hope. It was a sort of salve to her conscience, a pleasant way out. Under the circumstances, things would be righted. Her actions would be justified. She really was not enamored of Drouet. She was more clever than he. In a dim way, she was beginning to see where he lacked. If it had not been for this, if she had not been able to measure and judge him in a way, she would have been worse off than she was. She would have adored him. She would have been utterly wretched in her fear of not gaining his affection, of losing his interest, of being swept away and left without an anchorage. As it was, she wavered a little, slightly anxious at first to gain him completely, but later feeling at ease in waiting. She was not exactly sure what she thought of him, what she wanted to do. When Hurstwood called, she met a man who was more clever than Drouet in 100 ways. He paid that peculiar deference to women which every member of the sex appreciates. He was not overawed, he was not overbold. His great charm was attentiveness. Schooled in winning those birds of fine feather among his own sex, the merchants and professionals who visited his resort, he could use even greater tact when endeavoring to prove agreeable to someone who charmed him. In a pretty woman of any refinement of feeling whatsoever he found his greatest incentive. He was mild, placid, assured, giving the impression that he wished to be of service only to do something which would make the lady more pleased. Drouet had ability in this line himself when the game was worth the candle, but he was too much the egotist to reach the polish which Hurstwood possessed. He was too buoyant, too full of ruddy life, too assured. He succeeded with many who were not quite schooled in the art of love. He failed dismally where the woman was slightly experienced and possessed innate refinement. In the case of Carrie, he found a woman who was all of the latter but none of the former. He was lucky in the fact that opportunity tumbled into his lap, as it were. A few years later, with a little more experience, the slightest tide of success, and he had not been able to approach Carrie at all. "You ought to have a piano here, Drouet," said Hurstwood, smiling at Carrie, "on the evening in question, so that your wife could play." Drouet had not thought of that. "So we ought," he observed readily. "Oh, I don't play," ventured Carrie. "It isn't very difficult," returned Hurstwood. "You could do very well in a few weeks." He was in the best form for entertaining this evening. His clothes were particularly new and rich in appearance. The coat lapels stood out with that medium stiffness which excellent cloth possesses. The vest was of a rich Scotch plaid, set with a double row of round mother-of-pearl buttons. His cravat was a shiny combination of silken threads, not loud, not inconspicuous. What he wore did not strike the eye so forcibly as that which Drouet had on, but Carrie could see the elegance of the material. Hurstwood's shoes were of soft black calf, polished only to a dull shine. Drouet wore patent leather, but Carrie could not help feeling that there was a distinction in favor of the soft leather where all else was so rich. She noticed these things almost unconsciously. They were things which would naturally flow from the situation. She was used to Drouet's appearance. "Suppose we have a little game of euchre," suggested Hurstwood, after a light round of conversation. He was rather dexterous in avoiding everything that would suggest that he knew anything of Carrie's past. He kept away from personalities altogether and confined himself to those things which did not concern individuals at all. By his manner he put Carrie at her ease, and by his deference and pleasantries he amused her. He pretended to be seriously interested in all she said. "I don't know how to play," said Carrie. "Charlie, you are neglecting a part of your duty," he observed to Drouet most affably. "Between us, though," he went on, "we can show you." By his tact, he made Drouet feel that he admired his choice. There was something in his manner that showed that he was pleased to be there. Drouet felt really closer to him than ever before. It gave him more respect for Carrie. Her appearance came into a new light under Hurstwood's appreciation. The situation livened considerably. "Now, let me see," said Hurstwood, looking over Carrie's shoulder very deferentially. "What have you?" He studied for a moment. "That's rather good," he said. "You're lucky. Now, I'll show you how to trounce your husband. You take my advice." "Here," said Drouet. "If you two are going to scheme together, I won't stand a ghost of a show. Hurstwood's a regular sharp. No, it's your wife. She brings me luck." "Why shouldn't she win?" Carrie looked gratefully at Hurstwood and smiled at Drouet. The former took the air of a mere friend. He was simply there to enjoy himself. Anything that Carrie did was pleasing to him, nothing more. "There," he said, holding back one of his own good cards and giving Carrie a chance to take a trick. "I count that clever playing for a beginner." The latter laughed gleefully as she saw the hand coming her way. It was as if she were invincible when Hurstwood helped her. He did not look at her often. When he did, it was with a mild light in his eye. Not a shade was there of anything save geniality and kindness. He took back the shifty, clever gleam and replaced it with one of innocence. Carrie could not guess but that it was pleasure with him in the immediate thing. She felt that he considered she was doing a great deal. "It's unfair to let such playing go without earning something," he said after a time, slipping his finger into the little coin pocket of his coat. "Let's play for dimes." "All right," said Drouet, fishing for bills. Hurstwood was quicker. His fingers were full of new 10-cent pieces. "Here we are," he said, supplying each one with a little stack. "Oh, this is gambling," smiled Carrie. "It's bad." "No," said Drouet, "only fun. If you never play for more than that, you will go to heaven." "Don't you moralize," said Hurstwood to Carrie gently, "until you see what becomes of the money." Drouet smiled. "If your husband gets them, he'll tell you how bad it is." Drouet laughed loud. There was such an ingratiating tone about Hurstwood's voice, the insinuation was so perceptible that even Carrie got the humor of it. "When do you leave?" said Hurstwood to Drouet. "On Wednesday," he replied. "It's rather hard to have your husband running about like that, isn't it?" said Hurstwood, addressing Carrie. "She's going along with me this time," said Drouet. "You must both go with me to the theater before you go." "Certainly," said Drouet. Carrie, I'd like it ever so much," she replied. Hurstwood did his best to see that Carrie won the money. He rejoiced in her success, kept counting her winnings, and finally gathered and put them in her extended hand. They spread a little lunch, at which he served the wine, and afterwards he used fine tact in going. "Now," he said, addressing first Carrie and then Drouet with his eyes, "you must be ready at 7:30. I'll come and get you." They went with him to the door, and there was his cab waiting, its red lamps gleaming cheerfully in the shadow. "Now," he observed to Drouet, with a tone of good fellowship, "when you leave your wife alone, you must let me show her around a little. It will break up her loneliness." "Sure," said Drouet, quite pleased at the attention shown. "You're so kind," observed Carrie. "Not at all," said Hurstwood. "I would want your husband to do as much for me." He smiled and went lightly away. Carrie was thoroughly impressed. She had never come in contact with such grace. As for Drouet, he was equally pleased. "There's a nice man," he remarked to Carrie as they returned to their cozy chamber. "A good friend of mine, too. He seems to be," said Carrie. Chapter 11. The Purse Washing of Fashion, Feeling Girds or Its Own. Carrie was an apt student of Fortune's ways of Fortune's superficialities. Seeing a thing, she would immediately set to inquiring how she would look, properly related to it. Be it known that this is not fine feeling, it is not wisdom. The greatest minds are not so afflicted, and on the contrary, the lowest order of mind is not so disturbed. Fine clothes to her were a vast persuasion. They spoke tenderly and Jesuitically for themselves. When she came within earshot of their pleading, desire in her bent a willing ear. The voice of the so-called inanimate, who shall translate for us the language of the stones? "My dear," said the lace collar she secured from partridges, "I fit you beautifully. Don't give me up." "Ah, such little feet," said the leather of the soft new shoes. "How effectively I cover them. What a pity they should ever want my aid." Once these things were in her hand, on her person, she might dream of giving them up. The method by which they came might intrude itself so forcibly that she would ache to be rid of the thought of it, but she would not give them up. "Put on the old clothes, that torn pair of shoes," was called to her by her conscience in vain. She could possibly have conquered the fear of hunger and gone back. The thought of hard work and a narrow round of suffering would, under the last pressure of conscience, have yielded, but spoil her appearance? Be old-clothed and poor-appearing? Never. Drouet heightened her opinion on this and allied subjects in such a manner as to weaken her power of resisting their influence. It is so easy to do this when the thing opined is in the line of what we desire. In his hearty way he insisted upon her good looks. He looked at her admiringly, and she took it at its full value. Under the circumstances, she did not need to carry herself as pretty women do. She picked that knowledge up fast enough for herself. Drouet had a habit, characteristic of his kind, of looking after stylishly dressed or pretty women on the street and remarking upon them. He had just enough of the feminine love of dress to be a good judge, not of intellect, but of clothes. He saw how they set their little feet, how they carried their chins, with what grace and sinuosity they swung their bodies. A dainty, self-conscious swaying of the hips by a woman was to him as alluring as the glint of rare wine to a toper. He would turn and follow the disappearing vision with his eyes. He would thrill as a child with the unhindered passion that was in him. He loved the thing that women love in themselves, grace. At this, their own shrine, he knelt with them, an ardent devotee. "Did you see that woman who went by just now?" he said to Carrie on the first day they took a walk together. "Fine stepper, wasn't she?" Carrie looked and observed the grace commended. "Yes, she is," she returned cheerfully, a little suggestion of possible defect in herself awakening in her mind. If that was so fine, she must look at it more closely. Instinctively, she felt a desire to imitate it. Surely she could do that too. When one of her mind sees many things emphasized and re-emphasized and admired, she gathers the logic of it and applies accordingly. Drouet was not shrewd enough to see that this was not tactful. He could not see that it would be better to make her feel that she was competing with herself, not others better than herself. He would not have done it with an older, wiser woman, but in Carrie he saw only the novice. Less clever than she, he was naturally unable to comprehend her sensibility. He went on educating and wounding her, a thing rather foolish in one whose admiration for his pupil and victim was apt to grow. Carrie took the instructions affably. She saw what Drouet liked. In a vague way, she saw where he was weak. It lessens a woman's opinion of a man when she learns that his admiration is so pointedly and generously distributed. She sees but one object of supreme compliment in this world, and that is herself. If a man is to succeed with many women, he must be all in all to each. In her own apartments, Carrie saw things which were lessons in the same school. In the same house with her lived an official of one of the theaters, Mr. Frank A. Hale, manager of the Standard, and his wife, a pleasing-looking brunette of 35. They were people of a sort very common in America today, who live respectably from hand to mouth. Hale received a salary of $45 a week. His wife, quite attractive, affected the feeling of youth and objected to that sort of home life which means the care of a house and the raising of a family. Like Drouet and Carrie, they also occupied 3 rooms on the floor above. Not long after she arrived, Mrs. Hale established social relations with her, and together they went about. For a long time this was her only companionship, and the gossip of the manager's wife formed the medium through which she saw the world. Such trivialities, such praises of wealth, such conventional expression of morals as sifted through this passive creature's mind fell upon Carrie and for the while confused her. On the other hand, her own feelings were a corrective influence. The constant drag to something better was not to be denied. By those things which addressed the heart was she steadily recalled, and the apartments across the hall were a young girl and her mother. They were from Evansville, Indiana, the wife and daughter of a railroad treasurer. The daughter was here to study music, the mother to keep her company. Carrie did not make their acquaintance, but she saw the daughter coming in and going out. A few times she had seen her at the piano in the parlor, and not infrequently had heard her play. This young woman was particularly dressy for her station and wore a jeweled ring or two which flashed upon her white fingers as she played. Now Carrie was affected by music. Her nervous composition responded to certain strains, much as certain strings of a harp vibrate when a corresponding key of the piano is struck. She was delicately molded in sentiment, and answered with vague ruminations to certain wistful chords. They awoke longings for those things which she did not have. They caused her to cling closer to things she possessed. One short song the young lady played in a most soulful and tender mood. Carrie heard it through the open door from the parlor below. It was at that hour between afternoon and night when for the idle, the wanderer, things are apt to take on a wistful aspect. The mind wanders forth on far journeys and returns with sheaves of withered and departed joys. Carrie sat at her window looking out. Drouet had been away since 10 in the morning. She had amused herself with the walk, a book by Bertha M. Clay, which Drouet had left there, though she did not wholly enjoy the latter, and by changing her dress for the evening. Now she sat looking out across the park, as wistful and depressed as a nature which craves variety in life can be under such circumstances. As she contemplated her new state, the strain from the parlor below stole upward. With it her thoughts became colored and enmeshed. She reverted to the things which were best and saddest within the small limit of her experience. She became for the moment a repentant. While she was in this mood, Drouet came in, bringing with him an entirely different atmosphere. It was dusk, and Carrie had neglected to light the lamp. The fire in the grate, too, had burned low. "Where are you, Cad?" he said, using a pet name he had given her. "Here," she answered. There was something delicate and lonely in her voice, but he could not hear it. He had not the poetry in him that would seek a woman out under such circumstances and console her for the tragedy of life. Instead, he struck a match and lighted the gas. "Hello," he exclaimed, "you've been crying." Her eyes were still wet with a few vague tears. "Pshaw," he said, "you don't want to do that." He took her hand, feeling in his good-natured egotism that it was probably lack of his presence which had made her lonely. "Come on now," he went on. "It's all right." let's waltz a little to that music. He could not have introduced a more incongruous proposition. It made clear to Carrie that he could not sympathize with her. She could not have framed thoughts which would have expressed his defect or made clear the difference between them, but she felt it. It was his first great mistake. What Dre said about the girl's grace as she tripped out evenings accompanied by her mother caused Carrie to perceive the nature and value of those little modish ways which women adopt when they would presume to be something. She looked in the mirror and pursed up her lips, accompanying it with a little toss of the head as she had seen the railroad treasurer's daughter do. She caught up her skirts with an easy swing, for had not Dre remarked that in her and several others, and Carrie was naturally imitative. She began to get the hang of those little things which the pretty woman who has vanity invariably adopts. In short, her knowledge of grace doubled, and with it her appearance changed. She became a girl of considerable taste. Drew May noticed this. He saw the new bow in her hair and the new way of arranging her locks which she affected one morning. "You look fine that way, Cat," he said. "Do I?" she replied sweetly. It made her try for other effects that self-same day. She used her feet less heavily, a thing that was brought about by her attempting to imitate the treasurer's daughter's graceful carriage. How much influence the presence of that young woman in the same house had upon her, it would be difficult to say. But, because of all these things, when Hurstwood called he had found a young woman who was much more than the Carrie to whom Drouet had first spoken. The primary defects of dress and manner had passed. She was pretty, graceful, rich in the timidity born of uncertainty, and with a something childlike in her large eyes which captured the fancy of the starched and conventional poser among men. It was the ancient attraction of the fresh for the stale. If there was a touch of appreciation left in him for the bloom and unsophistication which is the charm of youth, it rekindled now. He looked into her pretty face and felt the subtle waves of young life radiating therefrom. In that large, clear eye, he could see nothing that his blasé nature could understand as guile. The little vanity, if he could have perceived it there, would have touched him as a pleasant thing. "I wonder," he said, as he rode away in his cab, "how Drouet came to win her." He gave her credit for feeling superior to Dre at the first glance. The cab plopped along between the far receding lines of gas lamps on either hand. He folded his gloved hands and saw only the lighted chamber and Carrie's face. He was pondering over the delight of youthful beauty. "I'll have a bouquet for her," he thought. "Drouet won't mind." He never for a moment concealed the fact of her attraction for himself. He troubled himself not at all about Drouet's priority. He was merely floating those gossamer threads of thought which, like the spiders, he hoped would lay hold somewhere. He did not know, he could not guess, what the result would be. A few weeks later Drouet, in his peregrinations, encountered one of his well-dressed lady acquaintances in Chicago on his return from a short trip to Omaha. He had intended to hurry out to Ogden Place and surprise Carrie, but now he fell into an interesting conversation and soon modified his original intention. "Let's go to dinner," he said. "Little recking any chance meeting which might trouble his way?" "Certainly," said his companion. They visited one of the better restaurants for a social chat. It was 5 in the afternoon when they met. It was 7:30 before the last bone was picked. Drouet was just finishing a little incident he was relating, and his face was expanding into a smile when Hurstwood's eye caught his own. The latter had come in with several friends and, seeing Drouet and some woman, not Carrie, drew his own conclusion. "Ah, the rascal," he thought, and then with the touch of righteous sympathy, "that's pretty hard on the little girl." Drouet jumped from one easy thought to another as he caught Hurstwood's eye. He felt but very little misgiving, until he saw that Hurstwood was cautiously pretending not to see. Then some of the latter's impression forced itself upon him. He thought of Carrie and their last meeting. By George, he would have to explain this to Hurstwood. Such a chance half-hour with an old friend must not have anything more attached to it than it really warranted. For the first time he was troubled. Here was a moral complication, of which could not possibly get the ends. Hurstwood would laugh at him for being a fickle boy. He would laugh with Hurstwood. Carrie would never hear. His present companion at table would never know. And yet he could not help feeling that he was getting the worst of it. There was some faint stigma attached, and he was not guilty. He broke up the dinner by becoming dull, and saw his companion on her car. Then he went home. He hasn't talked to me about any of these later flames, thought Hurstwood to himself. I think he cares for the girl out there. He ought not to think I'm knocking around, since I have just introduced him out there, thought Drouet. I saw you, Hurstwood said genially, the next time Drouet drifted into his polished resort from which he could not stay away. He raised his forefinger indicatively as parents do to children. An old acquaintance of mine that I ran into just as I was coming up from the station, explained Drouet. She used to be quite a beauty. Still attracts a little, eh? Returned the other, affecting to jest. Oh no, said Drouet, just couldn't escape her this time. How long are you here? Asked Hurstwood. Only a few days. You must bring the girl down and take dinner with me, he said. I'm afraid you keep her cooped up out there. I'll get a box for Joe Jefferson. Not me, answered the drummer. Sure, I'll come. This pleased Hurstwood immensely. He gave Drouet no credit for any feelings toward Carrie whatever. He envied him, and now, as he looked at the well-dressed jolly salesman whom he so much liked, the gleam of the rival glowed in his eye. He began to size up Drouet from the standpoints of wit and fascination. He began to look to see where he was weak. There was no disputing that, whatever he might think of him as a good fellow, he felt a certain amount of contempt for him as a lover. He could hoodwink him all right. Why, if he would just let Carrie see one such little incident as that of Thursday, it would settle the matter. He ran on and thought, almost exulting, the while he laughed and chatted, and Drouet felt nothing. He had no power of analyzing the glance and the atmosphere of a man like Hurstwood. He stood and smiled and accepted the invitation while his friend examined him with the eye of a hawk. The object of this peculiarly involved comedy was not thinking of either. She was busy adjusting her thoughts and feelings to newer conditions, and was not in danger of suffering disturbing pangs from either quarter. One evening Drouet found her dressing herself before the glass. "Cad," said he, catching her, "I believe you're getting vain." "Nothing of the kind," she returned, smiling. "Well, you're mighty pretty," he went on, slipping his arm around her. "Put on that navy blue dress of yours, and I'll take you to the show. Oh, I've promised Mrs. Hale to go with her to the exposition tonight," she returned apologetically. "You did, eh?" he said, studying the situation abstractedly. "I wouldn't care to go to that myself." "Well, I don't know," answered Carrie, puzzling, but not offering to break her promise in his favor. Just then a knock came at their door, and the maidservant handed a letter in. "He says there's an answer expected," she explained. "It's from Hurstwood," said Drouet, noting the superscription as he tore it open. "You are to come down and see Joe Jefferson with me tonight." It ran in part. "It's my turn, as we agreed the other day. All other bets are off." "Well, what do you say to this?" asked Drouet innocently, while Carrie's mind bubbled with favorable replies. "You had better decide, Charlie," she said reservedly. "I guess we had better go, if you can break that engagement upstairs," said Drouet. "Oh, I can," returned Carrie without thinking. Drouet selected writing paper, while Carrie went to change her dress. She hardly explained to herself why this latest invitation appealed to her most. "Shall I wear my hair as I did yesterday?" she asked, as she came out with several articles of apparel pending. "Sure," he returned pleasantly. She was relieved to see that he felt nothing. She did not credit her willingness to go to any fascination Hurstwood held for her. It seemed that the combination of Hurstwood, Drouet, and herself was more agreeable than anything else that had been suggested. She arrayed herself most carefully, and they started off, extending excuses upstairs. "I say," said Hurstwood as they came up the theater lobby, "we are exceedingly charming this evening." Carrie fluttered under his approving glance. "Now then," he said, leading the way up the foyer into the theater. If ever there was dressiness, it was here. It was the personification of the old term spick and span. "Did you ever see Jefferson?" he questioned, as he leaned toward Carrie in the box. "I never did," she returned. "He's delightful, delightful," he went on, giving the commonplace rendition of approval which such men know. He sent Drouet after a program, and then discoursed to Carrie concerning Jefferson as he had heard of him. The former was pleased beyond expression, and was really hypnotized by the environment, the trappings of the box, the elegance of her companion. Several times their eyes accidentally met, and then there poured into hers such a flood of feeling as she had never before experienced. She could not for the moment explain it, for in the next glance or the next move of the hand there was seeming indifference, mingled only with the kindest attention. Drouet shared in the conversation, but he was almost dull in comparison. Hurstwood entertained them both, and now it was driven into Carrie's mind that here was the superior man. She instinctively felt that he was stronger and higher, and yet withal so simple. By the end of the third act she was sure that Drouet was only a kindly soul, but otherwise defective. He sank every moment in her estimation by the strong comparison. "I have had such a nice time," said Carrie, when it was all over and they were coming out. "Yes, indeed," added Drouet, who was not in the least aware that a battle had been fought and his defenses weakened. He was like the Emperor of China, who sat glorying in himself, unaware that his fairest provinces were being wrested from him. "Well, you have saved me a dreary evening," returned Hurstwood. "Good night." He took Carrie's little hand, and a current of feeling swept from one to the other. "I'm so tired," said Carrie, leaning back in the car when Drouet began to talk. "Well, you rest a little while I smoke," he said, rising, and then he foolishly went to the forward platform of the car and left the game as it stood. Chapter 12. Of the Lamps of the Mansions, the Ambassador Plea. Mrs. Hurstwood was not aware of any of her husband's moral defections, though she might readily have suspected his tendencies, which she well understood. She was a woman upon whose action under provocation you could never count. Hurstwood, for one, had not the slightest idea of what she would do under certain circumstances. He had never seen her thoroughly aroused. In fact, she was not a woman who would fly into a passion. She had too little faith in mankind not to know that they were erring. She was too calculating to jeopardize any advantage she might gain in the way of information by fruitless clamor. Her wrath would never wreak itself in one fell blow. She would wait and brood, studying the details and adding to them until her power might be commensurate with her desire for revenge. At the same time, she would not delay to inflict any injury, big or little, which would wound the object of her revenge and still leave him uncertain as to the source of the evil. She was a cold, self-centered woman, with many a thought of her own which never found expression. Not even by so much as the glint of an eye. Hurstwood felt some of this in her nature, though he did not actually perceive it. He dwelt with her in peace and some satisfaction. He did not fear her in the least. There was no cause for it. She still took a faint pride in him, which was augmented by her desire to have her social integrity maintained. She was secretly somewhat pleased by the fact that much of her husband's property was in her name, a precaution which Hurstwood had taken when his home interests were somewhat more alluring than at present. His wife had not the slightest reason to feel that anything would ever go amiss with their household, and yet the shadows which run before gave her a thought of the good of it now and then. She was in a position to become refractory, with considerable advantage, and Hurstwood conducted himself circumspectly. because he felt that he could not be sure of anything once she became dissatisfied. It so happened that on the night when Hurstwood, Carrie, and Drouet were in the box at McVicker's, George Jr. was in the 6th row of the parquet with the daughter of H. B. Carmichael, the third partner of a wholesale dry goods house of that city. Hurstwood did not see his son, for he sat, as was his wont, as far back as possible, leaving himself just partially visible when he bent forward to those within the first 6 rows in question. It was his wont to sit this way in every theater to make his personality as inconspicuous as possible, where it would be no advantage to him to have it otherwise. He never moved but what, if there was any danger of his conduct being misconstrued or ill reported, he looked carefully about him and counted the cost of every inch of conspicuity. The next morning at breakfast, his son said, "I saw you, Governor, last night." "Were you at McVicker's?" said Hurstwood, with the best grace in the world. "Yes," said young George. "Who with?" "Miss Carmichael." Mrs. Hurstwood directed an inquiring glance at her husband, but could not judge from his appearance whether it was any more than a casual look into the theater which was referred to. "How was the play?" she inquired. "Very good," returned Hurstwood, "only it's the same old thing. Rip Van Winkle." "Whom did you go with?" queried his wife with assumed indifference. "Charlie Drouet and his wife. They are friends of Moy's, visiting here." Owing to the peculiar nature of his position, such a disclosure as this would ordinarily create no difficulty. His wife took it for granted that his situation called for certain social movements in which she might not be included. But of late he had pleaded office duty on several occasions when his wife asked for his company to any evening entertainment. He had done so in regard to the very evening in question only the morning before. "I thought you were going to be busy," she remarked very carefully. "So I was," he exclaimed. "I couldn't help the interruption, but I made up for it afterward by working until 2. This settled the discussion for the time being, but there was a residue of opinion which was not satisfactory. There was no time at which the claims of his wife could have been more unsatisfactorily pushed. For years he had been steadily modifying his matrimonial devotion and found her company dull. Now that a new light shone upon the horizon, this older luminary paled in the west. He was satisfied to turn his face away entirely, and any call to look back was irksome. She, on the contrary, was not at all inclined to accept anything less than a complete fulfillment of the letter of their relationship, though the spirit might be wanting. "We are coming downtown this afternoon," she remarked a few days later. "I want you to come over to Kensley's and meet Mr. Phillips and his wife. They're stopping at the Tremont, and we're going to show them around a little." After the occurrence of Wednesday, he could not refuse, though the Phillips were about as uninteresting as vanity and ignorance could make them. He agreed, but it was with short grace. He was angry when he left the house. "I'll put a stop to this," he thought. "I'm not going to be bothered fooling around with visitors when I have work to do." Not long after this, Mrs. Hurstwood came with a similar proposition, only it was to a matinee this time. "My dear," he returned, "I haven't time, I'm too busy." "You find time to go with other people, though," she replied with considerable irritation. "Nothing of the kind," he answered. "I can't avoid business relations, and that's all there is to it." "Well, never mind," she exclaimed. Her lips tightened. The feeling of mutual antagonism was increased. On the other hand, his interest in Dray's little shop girl grew in an almost evenly balanced proportion. That young lady, under the stress of her situation and the tutelage of her new friend, changed effectively. She had the aptitude of the struggler who seeks emancipation. The glow of a more showy life was not lost upon her. She did not grow in knowledge so much as she awakened in the matter of desire. Mrs. Hale's extended harangues upon the subjects of wealth and position taught her to distinguish between degrees of wealth. Mrs. Hale loved to drive in the afternoon in the sun when it was fine, and to satisfy her soul with the sight of those mansions and lawns which she could not afford. On the north side had been erected a number of elegant mansions along what is now known as the North Shore Drive. The present lake wall of stone and granitoid was not then in place, but the road had been well laid out, the intermediate spaces of lawn were lovely to look upon, and the houses were thoroughly new and imposing. When the winter season had passed and the first fine days of the early spring appeared, Mrs. Hale secured a buggy for an afternoon and invited Carrie. They rode first through Lincoln Park and on far out towards Evanston, turning back at 4 and arriving at the north end of the Shore Drive at about 5 o'clock. At this time of year the days are still comparatively short, and the shadows of the evening were beginning to settle down upon the great city. Lamps were beginning to burn with that mellow radiance which seems almost watery and translucent to the eye. There was a softness in the air which speaks with an infinite delicacy of feeling to the flesh as well as to the soul. Carrie felt that it was a lovely day. She was ripened by it in spirit for many suggestions. As they drove along the smooth pavement an occasional carriage passed. She saw one stop and the footman dismount, opening the door for a gentleman who seemed to be leisurely returning from some afternoon pleasure. Across the broad lawns, now first freshening into green, she saw lamps faintly glowing upon rich interiors. Now it was but a chair, now a table, now an ornate corner which met her eye. But it appealed to her as almost nothing else could. Such childish fancies as she had had of fairy palaces and kingly quarters now came back. She imagined that across these richly carved entranceways, where the globed and crystalled lamps shone upon paneled doors set with stained and designed panes of glass, was neither care nor unsatisfied desire. She was perfectly certain that here was happiness. If she could but stroll up yon broad walk, cross that rich entranceway which to her was of the beauty of a jewel, and sweep in grace and luxury to possession and command. Oh! How quickly would sadness flee, how in an instant would the heartache end. She gazed and gazed, wondering, delighting, longing, and all the while the siren voice of the unrestful was whispering in her ear. "If we could have such a home as that," said Mrs. Hale sadly, "how delightful it would be." "And yet they do say," said Carrie, "that no one is ever happy." She had heard so much of the canting philosophy of the grapeless box. "I notice," said Mrs. Hale, "that they all try mighty hard, though, to take their misery in a mansion." When she came to her own rooms, Carrie saw their comparative insignificance. She was not so dull but that she could perceive they were but 3 small rooms in a moderately well-furnished boarding house. She was not contrasting it now with what she had had, but what she had so recently seen. The glow of the palatial doors was still in her eye, the roll of cushioned carriages still in her ears. What, after all, was Drouet? What was she? At her window she thought it over, rocking to and fro and gazing out across the lamp-lit park toward the lamp-lit houses on Warren and Ashland Avenues. She was too wrought up to care to go down to eat, too pensive to do aught but rock and sing. Some old tunes crept to her lips, and, as she sang them, her heart sank. She longed and longed and longed. It was now for the old cottage room in Columbia City, now the mansion upon the Shore Drive, now the fine dress of some lady, now the elegance of some scene. She was sad beyond measure, and yet uncertain, wishing, fancying. Finally, it seemed as if all her state was one of loneliness and forsakenness, and she could scarce refrain from trembling at the lip. She hummed and hummed as the moments went by, sitting in the shadow by the window, and was therein as happy, though she did not perceive it, as she ever would be. While Carrie was still in this frame of mind, the house servant brought up the intelligence that Mr. Hurstwood was in the parlor asking to see Mr. and Mrs. Drouet. "I guess he doesn't know that Charlie is out of town," thought Carrie. She had seen comparatively little of the manager during the winter, but had been kept constantly in mind of him by one thing and another, principally strong impression he had made. She was quite disturbed for the moment as to her appearance, but soon satisfied herself by the aid of the mirror, and went below. Hurstwood was in his best form as usual. He hadn't heard that Drouet was out of town. He was but slightly affected by the intelligence and devoted himself to the more general topics which would interest Carrie. It was surprising the ease with which he conducted a conversation. He was like every man who has had the advantage of practice and knows he has sympathy. He knew that Carrie listened to him pleasurably, and without the least effort, he fell into a train of observation which absorbed her fancy. He drew up his chair and modulated his voice to such a degree that what he said seemed wholly confidential. He confined himself almost exclusively to his observation of men and pleasures. He had been here and there, he had seen this and that. Somehow he made Carrie wish to see similar things, and all the while kept her aware of himself. She could not shut out the consciousness of his individuality and presence for a moment. He would raise his eyes slowly in smiling emphasis of something, and she was fixed by their magnetism. He would draw out, with the easiest grace, her approval. Once he touched her hand for emphasis, and she only smiled. He seemed to radiate an atmosphere which suffused her being. He was never dull for a minute and seemed to make her clever. At least she brightened under his influence until all her best side was exhibited. She felt that she was more clever with him than with others. At least, he seemed to find so much in her to applaud. There was not the slightest touch of patronage. Drouet was full of it. There had been something so personal, so subtle in each meeting between them, both when Drouet was present and when he was absent, that Carrie could not speak of it without feeling a sense of difficulty. She was no talker. She could never arrange her thoughts in fluent order. It was always a matter of feeling with her, strong and deep. Each time there had been no sentence of importance which she could relate, and as for the glances and sensations, what woman would reveal them? Such things had never been between her and Drouet. As a matter of fact, they could never be. She had been dominated by distress and the enthusiastic forces of relief which Drouet represented at an opportune moment when she yielded to him. Now she was persuaded by secret current feelings which Drouet had never understood. Hurstwood's glance was as effective as the spoken words of a lover, and more. They called for no immediate decision and could not be answered. People in general attach too much importance to words. They are under the illusion that talking affects great results. As a matter of fact, words are, as a rule, the shallowest portion of all the argument. They but dimly represent the great surging feelings and desires which lie behind. When the distraction of the tongue is removed, the heart listens. In this conversation she heard, instead of his words, the voices of the things which he represented. How suave was the counsel of his appearance! How feelingly did his superior state speak for itself! The growing desire he felt for her lay upon her spirit as a gentle hand. She did not need to tremble at all, because it was invisible. She did not need to worry over what other people would say, what she herself would say, because it had no tangibility. She was being pleaded with, persuaded, led into denying old rights and assuming new ones, and yet there were no words to prove it. Such conversation as was indulged and held the same relationship to the actual mental enactments of the twain that the low music of the orchestra does to the dramatic incident which it is used to cover. "Have you ever seen the houses along the lake shore on the north side?" asked Hurstwood. "Why, I was just over there this afternoon, Mrs. Hale and I. Aren't they beautiful?" "They're very fine," he answered. "Oh, me," said Carrie pensively. "I wish I could live in such a place." "You're not happy," said Hurstwood slowly, after a slight pause. He had raised his eyes solemnly and was looking into her own. He assumed that he had struck a deep chord. Now was a slight chance to say a word in his own behalf. He leaned over quietly and continued his steady gaze. He felt the critical character of the period. She endeavored to stir, but it was useless. The whole strength of a man's nature was working. He had good cause to urge him on. He looked, and the longer the situation lasted, the more difficult it became. The little shop girl was getting into deep water. She was letting her few supports float away from her. "Oh," she said at last, "you mustn't look at me like that." "I can't help it," he answered. She relaxed a little and let the situation endure, giving him strength. "You are not satisfied with life, are you?" "No," she answered weakly. He saw he was the master of the situation, he felt it. He reached over and touched her hand. "You mustn't," she exclaimed, jumping up. "I didn't intend to," he answered easily. She did not run away, as she might have done. She did not terminate the interview, but he drifted off into a pleasant field of thought with the readiest grace. Not long after he rose to go, and she felt that he was in power. "You mustn't feel bad," he said kindly. "Things will straighten out in the course of time." She made no answer because she could think of nothing to say. "We are good friends, aren't we?" he said, extending his hand. "Yes," she answered. "Not a word, then, until I see you again." He retained a hold on her hand. "I can't promise," she said doubtfully. "You must be more generous than that," he said, in such a simple way that she was touched. "Let's not talk about it any more," she returned. "All right," he said, brightening. He went down the steps and into his cab. Carrie closed the door and ascended into her room. She undid her broad lace collar before the mirror and unfastened her pretty alligator belt, which she had recently bought. "I'm getting terrible," she said, honestly affected by a feeling of trouble and shame. "I don't seem to do anything right." She unloosed her hair after a time and let it hang in loose brown waves. Her mind was going over the events of the evening. "I don't know," she murmured at last, "what I can do." "Well," said Hurstwood as he rode away, "she likes me all right, that I know." The aroused manager whistled merrily for a good 4 miles to his office, an old melody that he had not recalled for 15 years. Chapter 13. His Creedles AC Septed, a Babel of Tongues. It was not quite 2 days after the scene between Carrie and Hurstwood in the Ogden Place parlor before he again put in his appearance. He had been thinking almost uninterruptedly of her. Her leniency had, in a way, inflamed his regard. He felt that he must succeed with her, and that speedily. The reason for his interest, not to say fascination, was deeper than mere desire. It was a flowering out of feelings which had been withering in dry and almost barren soil for many years. It is probable that Carrie represented a better order of woman than had ever attracted him before. He had had no love affair since that which culminated in his marriage, and since then time and the world had taught him how raw and erroneous was his original judgment. Whenever he thought of it, he told himself that, if he had it to do over again, he would never marry such a woman. At the same time, his experience with women in general had lessened his respect for the sex. He maintained a cynical attitude, well grounded on numerous experiences. Such women as he had known were of nearly one type: selfish, ignorant, flashy. The wives of his friends were not inspiring to look upon. His own wife had developed a cold, commonplace nature which to him was anything but pleasing. What he knew of that underworld where grovel the beat men of society, and he knew a great deal, had hardened his nature. He looked upon most women with suspicion, a single eye to the utility of beauty and dress. He followed them with a keen, suggestive glance. At the same time, he was not so dull but that a good woman commanded his respect. Personally, he did not attempt to analyze the marble of a saintly woman. He would take off his hat and would silence the light-tongued and the vicious in her presence, much as the Irish keeper of a Bowery hall will humble himself before a sister of mercy and pay toll to charity with a willing and reverent hand. But he would not think much upon the question of why he did so. A man in his situation who comes, after a long round of worthless or hardening experiences, upon a young, unsophisticated, innocent soul, is apt either to hold aloof, out of a sense of his own remoteness, or to draw near and become fascinated and elated by his discovery. It is only by a roundabout process that such men ever do draw near such a girl. They have no method, no understanding of how to ingratiate themselves in youthful favor, save when they find virtue in the toils. If, unfortunately, the fly has got caught in the net, the spider can come forth and talk business upon its own terms. So when maidenhood has wandered into the moil of the city, when it is brought within the circle of the rounder and the roué, even though it be at the outermost rim, they can come forth and use their alluring arts. Hurstwood had gone, at Drouet's invitation, to meet a new baggage of fine clothes and pretty features. He entered, expecting to indulge in an evening of lightsome frolic, and then lose track of the newcomer forever. Instead, he found a woman whose youth and beauty attracted him. In the mild light of Carrie's eye was nothing of the calculation of the mistress, and the diffident manner was nothing of the art of the courtesan. He saw at once that a mistake had been made, that some difficult conditions had pushed this troubled creature into his presence, and his interest was enlisted. Here sympathy sprang to the rescue, but it was not unmixed with selfishness. He wanted to win Carrie because he thought her fate mingled with his was better than if it were united with Dreiser's. He envied the drummer his conquest, as he had never envied any man in all the course of his experience. Carrie was certainly better than this man, as she was superior mentally to Drouet. She came fresh from the air of the village, the light of the country still in her eye. Here was neither guile nor rapacity. There were slight inherited traits of both in her, but they were rudimentary. She was too full of wonder and desire to be greedy. She still looked about her upon the great maze of the city without understanding. Hurstwood felt the bloom and the youth. He picked her as he would the fresh fruit of a tree. He felt as fresh in her presence as one who is taken out of the flash of summer to the first cool breath of spring. Carrie, left alone since the scene in question, and having no one with whom to counsel, had at first wandered from one strange mental conclusion to another, until at last, tired out, she gave it up. She owed something to Drouet, she thought. It did not seem more than yesterday that he had aided her when she was worried and distressed. She had the kindliest feelings for him in every way. She gave him credit for his good looks, his generous feelings, and even, in fact, failed to recollect his egotism when he was absent. But she could not feel any binding influence keeping her, for him, as against all others. In fact, such a thought had never had any grounding, even in Drouet's desires. The truth is that this goodly drummer carried the doom of all enduring relationships in his own lightsome manner and unstable fancy. He went merrily on, assured that he was alluring all, that affection followed tenderly in his wake. That things would endure unchangingly for his pleasure. When he missed some old face or found some door finally shut to him, it did not grieve him deeply. He was too young, too successful. He would remain thus young in spirit until he was dead. As for Hurstwood, he was alive with thoughts and feelings concerning Carrie. He had no definite plans regarding her, but he was determined to make her confess an affection for him. He thought he saw in her drooping eye, her unstable glance, her wavering manner, the symptoms of a budding passion. He wanted to stand near her and make her lay her hand in his. He wanted to find out what her next step would be, what the next sign of feeling for him would be. Such anxiety and enthusiasm had not affected him for years. He was a youth again in feeling, a cavalier in action. In his position, opportunity for taking his evenings out was excellent. He was a most faithful worker in general, and a man who commanded the confidence of his employers in so far as the distribution of his time was concerned. He could take such hours off as he chose, for it was well known that he fulfilled his managerial duties successfully, whatever time he might take. His grace, tact, and ornate appearance gave the place an air which was most essential, while at the same time his long experience made him a most excellent judge of its stock necessities. Bartenders and assistants might come and go, singly or in groups, but so long as he was present, the host of old-time customers would barely notice the change. He gave the place the atmosphere to which they were used. Consequently, he arranged his hours very much to suit himself, taking now an afternoon, now an evening, but invariably returning between 11 and 12 to witness the last hour or two of the day's business and look after the closing details. You see that things are safe and all the employees are out when you go home. George, Moy had once remarked to him, and he never once, in all the period of his long service, neglected to do this. Neither of the owners had for years been in the resort after 5 in the afternoon, and yet their manager as faithfully fulfilled this request as if they had been there regularly to observe. On this Friday afternoon, scarcely 2 days after his previous visit, he made up his mind to see Carrie. He could not stay away longer. "Evans," he said, addressing the head barkeeper, "if anyone calls, I will be back between 4 and 5. He hurried to Madison Street and boarded a horse car, which carried him to Ogden Place in half an hour. Carrie had thought of going for a walk, and had put on a light gray woolen dress with a jaunty double-breasted jacket. She had out her hat and gloves, and was fastening a white lace tie about her throat when the housemaid brought up the information that Mr. Hurstwood wished to see her. She started slightly at the announcement, but told a girl to say that she would come down in a moment, and proceeded to hasten her dressing. Carrie could not have told herself at this moment whether she was glad or sorry that the impressive manager was awaiting her presence. She was slightly flurried and tingling in the cheeks, but it was more nervousness than either fear or favor. She did not try to conjecture what the drift of the conversation would be. She only felt that she must be careful, and that Hurstwood had an indefinable fascination for her. Then she gave her tie its last touch with her fingers and went below. The deep-feeling manager was himself a little strained in the nerves by the thorough consciousness of his mission. He felt that he must make a strong play on this occasion, but now that the hour was come, and he heard Carrie's feet upon the stair, his nerve failed him. He sank a little in determination, for he was not so sure, after all, what her opinion might be. When she entered the room, however, her appearance gave him courage. She looked simple and charming enough to strengthen the daring of any lover. Her apparent nervousness dispelled his own. "How are you?" he said easily. "I could not resist the temptation to come out this afternoon. It was so pleasant." "Yes," said Carrie, halting before him. "I was just preparing to go for a walk myself." "Oh, were you?" he said. "Supposing, then, you get your hat and we both go." They crossed the park and went west along Washington Boulevard, beautiful, with its broad macadamized road and large frame houses set back from the sidewalks. It was a street where many of the more prosperous residents of the West Side lived, and Hurstwood could not help feeling nervous over the publicity of it. They had gone but a few blocks when a livery stable sign in one of the side streets solved the difficulty for him. He would take her to drive along the new boulevard. The boulevard at that time was little more than a country road. The part he intended showing her was much farther out, on this same west side, where there was scarcely a house. It connected Douglas Park with Washington or South Park, and was nothing more than a neatly made road, running due south for some 5 miles over an open, grassy prairie, and then due east over the same kind of prairie for the same distance. There was not a house to be encountered anywhere along the larger part of the route, and any conversation would be pleasantly free of interruption. At the stable he picked a gentle horse, and they were soon out of range of either public observation or hearing. "Can you drive?" he said after a time. "I never tried," said Carrie. He put the reins in her hand and folded his arms. "You see, there's nothing to it much," he said smilingly. "Not when you have a gentle horse," said Carrie. "You can handle a horse as well as anyone, after a little practice," he added encouragingly. He had been looking for some time for a break in the conversation, when he could give it a serious turn. Once or twice he had held his peace, hoping that in silence her thoughts would take the color of his own, but she had lightly continued the subject. Presently, however, his silence controlled the situation. The drift of his thoughts began to tell. He gazed fixedly at nothing in particular, as if he were thinking of something which concerned her not at all. His thoughts, however, spoke for themselves. She was very much aware that a climax was pending. "Do you know," he said, "I have spent the happiest evenings in years since I have known you." "Have you?" she said with assumed airiness, but still excited by the conviction which the tone of his voice carried. "I was going to tell you the other evening," he added, "but somehow the opportunity slipped away." Carrie was listening without attempting to reply. She could think of nothing worthwhile to say. Despite all the ideas concerning right which had troubled her vaguely since she had last seen him, she was now influenced again strongly in his favor. "I came out here today," he went on solemnly, "to tell you just how I feel, to see if you wouldn't listen to me." Hurstwood was something of a romanticist after his kind. He was capable of strong feelings, often poetic ones, and under a stress of desire, such as the present, he waxed eloquent. That is, his feelings and his voice were colored with that seeming repression and pathos which is the essence of eloquence. "You know," he said, putting his hand on her arm and keeping a strange silence while he formulated words, "that I love you." Carrie did not stir at the words. She was bound up completely in the man's atmosphere. He would have church-like silence in order to express his feelings, and she kept it. She did not move her eyes from the flat open scene before her. Hurstwood waited for a few moments, and then repeated the words. "You must not say that," she said weakly. Her words were not convincing at all. They were the result of a feeble thought that something ought to be said. He paid no attention to them whatever. "Carrie," he said, using her first name with sympathetic familiarity, "I want you to love me. You don't know how much I need someone to waste a little affection on me. I am practically alone. There is nothing in my life that is pleasant or delightful. It's all work and worry with people who are nothing to me." As he said this, Hurstwood really imagined that his state was pitiful. He had the ability to get off at a distance and view himself objectively, of seeing what he wanted to see in the things which made up his existence. Now, as he spoke, his voice trembled with that peculiar vibration which is the result of tensity. It went ringing home to his companion's heart. "Why, I should think," she said, turning upon him large eyes which were full of sympathy and feeling, "that you would be very happy. You know so much of the world." "That is it," he said, his voice dropping to a soft minor. "I know too much of the world." It was an important thing to her to hear one so well positioned and powerful speaking in this manner. She could not help feeling the strangeness of her situation. How was it that in so little a while the narrow life of the country had fallen from her as a garment, and the city, with all its mystery, taken its place? Here was this greatest mystery, the man of money and affairs, sitting beside her, appealing to her. Behold, he had ease and comfort, his strength was great, his position high, his clothing rich, and yet he was appealing to her. She could formulate no thought which would be just and right. She troubled herself no more upon the matter. She only basked in the warmth of his feeling, which was as a grateful blaze to one who is cold. Hurstwood glowed with his own intensity, and the heat of his passion was already melting the wax of his companion's scruples. "You think," he said, "I am happy, that I ought not to complain?" If you were to meet all day with people who care absolutely nothing about you, if you went day after day to a place where there was nothing but show and indifference, if there was not one person in all those you knew to whom you could appeal for sympathy or talk to with pleasure, perhaps you would be unhappy too. He was striking a chord now which found sympathetic response in her own situation. She knew what it was to meet with people who were indifferent, to walk alone amid so many who cared absolutely nothing about you. Had not she, was not she at this very moment quite alone? Who was there among all whom she knew to whom she could appeal for sympathy? Not one. She was left to herself to brood and wonder. "I could be content," went on Hurstwood, "if I had you to love me, if I had you to go to, you for a companion. As it is, I simply move about from place to place without any satisfaction. Time hangs heavily on my hands. Before you came, I did nothing but idle and drift into anything that offered itself. Since you came, well, I've had you to think about." The old illusion that here was someone who needed her aid began to grow in Carrie's mind. She truly pitied this sad, lonely figure. To think that all his fine state should be so barren for want of her, that he needed to make such an appeal, when she herself was lonely and without anchor. Surely this was too bad. "I am not very bad," he said, apologetically, as if he owed it to her to explain on this score. "You think, probably, that I roam around and get into all sorts of evil. I have been rather reckless, but I could easily come out of that. I need you to draw me back if my life ever amounts to anything." Carrie looked at him with the tenderness which virtue ever feels in its hope of reclaiming vice. How could such a man need reclaiming? His errors, what were they that she could correct? Small they must be, where all was so fine. At worst, they were gilded affairs, and with what leniency are gilded errors viewed. He put himself in such a lonely light that she was deeply moved. "Is it that way?" she mused. He slipped his arm about her waist, and she could not find the heart to draw away. With his free hand he seized upon her fingers. A breath of soft spring wind went bounding over the road, rolling some brown twigs of the previous autumn before it. The horse paced leisurely on, unguided. "Tell me," he said softly, "that you love me." Her eyes fell consciously. "Own to it, dear," he said feelingly. "You do, don't you?" She made no answer, but he felt his victory. "Tell me," he said richly, drawing her so close that their lips were near together. He pressed her hand warmly and then released it to touch her cheek. "You do," he said, pressing his lips to her own. For answer her lips replied. "Now," he said joyously, his fine eyes ablaze, "you're my own girl, aren't you?" By way of further conclusion, her head lay softly upon his shoulder. Chapter 14. We Escent Not Seeing. One Influence Wans. Carrie in her rooms that evening was in a fine glow, physically and mentally. She was deeply rejoicing in her affection for Hurstwood and his love, and looked forward with fine fancy to their next meeting Sunday night. They had agreed, without any feeling of enforced secrecy, that she should come downtown and meet him, though, after all, the need of it was the cause. Mrs. Hale, from her upper window, saw her come in. She thought to herself, she goes riding with another man when her husband is out of the city. He had better keep an eye on her. The truth is that Mrs. Hale was not the only one who had a thought on the score. The housemaid who had welcomed Hurstwood had her opinion also. She had no particular regard for Carrie, whom she took to be cold and disagreeable. At the same time, she had a fancy for the merry and easy-mannered Drouet, who threw her a pleasant remark now and then, and in other ways extended her the evidence of that regard which he had for all members of the sex. Hurstwood was more reserved and critical in his manner. He did not appeal to this bodiced functionary in the same pleasant way. She wondered that he came so frequently that Mrs. Drouet should go out with him this afternoon when Mr. Drouet was absent. She gave vent to her opinions in the kitchen where the cook was. As a result, a hum of gossip was set going, which moved about the house in that secret manner common to gossip. Carrie, now that she had yielded sufficiently to Hurstwood to confess her affection, no longer troubled about her attitude towards him. Temporarily she gave little thought to Drouet, thinking only of the dignity and grace of her lover and of his consuming affection for her. On the first evening, she did little but go over the details of the afternoon. It was the first time her sympathies had ever been thoroughly aroused, and they threw a new light on her character. She had some power of initiative, latent before, which now began to exert itself. She looked more practically upon her state and began to see glimmerings of a way out. Hurstwood seemed to drag in the direction of honor. Her feelings were exceedingly creditable in that they constructed out of these recent developments something which conquered freedom from dishonor. She had no idea what Hurstwood's next word would be. She only took his affection to be a fine thing and appended better, more generous results accordingly. As yet, Hurstwood had only a thought of pleasure without responsibility. He did not feel that he was doing anything to complicate his life. His position was secure, his home life, if not satisfactory, was at least undisturbed, his personal liberty rather untrammeled. Carrie's love represented only so much added pleasure. He would enjoy this new gift over and above his ordinary allowance of pleasure. He would be happy with her, and his own affairs would go on as they had, undisturbed. On Sunday evening, Carrie dined with him at a place he had selected in East Adams Street, and thereafter they took a cab to what was then a pleasant evening resort out on Cottage Grove Avenue near 39th Street. In the process of his declaration, he soon realized that Carrie took his love upon a higher basis than he had anticipated. She kept him at a distance in a rather earnest way and submitted only to those tender tokens of affection which better become the inexperienced lover. Hurstwood saw that she was not to be possessed for the asking, and deferred pressing his suit too warmly. Since he feigned to believe in her married state, he found that he had to carry out the part. His triumph, he saw, was still at a little distance, how far he could not guess. They were returning to Ogden Place in the cab when he asked, "When will I see you again?" "I don't know," she answered, wondering herself. "Why not come down to the fair?" he suggested. "Next Tuesday?" She shook her head. "Not so soon," she answered. "I'll tell you what I'll do," he added. "I'll write you, care of this West Side Post Office. Could you call next Tuesday?" Carrie assented. The cab stopped one door out of the way according to his call. "Good night," he whispered as the cab rolled away. Unfortunately for the smooth progression of this affair, Drouet returned. Hurstwood was sitting in his imposing little office the next afternoon when he saw Drouet enter. "Why, hello, Charles," he called affably. "Back again?" "Yes," smiled Drouet, approaching and looking in at the door. Hurstwood arose. "Well," he said, looking the drummer over, "rosy as ever, eh?" They began talking of the people they knew and things that had happened. "Been home yet?" finally asked Hurstwood. "No, I am going, though," said Drouet. "I remembered the little girl out there," said Hurstwood, "and called once. Thought you wouldn't want her left quite alone." "Right you are," agreed Drouet. "How is she?" "Very well," said Hurstwood. "Rather anxious about you, though. You'd better go out now and cheer her up." "I will," said Drouet smilingly. "Like to have you both come down and go to the show with me Wednesday," concluded Hurstwood at parting. "Thanks, old man," said his friend. "I'll see what the girl says and let you know." They separated in the most cordial manner. "There's a nice fellow," Drouet thought to himself as he turned the corner towards Madison. "Drouet is a good fellow," Hurstwood thought to himself as he went back into his office, "but he's no man for Carrie." The thought of the latter turned his mind into a most pleasant vein, and he wondered how he would get ahead of the drummer. When Drouet entered Carrie's presence, he caught her in his arms as usual, but she responded to his kiss with a tremor of opposition. "Well," he said, "I had a great trip." "Did you? How did you come out with that lacrosse man you were telling me about?" "Oh, fine. Sold him a complete line. There was another fellow there, representing Bernstein. A regular hook-nosed sheeny, but he wasn't in it. I made him look like nothing at all." As he undid his collar and unfastened his studs, preparatory to washing his face and changing his clothes, he dilated upon his trip. Carrie could not help listening with amusement to his animated descriptions. "I tell you," he said, "I surprised the people at the office. I've sold more goods this last quarter than any other man of our house on the road. I sold $3,000 worth in lacrosse." He plunged his face in the basin of water and puffed and blew as he rubbed his neck and ears with his hands, while Carrie gazed upon him with mingled thoughts of recollection and present judgment. He was still wiping his face when he continued, "I'm going to strike for a raise in June. They can afford to pay it, as much business as I turn in. I'll get it too, don't you forget." "I hope you do," said Carrie. "And then if that little real estate deal I've got on goes through, we'll get married," he said with a great show of earnestness, the while he took his place before the mirror and began brushing his hair. "I don't believe you ever intend to marry me, Charlie," Carrie said ruefully. The recent protestations of Hurstwood had given her courage to say this. "Oh, yes, I do. Course, I do what put that into your head." He had stopped his trifling before the mirror now and crossed over to her. For the first time, Carrie felt as if she must move away from him. "But you've been saying that so long," she said, looking with her pretty face upturned into his. "Well, and I mean it too, but it takes money to live as I want to. Now, when I get this increase, I can come pretty near fixing things all right, and I'll do it. Now, don't you worry, girlie." He patted her reassuringly upon the shoulder, but Carrie felt how really futile had been her hopes. She could clearly see that this easygoing soul intended no move in her behalf. He was simply letting things drift because he preferred the free round of his present state to any legal trammellings. In contrast, Hurstwood appeared strong and sincere. He had no easy manner of putting her off. He sympathized with her and showed her what her true value was. He needed her, while Drouet did not care. "Oh no," she said remorsefully, her tone reflecting some of her own success and more of her helplessness. "You never will." "Well, you wait a little while and see," he concluded. "I'll marry you all right." Carrie looked at him and felt justified. She was looking for something which would calm her conscience, and here it was, a light, airy disregard of her claims upon his justice. He had faithfully promised to marry her, and this was the way he fulfilled his promise. "Say," he said, after he had, as he thought, pleasantly disposed of the marriage question, "I saw Hurstwood today, and he wants us to go to the theater with him." Carrie started at the name, but recovered quickly enough to avoid notice. "When?" she asked, with assumed indifference. "Wednesday. We'll go, won't we?" "If you think so," she answered, her manner being so enforcedly reserved as to almost excite suspicion. Drouet noticed something, but he thought it was due to her feelings concerning their talk about marriage. "He called once," he said. "Yes," said Carrie, "he was out here Sunday evening." "Was he?" said Drouet. "I thought from what he said that he had called a week or so ago." "So he did," answered Carrie, who was wholly unaware of what conversation her lovers might have held. She was all at sea mentally, and fearful of some entanglement which might ensue from what she would answer. "Oh, then he called twice?" said Drouet, the first shade of misunderstanding showing in his face. "Yes," said Carrie innocently, feeling now that Hurstwood must have mentioned but one call. Drouet imagined that he must have misunderstood his friend. He did not attach particular importance to the information after all. What did he have to say? he queried, with slightly increased curiosity. He said he came because he thought I might be lonely. You hadn't been in there so long, he wondered what had become of you. George is a fine fellow, said Drouet, rather gratified by his conception of the manager's interest. Come on, and we'll go out to dinner. When Hurstwood saw that Drouet was back, he wrote at once to Carrie, saying, I told him I called on you, dearest, when he was away. I did not say how often, but he probably thought once. Let me know of anything you may have said. Answer by special messenger when you get this. And darling, I must see you. Let me know if you can't meet me at Jackson and Throop Streets Wednesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. I want to speak with you before we meet at the theater. Carrie received this Tuesday morning when she called at the West Side branch of the post office and answered at once. I said you called twice, she wrote. He didn't seem to mind. I will try and be at Throop Street if nothing interferes. I seem to be getting very bad. It's wrong to act as I do, I know. Hurstwood, when he met her as agreed, reassured her on this score. You mustn't worry, sweetheart, he said. Just as soon as he goes on the road again, we will arrange something. We'll fix it so that you won't have to deceive anyone. Carrie imagined that he would marry her at once, though he had not directly said so, and her spirits rose. She proposed to make the best of the situation until Drouet left again. Don't show any more interest in me than you ever have, Hurstwood counseled concerning the evening at the theater. You mustn't look at me steadily then, she answered, mindful of the power of his eyes. I won't, he said, squeezing her hand at parting and giving the glance she had just cautioned against. There, she said playfully, pointing a finger at him. The show hasn't begun yet, he returned. He watched her walk from him with tender solicitation. Such youth and prettiness reacted upon him more subtly than wine. At the theater, things passed as they had in Hurstwood's favor. If he had been pleasing to Carrie before, how much more so was he now? His grace was more permeating because it found a readier medium. Carrie watched his every movement with pleasure. She almost forgot poor Drouet, who babbled on as if he were the host. Hurstwood was too clever to give the slightest indication of a change. He paid, if anything, more attention to his old friend than usual, and yet in no way held him up to that subtle ridicule which a lover in favor may so secretly practice before the mistress of his heart. If anything, he felt the injustice of the game as it stood, and was not cheap enough to add to it the slightest mental taunt. Only the play produced an ironical situation, and this was due to Drouet alone. The scene was one in the Covenant, in which the wife listened to the seductive voice of a lover in the absence of her husband. Served him right, said Drouet afterward, even in view of her keen expiation of her error. I haven't any pity for a man who would be such a chump as that. Well, you never can tell, returned Hurstwood gently. He probably thought he was right. Well, a man ought to be more attentive than that to his wife if he wants to keep her. They had come out of the lobby and made their way through the showy crush about the entranceway. Say, mister, said a voice at Hurstwood's side, would you mind giving me the price of a bed? Hurstwood was interestedly remarking to Carrie, Honest to God, mister, I'm without a place to sleep. The plea was that of a gaunt-faced man of about 30 who looked the picture of privation and wretchedness. Drouet was the first to see. He handed over a dime with an upwelling feeling of pity in his heart. Hurstwood scarcely noticed the incident. Carrie quickly forgot. Chapter 15. The IRK of the Old Ties, the Magic of Youth. The complete ignoring by Hurstwood of his own home came with the growth of his affection for Carrie. His actions, in all that related to his family, were of the most perfunctory kind. He sat at breakfast with his wife and children, absorbed in his own fancies, which reached far without the realm of their interests. He read his paper, which was heightened in interest by the shallowness of the themes discussed by his son and daughter. Between himself and his wife ran a river of indifference. Now that Carrie had come, he was in a fair way to be blissful again. There was delight in going downtown evenings. When he walked forth in the short days, the street lamps had a merry twinkle. He began to experience the almost forgotten feeling which hastens the lover's feet. When he looked at his fine clothes, he saw them with her eyes, and her eyes were young. When in the flush of such feelings he heard his wife's voice, when the insistent demands of matrimony recalled him from dreams to a stale practice, how it grated, he then knew that this was a chain which bound his feet. "George," said Mrs. Hurstwood, in that tone of voice which had long since come to be associated in his mind with demands, "we want you to get us a season ticket to the races." "Do you want to go to all of them?" he said with a rising inflection. "Yes," she answered. The races in question were soon to open at Washington Park on the South Side, and were considered quite society affairs among those who did not affect religious rectitude and conservatism. Mrs. Hurstwood had never asked for a whole season ticket before, but this year certain considerations decided her to get a box. For one thing, one of her neighbors, a certain Mr. and Mrs. Ramsay, who were possessors of money made out of the coal business, had done so. In the next place, her favorite physician, Dr. Beale, a gentleman inclined to horses and betting, had talked with her concerning his intention to enter a 2-year-old in the Derby. In the third place, she wished to exhibit Jessica, who was gaining in maturity and beauty, and whom she hoped to marry to a man of means. Her own desire to be about in such things and parade among her acquaintances and common throng was as much an incentive as anything. Hurstwood thought over the proposition a few moments without answering. They were in the sitting room on the second floor, waiting for supper. It was the evening of his engagement with Carrie and Jure to see the Covenant, which had brought him home to make some alterations in his dress. "You're sure separate tickets wouldn't do as well?" he asked, hesitating to say anything more rugged. "No," she replied impatiently. "Well," he said, taking offense at her manner, "you needn't get mad about it. I'm just asking you." "I'm not mad," she snapped. "I'm merely asking you for a season ticket. And I'm telling you," he returned, fixing a clear, steady eye on her, "that it's no easy thing to get. I'm not sure whether the manager will give it to me." He had been thinking all the time of his pull with the racetrack magnates. "We can buy it then," she exclaimed sharply. "You talk easy," he said. "A season family ticket costs $150. "I'll not argue with you," she replied with determination. "I want the ticket and—" That's all there is to it. She had risen and now walked angrily out of the room. "Well, you get it then," he said grimly, though in a modified tone of voice. As usual, the table was one short that evening. The next morning he had cooled down considerably, and later the ticket was duly secured, though it did not heal matters. He did not mind giving his family a fair share of all that he earned, but he did not like to be forced to provide against his will. "Did you know, Mother," said Jessica another day, "the Spencers are getting ready to go away?" "No. Where, I wonder?" "Europe," said Jessica. "I met Georgine yesterday, and she told me. She just put on more airs about it." "Did she say when?" "Monday, I think." "They'll get a notice in the papers again. They always do." "Never mind," said Mrs. Hurstwood consolingly. "We'll go one of these days." Hurstwood moved his eyes over the paper slowly, but said nothing. "We sail for Liverpool from New York!" Jessica exclaimed, mocking her acquaintance. "Expect to spend most of the summer in France. Vain thing." "As if it was anything to go to Europe." "It must be if you envy her so much," put in Hurstwood. It grated upon him to see the feeling his daughter displayed. "Don't worry over them, my dear," said Mrs. Hurstwood. "Did George get off?" asked Jessica of her mother another day, thus revealing something that Hurstwood had heard nothing about. "Where has he gone?" he asked, looking up. He had never before been kept in ignorance concerning departures. "He was going to Wheaton," said Jessica, not noticing the slight put upon her father. "What's out there?" he asked, secretly irritated and chagrined to think that he should be made to pump for information in this manner. "A tennis match," said Jessica. "He didn't say anything to me," Herstwood concluded, finding it difficult too. Refrained from a bitter tone. "I guess he must have forgotten," exclaimed his wife blandly. In the past he had always commanded a certain amount of respect, which was a compound of appreciation and awe. The familiarity which in part still existed between himself and his daughter he had courted. As it was, it did not go beyond the light assumption of words. The tone was always modest. Whatever had been, however, had lacked affection, and now he saw that he was losing track of their doings. His knowledge was no longer intimate. He sometimes saw them at table, and sometimes did not. He heard of their doings occasionally, more often not. Some days he found that he was all at sea as to what they were talking about, things they had arranged to do, or that they had done in his absence. More affecting was the feeling that there were little things going on of which he no longer heard. Jessica was beginning to feel that her affairs were her own. George Jr. flourished about as if he were a man entirely and must needs have private matters. All this Herstwood could see, and it left a trace of feeling, for he was used to being considered in his official position at least, and felt that his importance should not begin to wane here. To darken it all, he saw the same indifference and independence growing in his wife while he looked on and paid the bills. He consoled himself with the thought, however, that, after all, he was not without affection. Things might go as they would at his house, but he had Carrie outside of it. With his mind's eye, he looked into her comfortable room in Ogden Place, where he had spent several such delightful evenings, and thought how charming it would be when Dre was disposed of entirely, and she was waiting evenings in cozy little quarters for him. That no cause would come up whereby Drouet would be led to inform Carrie concerning his married state, he felt hopeful. Things were going so smoothly that he believed they would not change. Shortly now he would persuade Carrie, and all would be satisfactory. The day after their theater visit, he began writing her regularly a letter every morning and begging her to do as much for him. He was not literary by any means, but experience of the world and his growing affection gave him somewhat of a style. This he exercised at his office desk with perfect deliberation. He purchased a box of delicately colored and scented writing paper in monogram, which he kept locked in one of the drawers. His friends now wondered at the cleric and very official-looking nature of his position. The 5 bartenders viewed with respect the duties which could call a man to do so much desk work and penmanship. Herstwood surprised himself with his fluency. By the natural law which governs all effort, what he wrote reacted upon him. He began to feel those subtleties which he could find words to express. With every expression came increased conception. Those inmost breathings which there found words took hold upon him. He thought Carrie worthy of all the affection he could there express. Carrie was indeed worth loving if ever use and grace are to command that token of acknowledgment from life in their bloom. Experience had not yet taken away that freshness of the spirit which is the charm of the body. Her soft eyes contained in their liquid luster no suggestion of the knowledge of disappointment. She had been troubled in a way by doubt and longing, but these had made no deeper impression than could be traced in a certain open wistfulness of glance and speech. The mouth had the expression at times, in talking and in repose, of one who might be upon the verge of tears. It was not that grief was thus ever present. The pronunciation of certain syllables gave to her lips this peculiarity of formation, a formation as suggestive and moving as pathos itself. There was nothing bold in her manner. Life had not taught her domination, superciliousness of grace, which is the lordly power of some women. Her longing for consideration was not sufficiently powerful to move her to demand it. Even now she lacked self-assurance, but there was that in what she had already experienced which left her a little less than timid. She wanted pleasure, she wanted position, And yet she was confused as to what these things might be. Every hour, the kaleidoscope of human affairs threw a new luster upon something, and therewith it became for her the desired, the all. Another shifted the box, and some other had become the beautiful, the perfect. On her spiritual side, also, she was rich in feeling, as such a nature well might be. Sorrow in her was aroused by many a spectacle, and uncritical upwelling of grief for the weak and the helpless. She was constantly pained by the sight of the white-faced, ragged men who slopped desperately by her in a sort of wretched mental stupor. The poorly clad girls who went blowing by her window evenings, hurrying home from some of the shops of the West Side, she pitied from the depths of her heart. She would stand and bite her lips as they passed, shaking her little head and wondering. They had so little, she thought. It was so sad to be ragged and poor. The hang of faded clothes pained her eyes. And they have to work so hard, was her only comment. On the street sometimes she would see men working, Irishmen with picks, coal heavers with great loads to shovel, Americans busy about some work which was a mere matter of strength, and they touched her fancy. Toil, now that she was free of it, seemed even a more desolate thing than when she was part of it. She saw it through a mist of fancy, a pale, somber half-light, which was the essence of poetic feeling. Her old father and his flower-dusted miller's suit sometimes returned to her in memory, revived by a face in a window, a shoemaker pegging at his last, a blastman seen through a narrow window in some basement where iron was being melted, a bench worker seen high aloft in some window, his coat off, his sleeves rolled up. These took her back in fancy to the details of the mill. She felt, though she seldom expressed them, sad thoughts upon this score. Her sympathies were ever with that underworld of toil from which she had so recently sprung and which she best understood. Though Hurstwood did not know it, he was dealing with one whose feelings were as tender and as delicate as this. He did not know, but it was this in her, after all, which attracted him. He never attempted to analyze the nature of his affection. It was sufficient that there was tenderness in her eye, weakness in her manner, good nature and hope in her thoughts. He drew near this lily, which had sucked its waxen beauty and perfume from below a depth of waters which he had never penetrated, and out of ooze and mold which he could not understand. He drew near because it was waxen and fresh. It lightened his feelings for him. It made the morning worth while. In a material way she was considerably improved. Her awkwardness had all but passed, leaving, if anything, a quaint residue which was as pleasing as perfect grace. Her little shoes now fitted her smartly and had high heels. She had learned much about laces and those little neck pieces which add so much to a woman's appearance. Her form had filled out until it was admirably plump and well-rounded. Hurstwood wrote her one morning, asking her to meet him in Jefferson Park, Monroe Street. He did not consider it policy to call any more, even when Drouet was at home. The next afternoon he was in the pretty little park by one, and had found a rustic bench beneath the green leaves of a lilac bush which bordered one of the paths. It was at that season of the year when the fullness of spring had not yet worn quite away. At a little pond near by some cleanly dressed children were sailing white canvas boats. In the shade of a green pagoda, a bebuttoned officer of the law was resting, his arms folded, his club at rest in his belt. An old gardener was upon the lawn with a pair of pruning shears, looking after some bushes. High overhead was the clean blue sky of the new summer, and in the thickness of the shiny green leaves of the trees hopped and twittered the busy sparrows. Hurstwood had come out of his own home that morning feeling much of the same old annoyance. At his store he had idled, there being no need to write. He had come away to this place with the lightness of heart which characterizes those who put weariness behind. Now, in the shade of this cool green bush, he looked about him with the fancy of the lover. He heard the carts go lumbering by upon the neighboring streets, but they were far off and only buzzed upon his ear. The hum of the surrounding city was faint. The clang of an occasional bell was as music. He looked and dreamed a new dream of pleasure which concerned his present fixed condition not at all. He got back in fancy to the old Hurstwood, who was neither married nor fixed in a solid position for life. He remembered the light spirit in which he once looked after the girls, how he had danced, escorted them home, hung over their gates. He almost wished he was back there again here, in this pleasant scene. He felt as if he were wholly free. At 2, Carrie came tripping along the walk toward him, rosy and clean. She had just recently donned a sailor hat for the season with a band of pretty white dotted blue silk. Her skirt was of a rich blue material, and her shirt-waist matched it, with a thin stripe of blue upon a snow-white ground stripes that were as fine as hairs. Her brown shoes peeped occasionally from beneath her skirt. She carried her gloves in her hand. Hurstwood looked up at her with delight. "You came, dearest," he said eagerly, standing to meet her and taking her hand. "Of course," she said, smiling. "Did you think I wouldn't?" "I didn't know," he replied. He looked at her forehead, which was moist from her brisk walk. Then he took out one of his own soft-scented silk handkerchiefs and touched her face here and there. "Now," he said affectionately, "you're all right." They were happy in being near one another, in looking into each other's eyes. Finally, when the long flush of delight had subsided, he said, "When is Charlie going away again?" "I don't know," she answered. "He says he has some things to do for the house here now." Hurstwood grew serious, and he lapsed into quiet thought. He looked up after a time to say, "Come away and leave him." He turned his eyes to the boys with the boats, as if the request were of little importance. "Where would we go?" she asked in much the same manner, rolling her gloves and looking into a neighboring tree. "Where do you want to go?" he inquired. There was something in the tone in which he said this which made her feel as if she must record her feelings against any local habitation. "We can't stay in Chicago," she replied. He had no thought that this was in her mind, that any removal would be suggested. "Why not?" he asked softly. "Oh, because," she said, "I wouldn't want to." He listened to this with but dull perception of what it meant. It had no serious ring to it. The question was not up for immediate decision. "I would have to give up my position," he said. The tone he used made it seem as if the matter deserved only slight consideration. Carrie thought a little, the while enjoying the pretty scene. "I wouldn't like to live in Chicago and him here," she said, thinking of Drouet. "It's a big town, dearest," Hurstwood answered. "It would be as good as moving to another part of the country to move to the south side." He had fixed upon that region as an objective point. "Anyhow," said Carrie, "I shouldn't want to get married as long as he is here. I wouldn't want to run away." The suggestion of marriage struck Hurstwood forcibly. He saw clearly that this was her idea. He felt that it was not to be gotten over easily. Bigamy lightened the horizon of his shadowy thoughts for a moment. He wondered for the life of him how it would all come out. He could not see that he was making any progress, save in her regard. When he looked at her now, he thought her beautiful. What a thing it was to have her love him, even if it be entangling. She increased in value in his eyes because of her objection. She was something to struggle for, and that was everything. How different from the women who yielded willingly. He swept the thought of them from his mind. "And you don't know when he'll go away?" asked Hurstwood quietly. She shook her head. He sighed. "You're a determined little miss, aren't you?" he said after a few moments, looking up into her eyes. She felt a wave of feeling sweep over her at this. It was pride at what seemed his admiration, affection for the man who could feel this concerning her. "No," she said coyly, "but what can I do?" Again he folded his hands and looked away over the lawn into the street. "I wish," he said pathetically. You would come to me. I don't like to be away from you this way. What good is there in waiting? You're not any happier, are you? Happier, she exclaimed softly. You know better than that. Here we are then, he went on in the same tone, wasting our days. If you are not happy, do you think I am? I sit and write to you the biggest part of the time. I'll tell you what, Carrie, he exclaimed, throwing sudden force of expression into his voice and fixing her with his eyes. I can't live without you, and that's all there is to it. Now, he concluded, showing the palm of one of his white hands in a sort of at an end, helpless expression, what shall I do? This shifting of the burden to her appealed to Carrie. The semblance of the load without the weight touched the woman's heart. Can't you wait a little while yet? She said tenderly. I'll try and find out when he's going. What good will it do? He asked, holding the same strain of feeling. Well, perhaps we can arrange to go somewhere. She really did not see anything clearer than before, but she was getting into that frame of mind where, out of sympathy, a woman yields. Hurswood did not understand. He was wondering how she was to be persuaded, what appeal would move her to forsake Drouet. He began to wonder how far her affection for him would carry her. He was thinking of some question which would make her tell. Finally, he hit upon one of those problematical propositions which often disguise our own desires while leading us to an understanding of the difficulties which others make for us, and so discover for us a way. It had not the slightest connection with anything intended on his part and was spoken at random. Before he had given it a moment's serious thought. Carrie, he said, looking into her face and assuming a serious look which he did not feel, suppose I were to come to you next week, or this week for that matter tonight, say and tell you I had to go away, that I couldn't stay another minute, and wasn't coming back any more, would you come with me? His sweetheart viewed him with the most affectionate glance, her answer ready before the words were out of his mouth. Yes, she said, you wouldn't stop to argue or arrange? Not if you couldn't wait. He smiled when he saw that she took him seriously, and he thought what a chance it would afford for a possible junket of a week or two. He had a notion to tell her that he was joking, and so brush away her sweet seriousness, but the effect of it was too delightful. He let it stand. Suppose we didn't have time to get married here? He added, an afterthought striking him. If we got married as soon as we got to the other end of the journey, it would be all right. I meant that, he said. Yes. The morning seemed peculiarly bright to him now. He wondered whatever could have put such a thought into his head. Impossible as it was, he could not help smiling at its cleverness. It showed how she loved him. There was no doubt in his mind now, and he would find a way to win her. Well, he said jokingly, I'll come and get you one of these evenings, and then he laughed. I wouldn't stay with you, though, if you didn't marry me, Carrie added reflectively. I don't want you to, he said tenderly, taking her hand. She was extremely happy now that she understood. She loved him the more for thinking that he would rescue her so. As for him, the marriage clause did not dwell in his mind. He was thinking that with such affection there could be no bar to his eventual happiness. Let's stroll about, he said gaily, rising and surveying all the lovely park. All right, said Carrie. They passed the young Irishman, who looked after them with envious eyes. "'Tis a foine couple," he observed to himself. "They must be rich." Chapter 16. A Witless Aladdin, the Gate to the World. In the course of his present stay in Chicago, Drouet paid some slight attention to the secret order to which he belonged. During his last trip he had received a new light on its importance. "I tell you," said another drummer to him, "it's a great thing. Look at Hazenstab. He isn't so deuced clever. Of course he's got a good house behind him, but that won't do alone. I tell you it's his degree. He's a way-up Mason, and that goes a long way. He's got a secret sign that stands for something. Drouet resolved then and there that he would take more interest in such matters. So when he got back to Chicago, he repaired to his local lodge headquarters. "I say, Drouet," said Mr. Harry Quinzel, an individual who was very prominent in this local branch of the Elks, "you're the man that can help us out." It was after the business meeting and things were going socially with a hum. Drouet was bobbing around, chatting and joking with a score of individuals whom he knew. "What are you up to?" he inquired genially, turning a smiling face upon his secret brother. "We're trying to get up some theatricals for 2 weeks from today, and we want to know if you don't know some young lady who could take a part. It's an easy part." "Sure," said Drouet. "What is it?" He did not trouble to remember that he knew no one to whom he could appeal on this score. His innate good nature, however, dictated a favorable reply. "Well, now, I'll tell you what we are trying to do," went on Mr. Quinzel. "We are trying to get a new set of furniture for the lodge. There isn't enough money in the treasury at the present time, and we thought we would raise it by a little entertainment." "Sure," interrupted Drouet. "That's a good idea. Several of the boys around here have got talent. There's Harry Birbeck, he does a fine blackface turn. Mac Lewis is all right at heavy dramatics. Did you ever hear him recite Over the Hills?" "Never did." "Well, I tell you, he does it fine." "And you want me to get some woman to take a part?" questioned Drouet, anxious to terminate the subject and get on to something else. "What are you going to play?" "Under the Gaslight," said Mr. Quinzel, mentioning Augustin Daly's famous production, which had worn from a great public success down to an amateur theatrical favorite, with many of the troublesome accessories cut out and the dramatis personae reduced to the smallest possible number. Drouet had seen this play some time in the past. "That's it," he said. "That's a fine play. It will go all right. You ought to make a lot of money out of that." "We think we'll do very well," Mr. Quinzel replied. "Don't you forget now," he concluded, Drouet showing signs of restlessness, "some young woman to take the part of Laura." "Sure, I'll attend to it." He moved away, forgetting almost all about it the moment Mr. Quinzel had ceased talking. He had not even thought to ask the time or place. Drouet was reminded of his promise a day or two later by the receipt of a letter announcing that the first rehearsal was set for the following Friday evening, and urging him to kindly forward the young lady's address at once, in order that the part might be delivered to her. "Now, who the deuce do I know?" asked the drummer reflectively, scratching his rosy ear. "I don't know anyone that knows anything about amateur theatricals." He went over in memory the names of a number of women he knew, and finally fixed on one, largely because of the convenient location of her home on the West Side, and promised himself that as he came out that evening he would see her. When, however, he started west on the car he forgot, and was only reminded of his delinquency by an item in the Evening News, a small 3-line affair under the head of Secret Society Notes, which stated the Custer Lodge of the Order of Elks would give a theatrical performance in Avery Hall on the 16th, when Under the Gaslight would be produced. "George," exclaimed Drouet, "I forgot that." "What?" inquired Carrie. They were at their little table in the room which might have been used for a kitchen, where Carrie occasionally served a meal. Tonight the fancy had caught her, and the little table was spread with a pleasing repast. "Why, my lodge entertainment. They're going to give a play, and they wanted me to get them some young lady to take a part." "What is it they're going to play?" "Under the Gaslight." "When?" "On the 16th. "Well, why don't you?" asked Carrie. "I don't know anyone," he replied. Suddenly he looked up. "Say," he said, "how would you like to take the part?" "Me?" said Carrie. "I can't act." "How do you know?" questioned Drouet reflectively. "Because," answered Carrie, "I never did." Nevertheless, she was pleased to think he would ask. Her eyes brightened, for if there was anything that enlisted her sympathies, it was the art of the stage. True to his nature, Drouet clung to this idea as an easy way out. That's nothing. You can act all you have to down there. No, I can't, said Carrie weakly, very much drawn toward the proposition and yet fearful. Yes, you can. Now, why don't you do it? They need someone, and it will be lots of fun for you. Oh no, it won't, said Carrie seriously. You'd like that. I know you would. I've seen you dancing around here and giving imitations, and that's why I asked you. You're clever enough, all right. No, I'm not, said Carrie shyly. Now, I'll tell you what you do. You go down and see about it. It'll be fun for you. The rest of the company isn't going to be any good. They haven't any experience. What do they know about theatricals? He frowned as he thought of their ignorance. Hand me the coffee, he added. I don't believe I could act, Charlie. Carrie went on pettishly. You don't think I could, do you? Sure. Out of sight. I bet you make a hit. Now you want to go. I know you do. I knew it when I came home. That's why I asked you. What is the play, did you say? Under the Gaslight. What part would they want me to take? Oh, one of the heroines, I don't know. What sort of a play is it? Well, said Drouet, whose memory for such things was not the best. It's about a girl who gets kidnapped by a couple of crooks, a man and a woman that live in the slums. She had some money or something, and they wanted to get it. I don't know now how it did go exactly. Don't you know what part I would have to take? No, I don't, to tell the truth. He thought a moment. Yes, I do too. Laura. That's the thing, you're to be Laura. And you can't remember what the part is like. To save me, Cat, I can't, he answered. I ought to, too. I seen the play enough. There's a girl in it that was stolen when she was an infant, was picked off the street or something, and she's the one that's hounded by the two old criminals I was telling you about. He stopped with a mouthful of pie poised on a fork before his face. She comes very near getting drowned. No, that's not it. I'll tell you what I'll do, he concluded hopelessly. I'll get you the book. I can't remember now for the life of me. Well, I don't know, said Carrie when he had concluded, her interest and desire to shine dramatically struggling with her timidity for the mastery. I might go if you thought I'd do all right. Of course you'll do, said Drouet, who in his efforts to enthuse Carrie had interested himself. Do you think I'd come home here and urge you to do something that I didn't think you would make a success of? You can act all right. It'll be good for you. When must I go? Said Carrie reflectively. The first rehearsal is Friday night. I'll get the part for you tonight. All right, said Carrie resignedly. I'll do it, but if I make a failure now, it's your fault. You won't fail, assured Drouet. Just act as you do around here. Be natural. You're all right. I've often thought you'd make a corking good actress. Did you really? Asked Carrie. That's right, said the drummer. He little knew as he went out of the door that night what a secret flame he had kindled in the bosom of the girl he left behind. Carrie was possessed of that sympathetic, impressionable nature which, ever in the most developed form, has been the glory of the drama. She was created with that passivity of soul which is always the mirror of the active world. She possessed an innate taste for imitation, and no small ability. Even without practice, she could sometimes restore dramatic situations she had witnessed by recreating, before her mirror, the expressions of the various faces taking part in the scene. She loved to modulate her voice after the conventional manner of the distressed heroine, and repeat such pathetic fragments as appealed most to her sympathies. Of late, seeing the airy grace of the ingenue in several well-constructed plays, she had been moved to secretly imitate it, and many were the little movements and expressions of the body in which she indulged from time to time in the privacy of her chamber. On several occasions, when Drouet had caught her admiring herself as he imagined in the mirror, she was doing nothing more than recalling some little grace of the mouth or the eyes which she had witnessed in another. Under his airy accusation, she mistook this for vanity and accepted the blame with a faint sense of error, though, as a matter of fact, It was nothing more than the first subtle outcroppings of an artistic nature, endeavoring to recreate the perfect likeness of some phase of beauty which appealed to her. In such feeble tendencies, be it known, such outworking of desire to reproduce life, lies the basis of all dramatic art. Now, when Carrie heard Drouet's laudatory opinion of her dramatic ability, her body tingled with satisfaction. Like the flame which welds the loosened particles into a solid mass, his words united those floating wisps of feeling which she had felt but never believed concerning her possible ability, and made them into a gaudy shred of hope. Like all human beings, she had a touch of vanity. She felt that she could do things if she only had a chance. How often had she looked at the well-dressed actresses on the stage and wondered how she would look? How delightful she would feel if only she were in their place. The glamour, the tense situation, the fine clothes, the applause, these had lured her until she felt that she too could act, that she too could compel acknowledgement of power. Now she was told that she really could. That little thing she had done about the house had made even him feel her power. It was a delightful sensation while it lasted. When Drouet was gone, she sat down in her rocking chair by the window to think about it. As usual, imagination exaggerated the possibilities for her. It was as if he had put 50 cents in her hand and she had exercised the thoughts of $1,000. She saw herself in a score of pathetic situations in which she assumed a tremulous voice and suffering manner. Her mind delighted itself with scenes of luxury and refinement, situations in which she was the cynosure of all eyes, the arbiter of all fates. As she rocked to and fro, she felt the tensity of woe in abandonment, the magnificence of wrath after deception, the languor of sorrow after defeat. Thoughts of all the charming women she had seen in plays, Ambry, fancy, every illusion which she had concerning the stage now came back as a returning tide after the ebb. She built up feelings and a determination which the occasion did not warrant. Drouet dropped in at the lodge when he went downtown and swashed around with a great air as Quinzel met him. "Where is that young lady you were going to get for us?" asked the latter. "I've got her," said Drouet. "Have you?" said Quinzel, rather surprised by his promptness. "That's good. What's her address?" And he pulled out his notebook in order to be able to send her part to her. "You want to send her part?" asked the drummer. "Yes." "Well, I'll take it. I'm going right by her house in the morning." "What did you say her address was?" "We only want it in case we have any information to send her." 29 Ogden Place. "And her name?" "Carrie Meeber," said the drummer, firing at random. The lodge members knew him to be single. "That sounds like somebody that can act, doesn't it?" said Quinzel. "Yes, it does." He took the part home to Carrie and handed it to her with the manner of one who does a favor. "He says that's the best part. Do you think you can do it?" "I don't know until I look it over. You know I'm afraid, now that I've said I would." "Oh, go on. What have you got to be afraid of? It's a cheap company. The rest of them aren't as good as you are." "Well, I'll see," said Carrie, pleased to have the part, for all her misgivings. He sidled around, dressing and fidgeting before he arranged to make his next remark. "They were getting ready to print the programs," he said, "and I gave them the name of Carrie Meeber. Was that all right?" "Yes, I guess so," said his companion, looking up at him. She was thinking it was slightly strange. "If you didn't make a hit, you know," he went on. "Oh, yes," she answered, rather pleased now with his caution. "It was clever for Drouet. I didn't want to introduce you as my wife, because you'd feel worse than if you didn't go. They all know me so well. But you'll go all right. Anyhow, you'll probably never meet any of them again." "Oh, I don't care," said Carrie desperately. She was determined now to have a try at the fascinating game. Drouet breathed a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that he was about to precipitate another conversation upon the marriage question. The part of Laura, as Carrie found out when she began to examine it, was one of suffering and tears. As delineated by Mr. Daly, it was true to the most sacred traditions of melodrama as he found it when he began his career. The sorrowful demeanor, the tremolo music, the long explanatory cumulative addresses, all were there. "Poor fellow," read Carrie, consulting the text and drawing her voice out pathetically. "Martin, be sure and give him a glass of wine before he goes." She was surprised at the briefness of the entire part, not knowing that she must be on the stage while others were talking, and not only be there, but also keep herself in harmony with the dramatic movement of the scenes. "I think I can do that, though," she concluded. When Drake came the next night, she was very much satisfied with her day's study. "Well, how goes it, Caddy?" he said. "All right," she laughed. "I think I have it memorized nearly." "That's good," he said. "Let's hear some of it." "Oh, I don't know whether I can get up and say it off here," she said bashfully. "Well, I don't know why you shouldn't. It'll be easier here than it will there." "I don't know about that," she answered. Eventually she took off the ballroom episode with considerable feeling, forgetting, as she got deeper in the scene, all about Drouet, and letting herself rise to a fine state of feeling. "Good," said Dree. "Fine, out of sight. You're all right, Caddy, I tell you." He was really moved by her excellent representation and the general appearance of the pathetic little figure as it swayed and finally fainted to the floor. He had bounded up to catch her and now held her laughing in his arms. "Ain't you afraid you'll hurt yourself?" he asked. "Not a bit. Well, you're a wonder. Say, I never knew you could do anything like that." "I never did either," said Carrie merrily, her face flushed with delight. "Well, you can bet that you're all right," said Drouet. "You can take my word for that you won't fail." Chapter 17. A Glimpsey Through the Gateway. Hope Lightens the Eye. The, to Carrie, very important theatrical performance was to take place at the Avery on conditions which were to make it more noteworthy than was at first anticipated. The little dramatic student had written to Hurstwood the very morning her part was brought her that she was going to take part in a play. "I really am," she wrote, feeling that he might take it as a jest. "I have my part now, honest, truly." Hurstwood smiled in an indulgent way as he read this. "I wonder what it is going to be. I must see that." He answered at once, making a pleasant reference to her ability. "I haven't the slightest doubt you will make a success. You must come to the park tomorrow morning and tell me all about it." Carrie gladly complied and revealed all the details of the undertaking as she understood it. "Well," he said, "that's fine. I'm glad to hear it. Of course, you will do well. You're so clever." He had truly never seen so much spirit in the girl before. Her tendency to discover a touch of sadness had for the nonce disappeared. As she spoke, her eyes were bright, her cheeks red. She radiated much of the pleasure which her undertakings gave her, for all her misgivings, and they were as plentiful as the moments of the day she was still happy. She could not repress her delight in doing this little thing, which to an ordinary observer had no importance at all. Hurstwood was charmed by the development of the fact that the girl had capabilities. There is nothing so inspiring in life as the sight of a legitimate ambition, no matter how incipient. It gives color, force, and beauty to the possessor. Carrie was now lightened by a touch of this divine afflatus. She drew to herself commendation from her two admirers, which she had not earned. Their affection for her naturally heightened their perception of what she was trying to do and their approval of what she did. Her inexperience conserved her own exuberant fancy, which ran riot with every straw of opportunity, making of it a golden divining rod whereby the treasure of life was to be discovered. "Let's see," said Hurstwood. "I ought to know some of the boys in the lodge. I'm an elk myself. Oh, you mustn't let him know I told you." "That's so," said the manager. "I'd like for you to be there if you want to come, but I don't see how you can unless he asks you." "I'll be there," said Hurstwood affectionately. "I can fix it so he won't know you told me. You leave it to me." This interest of the manager was a large thing in itself for the performance, for his standing among the Elks was something worth talking about. Already he was thinking of a box with some friends and flowers for Carrie. He would make it a dress suit affair and give the little girl a chance. Within a day or two, Drouet dropped into the Adams Street resort, and he was at once spied by Hurstwood. It was at 5 in the afternoon, and the place was crowded with merchants, actors, managers, politicians, a goodly company of rotund, rosy figures, silk-hatted, starchy-bosomed, bearinged, and best-carfened to the Queen's taste. John L. Sullivan, the pugilist, was at one end of the glittering bar, surrounded by a company of loudly dressed sports, who were holding a most animated conversation. Drouet came across the floor with a festive stride, a new pair of tan shoes squeaking audibly at his progress. "Well, sir," said Hurstwood, "I was wondering what had become of you. I thought you had gone out of town again." Drouet laughed. "If you don't report more regularly, we'll have to cut you off the list." "Couldn't help it," said the drummer. "I've been busy." They strolled over toward the bar amid the noisy, shifting company of notables. The dressy manager was shaken by the hand 3 times in as many minutes. "I hear your lodge is going to give a performance," observed Hurstwood in the most offhand manner. "Yes, who told you?" "No one," said Hurstwood. "They just sent me a couple of tickets which I can have for $2. Is it going to be any good?" "I don't know," replied the drummer. "They've been trying to get me to get some woman to take a part." "I wasn't intending to go," said the manager easily. "I'll subscribe, of course. How are things over there?" "All right. They're going to fit things up out of the proceeds." "Well," said the manager, "I hope they make a success of it. Have another?" He did not intend to say any more. Now, if he should appear on the scene with a few friends, he could say that he had been urged to come along. Drouet had a desire to wipe out the possibility of confusion. "I think the girl is going to take a part in it," he said abruptly, after thinking it over. "You don't say so! How did that happen?" "Well, they were short and wanted me to find them someone. I told Carrie, and she seems to want to try." "Good for her," said the manager. "It'll be a real nice affair. Do her good, too. Has she ever had any experience?" "Not a bit." "Oh, well, it isn't anything very serious." "She's clever, though," said Drouet, casting off any imputation against Carrie's ability. "She picks up her part quick enough." "You don't say so," said the manager. "Yes, sir. She surprised me the other night. By George, if she didn't. We must give her a nice little send-off," said the manager. "I'll look after the flowers." Drouet smiled at his good nature. "After the show, you must come with me, and we'll have a little supper." "I think she'll do all right," said Drouet. "I want to see her. She's got to do all right. We'll make her." And the manager gave one of his quick, steely half-smiles, which was a compound of good nature and shrewdness. Carrie, meanwhile, attended the first rehearsal. At this performance, Mr. Formans Quinzel presided, aided by Mr. Melisse, a young man who had some qualifications of past experience, which were not exactly understood by anyone. He was so experienced and so businesslike, however, that he came very near being rude, failing to remember, as he did, that the individuals he was trying to instruct were volunteer players and not salaried underlings. "Now, Miss Medenda," he said, addressing Carrie, who stood in one part uncertain as to what move to make, "you don't want to stand like that. Put expression in your face. Remember, you are troubled over the intrusion of the stranger. Walk so," and he struck out across the Avery stage, an almost drooping manner. Carrie did not exactly fancy the suggestion, but the novelty of the situation, the presence of strangers, all more or less nervous, and the desire to do anything rather than make a failure made her timid. She walked in imitation of her mentor as requested, inwardly feeling that there was something strangely lacking. "Now, Mrs. Morgan," said the director to one young married woman who was to take the part of Pearl, "you sit here. Now, Mr. Bamberger, you stand here, so now what is it you say?" "Explain," said Mr. Bamberger feebly. He had the part of Ray, Laura's lover, the society individual who was to waver in his thoughts of marrying her upon finding that she was a waif and a nobody by birth. "How is that? What does your text say?" "Explain," repeated Mr. Bamberger, looking intently at his part. "Yes, but it also says," the director remarked, "that you are to look shocked. Now say it again, and see if you can't look shocked." "Explain," demanded Mr. Bamberger vigorously. "No, no, that won't do. Say it this way." "Explain," said Mr. Bamberger, giving a modified imitation. "That's better. Now go on." "One night," resumed Mrs. Morgan, whose lines came next, "father and mother were going to the opera. When they were crossing Broadway, the usual crowd of children accosted them for alms. 'Hold on,' said the director, rushing forward, his arm extended. 'Put more feeling into what you are saying.' Mrs. Morgan looked at him as if she feared a personal assault. Her eye lightened with resentment. "Remember, Mrs. Morgan," he added, ignoring the gleam, but modifying his manner, "that you're detailing a pathetic story. You are now supposed to be telling something that is a grief to you. It requires feeling, repression thus. The usual crowd of children accosted them for alms." "All right," said Mrs. Morgan. "Now, go on." As mother felt in her pocket for some change, her fingers touched a cold and trembling hand which had clutched her purse. "Very good," interrupted the director, nodding his head significantly. "A pickpocket." "Well," exclaimed Mr. Bamberger, speaking the lines that here fell to him. "No, no, Mr. Bamberger," said the director, approaching. "Not that way. A pickpocket, well, so that's the idea." "Don't you think," said Carrie weakly, noticing that it had not been proved yet whether the members of a company knew their lines, let alone the details of expression, that it would be better if we just went through our lines once to see if we know them. We might pick up some points." "A very good idea, Miss Medenda," said Mr. Quinzel, who sat at the side of the stage, looking serenely on and volunteering opinions which the director did not heed. "All right," said the latter, somewhat abashed. "It might be well to do it." Then brightening, with a show of authority, "Suppose we run right through, putting in as much expression as we can." "Good," said Mr. Quinzel. "This hand," resumed Mrs. Morgan, glancing up at Mr. Bamberger and down at her book, as the lines proceeded, "my mother grasped in her own, and so tight that a small, feeble voice uttered an exclamation of pain. Mother looked down, and there beside her was a little ragged girl." "Very good," observed the director, now hopelessly idle. "The thief!" exclaimed Mr. Bamberger. "Louder," put in the director, finding it almost impossible to keep his hands off. "The thief!" roared poor Bamberger. "Yes, but a thief hardly 6 years old, with a face like an angel's." "Stop," said my mother. "What are you doing?" "Trying to steal," said the child. "Don't you know that it is wicked to do so?" asked my father. "No," said the girl, "but it is dreadful to be hungry." "Who told you to steal?" asked my mother. "She there," said the child, pointing to a squalid woman in a doorway opposite who fled suddenly down the street. "That is old Judas," said the girl. Mrs. Morgan read this rather flatly, and the director was in despair. He fidgeted around and then went over to Mr. Quinzel. "What do you think of them?" he asked. "Oh, I guess we'll be able to whip them into shape," said the latter, with an air of strength under difficulties. "I don't know," said the director. "That fellow Bamberger strikes me as being a pretty poor shift for a lover. He's all we've got, said Quinzel, rolling up his eyes. Harrison went back on me at the last minute. Who else can we get? I don't know, said the director. I'm afraid he'll never pick up. At this moment Bamberger was exclaiming, Pearl, you are joking with me. Look at that now, said the director, whispering behind his hand. My lord, what can you do with a man who draws out a sentence like that? Do the best you can, said Quinzel consolingly. The rendition ran on in this wise until it came to where Carrie, as Laura, comes into the room to explain to Ray, who, after hearing Pearl's statement about her birth, had written a letter repudiating her, which, however, he did not deliver. Bamberger was just concluding the words of Ray, I must go before she returns, her step, too late, and was cramming the letter in his pocket when she began sweetly with, Ray. Miss Cortland? Bamberger faltered weakly. Carrie looked at him a moment and forgot all about the company present. She began to feel the part and summoned an indifferent smile to her lips, turning as the lines directed and going to a window, as if he were not present. She did it with a grace which was fascinating to look upon. Who is that woman? Asked the director, watching Carrie in her little scene with Bamberger. Miss Medenda, said Quinzel. I know her name, said the director, but what does she do? I don't know, said Quinzel. She's a friend of one of our members. Well, she's got more gumption than anyone I've seen here so far, seems to take an interest in what she's doing. Pretty too, isn't she? Said Quinzel. The director strolled away without answering. In the second scene, where she was supposed to face the company in the ballroom, she did even better, winning the smile of the director, who volunteered, because of her fascination for him, to come over and speak with her. Were you ever on the stage? He asked insinuatingly. No, said Carrie. You do so well I thought you might have had some experience. Carrie only smiled consciously. He walked away to listen to Bamberger, who was feebly spouting some ardent line. Mrs. Morgan saw the drift of things and gleamed at Carrie with envious and snapping black eyes. She's some cheap professional, she gave herself the satisfaction of thinking, and scorned and hated her accordingly. The rehearsal ended for one day, and Carrie went home feeling that she had acquitted herself satisfactorily. The words of the director were ringing in her ears, and she longed for an opportunity to tell Hurstwood. She wanted him to know just how well she was doing. Drouet, too, was an object for her confidences. She could hardly wait until he should ask her, and yet she did not have the vanity to bring it up. The drummer, however, had another line of thought tonight, and her little experience did not appeal to him as important. He let the conversation drop, save for what she chose to recite without solicitation, and Carrie was not good at that. He took it for granted that she was doing very well, and he was relieved of further worry. Consequently, he threw Carrie into repression, which was irritating. She felt his indifference keenly and longed to see Hurstwood. It was as if he were now the only friend she had on earth. The next morning Drouet was interested again, but the damage had been done. She got a pretty letter from the manager saying that by the time she got it he would be waiting for her in the park. When she came, he shone upon her as the morning sun. Well, my dear, he asked, how did you come out? Well enough, she said, still somewhat reduced after Dree. Now tell me just what you did. Was it pleasant? Carrie related the incidents of the rehearsal, warming up as she proceeded. Well, that's delightful, said Hurstwood. I'm so glad. I must get over there to see you. When is the next rehearsal? Tuesday, said Carrie, but they don't allow visitors. I imagine I could get in, said Hurstwood significantly. She was completely restored and delighted by his consideration, but she made him promise not to come around. Now you must do your best to please me, he said encouragingly. Just remember that I want you to succeed. We will make the performance worthwhile. You do that now. I'll try, said Carrie, brimming with affection and enthusiasm. That's the girl, said Hurstwood fondly. Now, remember, shaking an affectionate finger at her, your best. "I will," she answered, looking back. The whole earth was brimming sunshine that morning. She tripped along, the clear sky pouring liquid blue into her soul. Oh, blessed are the children of endeavor in this, that they try and are hopeful. And blessed also are they who, knowing, smile and approve. Chapter 18. Just over the border, a hail and farewell. By the evening of the 16th, the subtle hand of Hersewood had made itself apparent. He had given the word among his friends, and they were many and influential, that here was something which they ought to attend, and, as a consequence, the sale of tickets by Mr. Quinzel, acting for the lodge, had been large. Small 4-line notes had appeared in all of the daily newspapers. These he had arranged for by the aid of one of his newspaper friends on the Times, Mr. Harry McGarren, the managing editor. "Say, Harry," Hersewood said to him one evening, as the latter stood at the bar drinking before wending his belated way homeward, "you can help the boys out, I guess." "What is it?" said McGarren, pleased to be consulted by the opulent manager. "The Custer Lodge is getting up a little entertainment for their own good, and they'd like a little newspaper notice. You know what I mean. A squib or two, saying that it's going to take place." "Certainly," said McGarren. "I can fix that for you, George." At the same time Hersewood kept himself wholly in the background. The members of Custer Lodge could scarcely understand why their little affair was taking so well. Mr. Harry Quinzel was looked upon as quite a star for this sort of work. By the time the 16th had arrived, Hersewood's friends had rallied like Romans to a senator's call. A well-dressed, good-natured, flatteringly inclined audience was assured from the moment he thought of assisting Carrie. That little student had mastered her part to her own satisfaction, much as she trembled for her fate when she should once face the gathered throng, behind the glare of the footlights. She tried to console herself with the thought that a score of other persons, men and women, were equally tremulous concerning the outcome of their efforts, but she could not disassociate the general danger from her own individual liability. She feared that she would forget her lines, that she might be unable to master the feeling which she now felt concerning her own movements in the play. At times she wished that she had never gone into the affair. At others she trembled lest she should be paralyzed with fear and stand white and gasping, not knowing what to say and spoiling the entire performance. In the matter of the company, Mr. Bamberger had disappeared. That hopeless example had fallen under the lance of the director's criticism. Mrs. Morgan was still present, but envious and determined, if for nothing more than spite, to do as well as Carrie at least. A loafing professional had been called in to assume the role of Ray, and, while he was a poor stick of his kind, he was not troubled by any of those qualms which attack the spirit of those who have never faced an audience. He swashed about, caution though he was to maintain silence concerning his past theatrical relationships in such a self-confident manner that he was like to convince everyone of his identity by mere matter of circumstantial evidence. "It is so easy," he said to Mrs. Morgan, in the usual affected stage voice. "An audience would be the last thing to trouble me. It's the spirit of the part, you know, that is difficult." Carrie disliked his appearance, but she was too much the actress not to swallow his qualities with complacence, seeing that she must suffer his fictitious love for the evening. At 6 she was ready to go. The theatrical paraphernalia had been provided over and above her care. She had practiced her makeup in the morning, had rehearsed and arranged her material for the evening by 1 o'clock, and had gone home to have a final look at her part, waiting for the evening to come. On this occasion, the lodge sent a carriage. Drouet rode with her as far as the door, and then went about the neighboring stores, looking for some good cigars. The little actress marched nervously into her dressing room, and began that painfully anticipated matter of makeup which was to transform her, a simple maiden, to Laura, the belle of society. The flare of the gas jets, the open trunks, suggestive of travel and display, the scattered contents of the makeup box rouge, pearl powder, whiting, burnt cork, India ink, pencils for the eyelids, wigs, scissors, looking glasses, drapery in short. All the nameless paraphernalia of the skies have a remarkable atmosphere of their own. Since her arrival in the city, many things had influenced her, but always in a far-removed manner. This new atmosphere was more friendly. It was wholly unlike the great, brilliant mansions which waved her coldly away, permitting her only awe and distant wonder. This took her by the hand kindly, as one who says, "My dear, come in." It opened for her as if for its own. She had wondered at the greatness of the names upon the billboards, the marvel of the long notices in the papers, the beauty of the dresses upon the stage, the atmosphere of carriages, flowers, refinement. Here was no illusion. Here was an open door to see all of that. She had come upon it as one who stumbles upon a secret passage, and, behold, she was in the chamber of diamonds and delight. As she dressed with a flutter, in her little stage room, hearing the voices outside, seeing Mr. Quinzel hurrying here and there, noting Mrs. Morgan and Mrs. Hoagland at their nervous work of preparation, seeing all the 20 members of the cast moving about and worrying over what the result would be, she could not help thinking what a delight this would be, if it would endure. How perfect a state if she could only do well now, and then some time get a place as a real actress. The thought had taken a mighty hold upon her. It hummed in her ears as the melody of an old song. Outside in the little lobby another scene was being enacted. Without the interests of Hurstwood, the little hall would probably have been comfortably filled, for the members of the lodge were moderately interested in its welfare. Hurstwood's word, however, had gone the rounds. It was to be a full dress affair. The 4 boxes had been taken. Dr. Norman McNeil Hale and his wife were to occupy one. This was quite a card. C. R. Walker, dry goods merchant and possessor of at least $200,000, had taken another. A well-known coal merchant had been induced to take the third, and Hurstwood and his friends the fourth. Among the latter was Drouet. The people who were now pouring here were not celebrities, nor even local notabilities in a general sense. They were the lights of a certain circle, the circle of small fortunes and secret order distinctions. These gentlemen Elks knew the standing of one another. They had regard for the ability which could amass a small fortune, own a nice home, keep a barouche or carriage perhaps, wear fine clothes, and maintain a good mercantile position. Naturally, Hurstwood, who was a little above the order of mind which accepted this standard as perfect, who had shrewdness and much assumption of dignity, who held an imposing and authoritative position and commanded friendship by intuitive tact in handling people, was quite a figure. He was more generally known than most others in the same circle, and was looked upon as someone whose reserve covered a mine of influence and solid financial prosperity. Tonight he was in his element. He came with several friends directly from Rector's in a carriage. In the lobby he met Drouet, who was just returning from a trip for more cigars. All 5 now joined in an animated conversation concerning the company present and the general drift of lodge affairs. "Who's here?" said Hurstwood, passing into the theater proper, where the lights were turned up and a company of gentlemen were laughing and talking in the open space back of the seats. "Why, how do you do, Mr. Hurstwood?" came from the first individual recognized. "Glad to see you," said the latter, grasping his hand lightly. "Looks quite an affair, doesn't it?" "Yes, indeed," said the manager. "Custer seems to have the backing of its members," observed the friend. "So it should," said the knowing manager. "I'm glad to see it." "Well, George," said another rotund citizen, whose avoirdupois made necessary an almost alarming display of starched shirt bosom, "how goes it with you?" "Excellent," said the manager. "What brings you over here? You're not a member of Custer." "Good nature," returned the manager. "Like to see the boys, you know. Wife here?" "She couldn't come tonight. She's not well." "Sorry to hear it. Nothing serious, I hope." "No, just feeling a little ill." "I remember Mrs. Hurstwood when she was traveling once with you over to St. Joe, and here the newcomer launched off in a trivial recollection which was terminated by the arrival of more friends. "Why, George, how are you?" said another genial West Side politician and lodge member. "My, but I'm glad to see you again. How are things, anyhow?" "Very well. I see you got that nomination for alderman." "Yes, we whipped them out over there without much trouble." "What do you suppose Hennessy will do now?" "Oh, he'll go back to his brick business. He has a brickyard, you know." "I didn't know that," said the manager. "Felt pretty sore, I suppose, over his defeat." "Perhaps," said the other, winking shrewdly. Some of the more favored of his friends whom he had invited began to roll up in carriages now. They came shuffling in with a great show of finery and much evident feeling of content and importance. "Here we are," said Hurstwood, turning to one from a group with whom he was talking. "That's right," returned the newcomer, a gentleman of about 45. "And say," he whispered, jovially, pulling Hurstwood over by the shoulder so that he might whisper in his ear, "if this isn't a good show, I'll punch your head. You ought to pay for seeing your old friends. Bother the show." To another who inquired, "Is it something really good?" the manager replied, "I don't know. I don't suppose so." Then, lifting his hand graciously for the lodge, "Lots of boys out, eh?" "Yes, look up Shanahan. He was just asking for you a moment ago." It was thus that the little theater resounded to a babble of successful voices, the creak of fine clothes, the commonplace of good nature, and all largely because of this man's bidding. Look at him any time within the half hour before the curtain was up. He was a member of an eminent group, a rounded company of 5 or more, whose stout figures, large white bosoms, and shining pins bespoke the character of their success. The gentlemen who brought their wives called him out to shake hands. Seats clicked, ushers bowed, while he looked blandly on. He was evidently a light among them, reflecting in his personality the ambitions of those who greeted him. He was acknowledged, fawned upon, in a way lionized. Through it all one could see the standing of the man. It was greatness in a way, small as it was. Chapter 19. A.N.A. Hord in Ethland, a clamoured Half. Hord Half. At last the curtain was ready to go up. All the details of the make-up had been completed, and the company settled down as the leader of the small hired orchestra tapped significantly upon his music rack with his baton and began the soft curtain-raising strain. Hurstwood ceased talking and went with Dre and his friend Cigar Morrison around to the box. "Now we'll see how the little girl does," he said to Drouet in a tone which no one else could hear. On the stage, 6 of the characters had already appeared in the opening parlor scene. Drouet and Hurstwood saw at a glance that Carrie was not among them, and went on talking in a whisper. Mrs. Morgan, Mrs. Hoagland, and the actor who had taken Bamberger's part were representing the principal roles in this scene. The professional, whose name was Patton, had little to recommend him outside of his assurance, but this at the present moment was most palpably needed. Mrs. Morgan, as Pearl, was stiff with fright. Mrs. Hoagland was husky in the throat. The whole company was so weak-kneed that the lines were merely spoken, and nothing more. It took all the hope and uncritical good nature of the audience to keep from manifesting pity by that unrest which is the agony of failure. Hurstwood was perfectly indifferent. He took it for granted that it would be worthless. All he cared for was to have it endurable enough to allow for pretension and congratulation afterward. After the first rush of fright, however, the players got over the danger of collapse. They rambled weakly forward, losing nearly all the expression which was intended, and making the thing dull in the extreme, when Carrie came in. One glance at her, and both Hurstwood and Dre saw plainly that she also was weak-kneed. She came faintly across the stage, saying, "And you, sir, we have been looking for you since 8 o'clock, but with so little color and in such a feeble voice that it was positively painful." "She's frightened," whispered Drouet to Hurstwood. The manager made no answer. She had a line presently which was supposed to be funny. "Well, that's as much as to say that I'm a sort of life pill." It came out so flat, however, that it was a deathly thing. Drouet fidgeted. Hurstwood moved his toe the least bit. There was another place in which Laura was to rise and, with a sense of impending disaster, say, sadly, "I wish you hadn't said that, Pearl. You know the old proverb, 'Call a maid by A.'" Married, name. The lack of feeling in the thing was ridiculous. Carrie did not get it at all. She seemed to be talking in her sleep. It looked as if she were certain to be a wretched failure. She was more hopeless than Mrs. Morgan, who had recovered somewhat and was now saying her lines clearly at least. Drouet looked away from the stage at the audience. The latter held out silently, hoping for a general change, of course. Hurstwood fixed his eye on Carrie, as if to hypnotize her into doing better. He was pouring determination of his own in her direction. He felt sorry for her. In a few more minutes it fell to her to read the letter sent in by the strange villain. The audience had been slightly diverted by a conversation between the professional actor and a character called Snorky, impersonated by a short little American who really developed some humor as a half-crazed, one-armed soldier turned messenger for a living. He bawled his lines out with such defiance that, while they really did not partake of the humor intended, they were funny. Now he was off, however, and it was back to pathos, with Carrie as the chief figure. She did not recover. She wandered through the whole scene between herself and the intruding villain, straining the patience of the audience and finally exiting, much to their relief. "She's too nervous," said Drouet, feeling in the mildness of the remark that he was lying for once. "Better go back and say a word to her." Drouet was glad to do anything for relief. He fairly hustled around to the side entrance and was let in by the friendly doorkeeper. Carrie was standing in the wings, weakly waiting her next cue, all the snap and nerve gone out of her. "Say, Cad," he said, looking at her, "you mustn't be nervous. Wake up. Those guys out there don't amount to anything. What are you afraid of?" "I don't know," said Carrie. "I just don't seem to be able to do it." She was grateful for the drummer's presence, though. She had found the company so nervous that her own strength had gone. "Come on," said Drouet. "Brace up. What are you afraid of? Go on out there now, and do the trick. What do you care?" Carrie revived a little under the drummer's electrical nervous condition. "Did I do so very bad?" "Not a bit. All you need is a little more ginger. Do it as you showed me. Get that toss of your head you had the other night." Carrie remembered her triumph in the room. She tried to think she could to it. "What's next?" he said, looking at her part, which she had been studying. "Why, the scene between Ray and me when I refuse him." "Well, now you do that lively," said the drummer. "Put in snap, that's the thing. Act as if you didn't care." "Your turn next, Ms. Medenda," said the prompter. "Oh dear," said Carrie. "Well, you're a chump for being afraid," said Drouet. "Come on now, brace up. I'll watch you from right here." "Will you?" said Carrie. "Yes, now go on. Don't be afraid." The prompter signaled her. She started out, weak as ever, but suddenly her nerve partially returned. She thought of Drouet looking. "Ray," she said gently, using a tone of voice much more calm than when she had last appeared. It was the scene which had pleased the director at the rehearsal. "She's easier," thought Hurstwood to himself. She did not do the part as she had at rehearsal, but she was better. The audience was at least not irritated. The improvement of the work of the entire company took away direct observation from her. They were making very fair progress, and now it looked as if the play would be passable, in the less trying parts at least. Carrie came off warm and nervous. "Well," she said, looking at him, "was it any better?" "Well, I should say so. That's the way. Put life into it. You did that about 1,000%, better than you did the other scene. Now go on and fire up. You can do it. Knock 'em. Was it really better? Better, I should say so. What comes next? That ballroom scene. Well, you can do that all right, he said. I don't know, answered Carrie. Why, woman, he exclaimed, you did it for me. Now you go out there and do it. It'll be fun for you. Just do as you did in the room. If you'll reel it off that way, I'll bet you make a hit. Now, what'll you bet? You do it. The drummer usually allowed his ardent good nature to get the better of his speech. He really did think that Carrie had acted this particular scene very well, and he wanted her to repeat it in public. His enthusiasm was due to the mere spirit of the occasion. When the time came, he buoyed Carrie up most effectually. He began to make her feel as if she had done very well. The old melancholy of desire began to come back as he talked at her, and by the time the situation rolled around, she was running high in feeling. I think I can do this. Sure you can. Now you go ahead and see. On the stage, Mrs. Van Dam was making her cruel insinuation against Laura. Carrie listened and caught the infection of something she did not know what. Her nostrils sniffed thinly. It means, the professional actor began, speaking as Ray, that society is a terrible avenger of insult. Have you ever heard of the Siberian wolves? When one of the pack falls through weakness, the others devour him. It is not an elegant comparison, but there is something wolfish in society. Laura has mocked it with a pretense, and society, which is made up of pretense, will bitterly resent the mockery. At the sound of her stage name, Carrie started. She began to feel the bitterness of the situation. The feelings of the outcast descended upon her. She hung at the wing's edge, wrapped in her own mounting thoughts. She hardly heard anything more, save her own rumbling blood. Come, girls, said Mrs. Van Dam solemnly, let us look after our things. They are no longer safe when such an accomplished thief enters. Q, said the prompter, close to her side, but she did not hear. Already she was moving forward with a steady grace, born of inspiration. She dawned upon the audience, handsome and proud, shifting, with the necessity of the situation, to a cold, white, helpless object, as the social pack moved away from her scornfully. Hurstwood blinked his eyes and caught the infection. The radiating waves of feeling and sincerity were already breaking against the farthest walls of the chamber. The magic of passion, which will yet dissolve the world, was here at work. There was a drawing, too, of attention, a riveting of feeling heretofore wandering. Ray! Ray! Why do you not come back to her? Was the cry of Pearl. Every eye was fixed on Carrie, still proud and scornful. They moved as she moved. Their eyes were with her eyes. Mrs. Morgan, as Pearl, approached her. Let us go home, she said. No, answered Carrie, her voice assuming for the first time a penetrating quality which it had never known. Stay with him. She pointed an almost accusing hand toward her lover. Then, with a pathos which struck home because of its utter simplicity, he shall not suffer long. Hurstwood realized that he was seeing something extraordinarily good. It was heightened for him by the applause of the audience as the curtain descended and the fact that it was Carrie. He thought now that she was beautiful. She had done something which was above his sphere. He felt a keen delight in realizing that she was his. Fine, he said, and then, seized by a sudden impulse, arose and went about to the stage door. When he came in upon Carrie, she was still with Drouet. His feelings for her were most exuberant. He was almost swept away by the strength and feeling she exhibited. His desire was to pour forth his praise with the unbounded feelings of a lover. But here was Drouet, whose affection was also rapidly reviving. The latter was more fascinated, if anything, than Hurstwood. At least, in the nature of things, it took a more ruddy form. Well, well, said Drouet, you did out of sight. That was simply great. I knew you could do it. Oh, but your little Daisy. Carrie's eyes flamed with the light of achievement. Did I do all right? Did you? Well, I guess. Didn't you hear the applause? There was some faint sound of clapping yet. I thought I got it, something like I felt it. Just then Hurstwood came in. Instinctively, he felt the change in Drouet. He saw that the drummer was near to Carrie, and jealousy leaped alight in his bosom. In a flash of thought, he reproached himself for having sent him back. Also, he hated him as an intruder. He could scarcely pull himself down to the level where he would have to congratulate Carrie as a friend. Nevertheless, the man mastered himself, and it was a triumph. He almost jerked the old subtle light to his eyes. "I thought," he said, looking at Carrie, "I would come around and tell you how well you did, Mrs. Drouet. It was delightful." Carrie took the cue and replied, "Oh, thank you." "I was just telling her," put in Drouet, now delighted with his possession, "that I thought she did fine." "Indeed you did," said Hurstwood, turning upon Carrie eyes in which she read more than the words. Carrie laughed luxuriantly. "If you do as well in the rest of the play, you will make us all think you are a born actress." Carrie smiled again. She felt the acuteness of Hurstwood's position, and wished deeply that she could be alone with him. But she did not understand the change in Drouet. Hurstwood found that he could not talk, repressed as he was, and grudging Drouet every moment of his presence, he bowed himself out with the elegance of a Faust. Outside he set his teeth with envy. "Damn it," he said, "is he always going to be in the way?" He was moody when he got back to the box, and could not talk for thinking of his wretched situation. As the curtain for the next act arose, Drouet came back. He was very much enlivened in temper and inclined to whisper, but Hurstwood pretended interest. He fixed his eyes on the stage, although Carrie was not there, a short bit of melodramatic comedy preceding her entrance. He did not see what was going on, however. He was thinking his own thoughts, and they were wretched. The progress of the play did not improve matters for him. Carrie, from now on, was easily the center of interest. The audience, which had been inclined to feel that nothing could be good after the first gloomy impression, now went to the other extreme and saw power where it was not. The general feeling reacted on Carrie. She presented her part with some felicity, though nothing like the intensity which had aroused the feeling at the end of the long first act. Both Hurstwood and Drouet viewed her pretty figure with rising feelings. The fact that such ability should reveal itself in her, that they should see it set forth under such effective circumstances, framed almost in massy gold, and shone upon by the appropriate lights of sentiment and personality, heightened her charm for them. She was more than the old Carrie to Drouet. He longed to be at home with her until he could tell her. He awaited impatiently the end when they should go home alone. Hurstwood, on the contrary, saw in the strength of her new attractiveness his miserable predicament. He could have cursed the man beside him. By the Lord, he could not even applaud feelingly as he would. For once he must simulate when it left a taste in his mouth. It was in the last act that Carrie's fascination for her lovers assumed its most effective character. Hurstwood listened to its progress, wondering when Carrie would come on. He had not long to wait. The author had used the artifice of sending all the merry company for a drive, and now Carrie came in alone. It was the first time that Hurstwood had had a chance to see her facing the audience, quite alone, for nowhere else had she been without a foil of some sort. He suddenly felt, as she entered, that her old strength, the power that had grasped him at the end of the first act, had come back. She seemed to be gaining feeling now that the play was drawing to a close, and the opportunity for great action was passing. "Poor Pearl," she said, speaking with natural pathos. "It is a sad thing to want for happiness, but it is a terrible thing to see another groping about blindly for it, when it is almost within the grasp." She was gazing now sadly out upon the open sea, her arm resting listlessly upon the polished doorpost. Hurstwood began to feel a deep sympathy for her and for himself. He could almost feel that she was talking to him. He was by a combination of feelings and entanglements, almost deluded by that quality of voice and manner which, like a pathetic strain of music, seems ever a personal and intimate thing. Pathos has this quality, that it seems ever addressed to one alone, and yet she can be very happy with him when on the little actress. Her sunny temper, her joyous face will brighten any home. She turned slowly toward the audience without seeing. There was so much simplicity in her movements that she seemed wholly alone. Then she found a seat by a table and turned over some books, devoting a thought to them. With no longings for what I may not have, she breathed in conclusion, and it was almost a sigh, my existence hidden from all save two in the wide world, and making my joy out of the joy of that innocent girl who will soon be his wife. Hurstwood was sorry when a character known as Peach Blossom interrupted her. He stirred irritably, for he wished her to go on. He was charmed by the pale face, the lissom figure, draped in pearl gray, with a coiled string of pearls at the dea. Throat. Carrie had the air of one who was weary and in need of protection, and, under the fascinating make-believe of the moment, he rose in feeling until he was ready in spirit to go to her and ease her out of her misery by adding to his own delight. In a moment Carrie was alone again and was saying with animation, "I must return to the city, no matter what dangers may lurk here. I must go, secretly if I can, openly if I must." There was a sound of horses' hooves outside, and then Ray's voice saying, "No, I shall not ride again. Put him up." He entered, and then began a scene which had as much to do with the creation of the tragedy of affection in Hurstwood as anything in his peculiar and involved career. For Carrie had resolved to make something of this scene, and, now that the cue had come, it began to take a feeling hold upon her. Both Hurstwood and Drouet noted the rising sentiment as she proceeded. "I thought you had gone with Pearl," she said to her lover. "I did go part of the way, but I left the party a mile down the road." "You and Pearl had no disagreement?" "No, yes. That is, we always have. Our social barometers always stand at cloudy and overcast." "And whose fault is that?" she said easily. "Not mine," he answered pettishly. "I know I do all I can, I say all I can, but this was rather awkwardly put by Paddon. But Carrie redeemed it with a grace which was inspiring. But she is your wife," she said, fixing her whole attention upon the stilled actor and softening the quality of her voice until it was again low and musical. "Ray, my friend, courtship is the text from which the whole sermon of married life takes its theme. Do not let yours be discontented and unhappy." She put her two little hands together and pressed them appealingly. Hurstwood gazed with slightly parted lips. Drouet was fidgeting with satisfaction. "To be my wife, yes," went on the actor in a manner which was weak by comparison, but which could not now spoil the tender atmosphere which Carrie had created and maintained. She did not seem to feel that he was wretched. She would have done nearly as well with a block of wood. The accessories she needed were within her own imagination. The acting of others could not affect them. "And you repent already?" she said slowly. "I lost you," he said, seizing her little hand, "and I was at the mercy of any flirt who chose to give me an inviting look. It was your fault, you know. It was, why did you leave me?" Carrie turned slowly away and seemed to be mastering some impulse in silence. Then she turned back. "Ray," she said, "the greatest happiness I have ever felt has been the thought that all your affection was forever bestowed upon a virtuous woman, your equal in family, fortune, and accomplishments. What a revelation do you make to me now? What is it makes you continually war with your happiness?" The last question was asked so simply that it came to the audience and the lover as a personal thing. At last it came to the part where the lover exclaimed, "Be to me as you used to be." Carrie answered with affecting sweetness, "I cannot be that to you, but I can speak in the spirit of the Laura who is dead to you forever." "Be it as you will," said Patton. Hurstwood leaned forward. The whole audience was silent and intent. "Let the woman you look upon be wise or vain," said Carrie, her eyes bent sadly upon the lover, who had sunk into a seat. "Beautiful or homely, rich or poor, she has but one thing she can really give or refuse, her heart." Drouet felt the scratch in his throat. "Her beauty, her wit, her accomplishments, she may sell to you, but her love is the treasure without money and without price." The manager suffered this as a personal appeal. It came to him as if they were alone, and he could hardly restrain the tears for sorrow over the hopeless, pathetic, and yet dainty and appealing woman whom he loved. Drouet also was beside himself. He was resolving that he would be to Carrie what he had never been before. He would marry her. By George, she was worth it. "She asks only in return," said Carrie, scarcely hearing the small, scheduled reply of her lover, and putting herself even more in harmony with the plaintive melody now issuing from the orchestra, "that when you look upon her your eyes shall speak devotion, that when you address her your voice shall be gentle, loving, and kind, that you shall not despise her because she cannot understand all at once your vigorous thoughts and ambitious designs, for when misfortune and evil have defeated your greatest purposes, her love remains to console you. You look to the trees," she continued, while Hurstwood restrained his feelings only by the grimmest repression, "for strength and grandeur. Do not despise the flowers because their fragrance is all they have to give. Remember," she concluded tenderly, "love is all a woman has to give," and she laid a strange, sweet accent on the all. "But it is the only thing which God permits us to carry beyond the grave." The two men were in the most harrowed state of affection. They scarcely heard the few remaining words with which the scene concluded. They only saw their idol moving about with appealing grace, continuing a power which to them was a revelation. Hurstwood resolved 1,000 things, Drouet as well. They joined equally in the burst of applause which called Carrie out. Drouet pounded his hands until they ached. Then he jumped up again and started out. As he went, Carrie came out and, seeing an immense basket of flowers being hurried down the aisle toward her, she waited. They were Hurstwood's. She looked toward the manager's box for a moment, caught his eye, and smiled. He could have leaped out of the box to enfold her. He forgot the need of circumspectness which his married state enforced. He almost forgot that he had with him in the box those who knew him. By the Lord, he would have that lovely girl if it took his all. He would act at once. This should be the end of Drouet, and don't you forget it. He would not wait another day. The drummer should not have her. He was so excited that he could not stay in the box. He went into the lobby and then into the street, thinking. Drouet did not return. In a few minutes the last act was over, and he was crazy to have Carrie alone. He cursed the luck that could keep him smiling, bowing, shamming, when he wanted to tell her that he loved her, when he wanted to whisper to her alone. He groaned as he saw that his hopes were futile. He must even take her to supper, shamming. He finally went about and asked how she was getting along. The actors were all dressing, talking, hurrying about. Drouet was palavering himself with the looseness of excitement and passion. The manager mastered himself only by a great effort. "We are going to supper, of course," he said, with a voice that was a mockery of his heart. "Oh, yes," said Carrie, smiling. The little actress was in fine feather. She was realizing now what it was to be petted. For once she was the admired, the sought for. The independence of success now made its first faint showing. With the tables turned, she was looking down rather than up to her lover. She did not fully realize that this was so, but there was something in condescension coming from her which was infinitely sweet. When she was ready they climbed into the waiting coach and drove downtown. Once only did she find an opportunity to express her feeling, and that was when the manager preceded Drouet in the coach and sat beside her. Before Drouet was fully in, she had squeezed Hurstwood's hand in a gentle, impulsive manner. The manager was beside himself with affection. He could have sold his soul to be with her alone. Ah, he thought, the agony of it. Drouet hung on, thinking he was all in all. The dinner was spoiled by his enthusiasm. Hurstwood went home feeling as if he should die if he did not find affectionate relief. He whispered "tomorrow" passionately to Carrie, and she understood. He walked away from the drummer and his prize at parting feeling as if he could slay him and not regret. Carrie also felt the misery of it. "Good night," he said, simulating an easy friendliness. "Good night," said the little actress tenderly. "The fool," he said, now hating Drouet. "The idiot. I'll do him yet, and that." "Quick, we'll see tomorrow." "Well, if you aren't a wonder," Drouet was saying complacently, squeezing Carrie's arm. "You are the dandiest little girl on earth." Chapter 20. The Lurch of the Spirit, the Affeche in Pursuit. Passion in a man of Hurstwood's nature takes a vigorous form. It is no musing, dreamy thing. There is none of the tendency to sing outside of my lady's window, to languish and repine in the face of difficulties. In the night he was long getting to sleep because of too much thinking, and in the morning he was early awake, seizing with alacrity upon the same dear subject, and pursuing it with vigor. He was out of sorts physically, as well as disordered mentally, for did he not delight in a new manner in his Carrie, and was not Drouet in the way? Never was man more harassed than he by the thoughts of his love being held by the elated, flush-mannered drummer. He would have given anything, it seemed to him, to have the complication ended, to have Carrie acquiesce to an arrangement which would dispose of Drouet effectually and forever. What to do? He dressed thinking. He moved about in the same chamber with his wife, unmindful of her presence. At breakfast, he found himself without an appetite. The meat to which he helped himself remained on his plate untouched. His coffee grew cold, while he scanned the paper indifferently. Here and there he read a little thing, but remembered nothing. Jessica had not yet come down. His wife sat at one end of the table, revolving thoughts of her own in silence. A new servant had been recently installed, and had forgot the napkins. On this account the silence was irritably broken by a reproof. "I've told you about this before, Maggie," said Mrs. Hurstwood. "I'm not going to tell you again." Hurstwood took a glance at his wife. She was frowning. Just now her manner irritated him excessively. Her next remark was addressed to him. "Have you made up your mind, George, when you will take your vacation?" It was customary for them to discuss the regular summer outing at this season of the year. "Not yet," he said. "I'm very busy just now." "Well, you'll want to make up your mind pretty soon, won't you, if we're going?" she returned. "I guess we have a few days yet," he said. She returned. "Don't wait until the season's over." She stirred in aggravation as she said this. "There you go again," he observed. "One would think I never did anything the way you begin." "Well, I want to know about it," she reiterated. "You've got a few days yet," he insisted. "You'll not want to start before the races are over." He was irritated to think that this should come up when he wished to have his thoughts for other purposes. "Well, we may. Jessica doesn't want to stay until the end of the races." "What did you want with a season ticket then?" She said, using the sound as an exclamation of disgust. "I'll not argue with you," and therewith arose to leave the table. "Say," he said, rising, putting a note of determination in his voice which caused her to delay her departure. "What's the matter with you of late? Can't I talk with you any more?" "Certainly you can talk with me," she replied, laying emphasis on the word. "Well, you wouldn't think so by the way you act. Now, you want to know when I'll be ready, not for a month yet. Maybe not then. We'll go without you." "You will, eh?" he sneered. "Yes, we will." He was astonished at the woman's determination, but it only irritated him the more. "Well, we'll see about that." It seems to me you're trying to run things with a pretty high hand of late. You talk as though you settled my affairs for me. Well, you don't. You don't regulate anything that's connected with me. If you want to, go, but you won't hurry me by any such talk as that." He was thoroughly aroused now. His dark eyes snapped, and he crunched his paper as he laid it down. Mrs. Hurstwood said nothing more. He was just finishing when she turned on her heel and went out into the hall and upstairs. He paused for a moment, as if hesitating, then sat down and drank a little coffee, and thereafter arose and went for his hat and gloves upon the main floor. His wife had really not anticipated a row of this character. She had come down to the breakfast table feeling a little out of sorts with herself and revolving a scheme which she had in her mind. Jessica had called her attention to the fact that the races were not what they were supposed to be. The social opportunities were not what they had thought they would be this year. The beautiful girl found going every day a dull thing. There was an earlier exodus this year of people who were anybody to the watering places and Europe. In her own circle of Trin acquaintances, several young men in whom she was interested had gone to Waukesha. She began to feel that she would like to go too, and her mother agreed with her. Accordingly, Mrs. Hurstwood decided to broach the subject. She was thinking this over when she came down to the table, but for some reason the atmosphere was wrong. She was not sure, after it was all over, just how the trouble had begun. She was determined now, however, that her husband was a brute, and that, under no circumstances, would she let this go by unsettled. She would have more ladylike treatment, or she would know why. For his part, the manager was loaded with the care of this new argument until he reached his office and started from there to meet Carrie. Then the other complications of love, desire, and opposition possessed him. His thoughts fled on before him upon eagle's wings. He could hardly wait until he should meet Carrie. Face to face. What was the night, after all, without her? What the day? She must and should be his. For her part, Carrie had experienced a world of fancy and feeling since she had left him the night before. She had listened to Drouet's enthusiastic maunderings with much regard for that part which concerned herself, with very little for that which affected his own gain. She kept him at such lengths as she could, because her thoughts were with her own triumph. She felt Hurstwood's passion as a delightful background to her own achievement, and she wondered what he would have to say. She was sorry for him, too, with that peculiar sorrow which finds something complementary to itself in the misery of another. She was now experiencing the first shades of feeling of that subtle change which removes one out of the ranks of the suppliants into the lines of the dispensers of charity. She was, all in all, exceedingly happy. On the morrow, however, there was nothing in the papers concerning the event, and in view of the flow of common, everyday things about, it now lost a shade of the glow of the previous evening. Drouet himself was not talking so much of, as for her. He felt instinctively that, for some reason or other, he needed reconstruction in her regard. "I think," he said, as he spruced around their chambers the next morning preparatory to going downtown, "that I'll straighten out that little deal of mine this month, and then we'll get married. I was talking with Mosher about that yesterday." "No, you won't," said Carrie, who was coming to feel a certain faint power to jest with the drummer. "Yes, I will," he exclaimed, more feelingly than usual, adding with the tone of one who pleads, "Don't you believe what I've told you?" Carrie laughed a little. "Of course I do," she answered. Drouet's assurance now misgave him. Shallow as was his mental observation, there was that in the things which had happened which made his little power of analysis useless. Carrie was still with him, but not helpless and pleading. There was a lilt in her voice which was new. She did not steady him with eyes expressive of dependence. The drummer was feeling the shadow of something which was coming. It colored his feelings and made him develop those little attentions and say those little words which were mere forfeitations against danger. Shortly afterward he departed, and Carrie prepared for her meeting with Hurstwood. She hurried at her toilet, which was soon made, and hastened down the stairs. At the corner she passed Drouet, but they did not see each other. The drummer had forgotten some bills which he wished to turn into his house. He hastened up the stairs and burst into the room, but found only the chambermaid, who was cleaning up. "Hello," he exclaimed half to himself. "Has Carrie gone? Your wife?" "Yes, she went out just a few minutes ago." "That's strange," thought Drouet. "She didn't say a word to me. I wonder where she went?" He hastened about, rummaging at his valise for what he wanted, and finally pocketing it. Then he turned his attention to his fair neighbor, who was good-looking and kindly disposed towards him. "What are you up to?" he said, smiling. "Just cleaning," she replied, stopping and winding a dusting towel about her hand. "Tired of it? Not so very." "Let me show you something," he said affably, coming over and taking out of his pocket a little lithographed card which had been issued by a wholesale tobacco company. On this was printed a picture of a pretty girl holding a striped parasol, the colors of which could be changed by means of a revolving disc in the back, which showed red, yellow, green, and blue through little interstices made in the ground occupied by the umbrella top. "Isn't that clever?" he said, handing it to her and showing her how it worked. "You never saw anything like that before." "Isn't it nice?" she answered. "You can have it if you want it," he remarked. "That's a pretty ring you have," he said, touching a commonplace setting which adorned the hand holding the card he had given her. "Do you think so?" "That's right," he answered, making use of a pretense at examination to secure her finger. "That's fine." The ice being thus broken, he launched into further observation, pretending to forget that her fingers were still retained by his. She soon withdrew them, however, and retreated a few feet to rest against the window-sill. "I didn't see you for a long time," she said coquettishly, repulsing one of his exuberant approaches. "You must have been away." "I was," said Drouet. "Do you travel far?" "Pretty far, yes. Do you like it?" "Oh, not very well." "You get tired of it after a while." "I wish I could travel," said the girl, gazing idly out of the window. "What has become of your friend, Mr. Hurstwood?" she suddenly asked, bethinking herself of the manager, who, from her own observation, seemed to contain promising material. "He's here in town. What makes you ask about him?" "Oh, nothing. Only he hasn't been here since you got back. How did you come to know him?" "Didn't I take up his name a dozen times in the last month?" "Get out," said the drummer lightly. "He hasn't called more than half a dozen times since we've been here." "He hasn't, eh?" said the girl, smiling. "That's all you know about it." Drouet took on a slightly more serious tone. He was uncertain as to whether she was joking or not. "Tease," he said. "What makes you smile that way?" "Oh, nothing. Have you seen them recently?" "Not since you came back," she laughed. "Before, certainly. How often?" "Why, nearly every day." She was a mischievous newsmonger and was keenly wondering what the effect of her words would be. "Who did he come to see?" asked the drummer incredulously. "Mrs. Drouet." He looked rather foolish at this answer, and then attempted to correct himself so as not to appear a dupe. "Well," he said, "what of it?" "Nothing," replied the girl, her head cocked coquettishly on one side. "He's an old friend," he went on, getting deeper into the mire. He would have gone on further with his little flirtation, but the taste for it was temporarily removed. He was quite relieved when the girl's name was called from below. "I've got to go," she said, moving away from him airily. "I'll see you later," he said, with a pretense of disturbance at being interrupted. When she was gone, he gave freer play to his feelings. His face, never easily controlled by him, expressed all the perplexity and disturbance which he felt. Could it be that Carrie had received so many visits and yet said nothing about them? Was Hurstwood lying? What did the chambermaid mean by it, anyway? He had thought there was something odd about Carrie's manner at the time. Why did she look so disturbed when he had asked her how many times Hurstwood had called? By George, he remembered now, there was something strange about the whole thing. He sat down in a rocking chair to think the better, drawing up one leg on his knee and frowning mightily. His mind ran on at a great rate, and yet Carrie hadn't acted out of the ordinary. It couldn't be, by George, that she was deceiving him. She hadn't acted that way. Why, even last night she had been as friendly toward him as could be, and Hurstwood too. Look how they acted. He could hardly believe they would try to deceive him. His thoughts burst into words. She did act sort of funny at times. Here she had dressed and gone out this morning and never said a word. He scratched his head and prepared to go downtown. He was still frowning. As he came into the hall, he encountered the girl, who was now looking after another chamber. She had on a white dusting cap, beneath which her chubby face shone good-naturedly. Drouet almost forgot his worry in the fact that she was smiling on him. He put his hand familiarly on her shoulder, as if only to greet her in passing. "Got over being mad?" she said, still mischievously inclined. "I'm not mad," he answered. "I thought you were," she said, smiling. "Quit your fooling about that," he said in an offhand way. "Were you serious?" "Certainly," she answered. Then, with an air of one who did not intentionally mean to create trouble, "He came lots of times. I thought you knew." The game of deception was up with Drouet. He did not try to simulate indifference further. "Did he spend the evenings here?" he asked. "Sometimes. Sometimes they went out." "In the evening?" "Yes." "You mustn't look so mad, though." "I'm not," he said. "Did anyone else see him?" "Of course," said the girl, as if, after all, it were nothing in particular. "How long ago was this?" "Just before you came back." The drummer pinched his lip nervously. "Don't say anything, will you?" he asked, giving the girl's arm a gentle squeeze. "Certainly not," she returned. "I wouldn't worry over it." "All right," he said, passing on, seriously brooding for once, and yet not wholly unconscious of the fact that he was making a most excellent impression upon the chambermaid. "I'll see her about that," he said to himself passionately, feeling that he had been unduly wronged. "I'll find out, b'George, whether she'll act that way or not." Chapter 21. The Lurch of the Spirit, the Flesh in Pursuit. When Carrie came, Hurstwood had been waiting many minutes. His blood was warm, his nerves wrought up. He was anxious to see the woman who had stirred him so profoundly the night before. "Here you are," he said, repressedly, feeling a spring in his limbs and an elation which was tragic in itself. "Yes," said Carrie. They walked on as if bound for some objective point, while Hurstwood drank in the radiance of her presence. The rustle of her pretty skirt was like music to him. "Are you satisfied?" he asked, thinking of how well she did the night before. "Are you?" He tightened his fingers as he saw the smile she gave him. It was wonderful. Carrie laughed ecstatically. "That was one of the best things I've seen in a long time," he added. He was dwelling on her attractiveness as he had felt it the evening before, and mingling it with the feeling her presence inspired now. Carrie was dwelling in the atmosphere which this man created for her. Already she was enlivened and suffused with a glow. She felt his drawing toward her in every sound of his voice. "Those were such nice flowers you sent me," she said after a moment or two. "They were beautiful." "Glad you liked them," he answered, simply. He was thinking all the time that the subject of his desire was being delayed. He was anxious to turn the talk to his own feelings. All was ripe for it. His Carrie was beside him. He wanted to plunge in and expostulate with her, and yet he found himself fishing for words and feeling for a way. "You got home all right," he said gloomily of a sudden, his tune modifying itself to one of self-commiseration. "Yes," said Carrie easily. He looked at her steadily for a moment, slowing his pace and fixing her with his eye. She felt the flood of feeling. "How about me?" he asked. This confused Carrie considerably, for she realized the floodgates were open. She didn't know exactly what to answer. "I don't know," she answered. He took his lower lip between his teeth for a moment, and then let it go. He stopped by the walk-side and kicked the grass with his toe. He searched her face with a tender, appealing glance. "Won't you come away from him?" he asked intensely. "I don't know," returned Carrie, still illogically drifting and finding nothing at which to catch. As a matter of fact, she was in a most hopeless quandary. Here was a man whom she thoroughly liked, who exercised an influence over her, sufficient almost to delude her into the belief that she was possessed of a lively passion for him. She was still the victim of his keen eyes, his suave manners, his fine clothes. She looked and saw before her a man who was most gracious and sympathetic, who leaned toward her with a feeling that was a delight to observe. She could not resist the glow of his temperament, the light of his eye. She could hardly keep from feeling what he felt. And yet she was not without thoughts which were disturbing. What did he know? What had Drouet told him? Was she a wife in his eyes, or what? Would he marry her? Even while he talked, and she softened and her eyes were lighted with a tender glow, she was asking herself if Drouet had told him they were not married. There was never anything at all convincing about what Drouet said, and yet she was not grieved at Hurstwood's love. No strain of bitterness was in it for her. Whatever he knew, he was evidently sincere. His passion was real and warm. There was power in what he said. What should she do? She went on, thinking this, answering vaguely, languishing affectionately, and altogether drifting, until she was on a borderless sea of speculation. "Why don't you come away?" he said tenderly. "I will arrange for you whatever—" "Oh, don't," said Carrie. "Don't what?" he asked. "What do you mean?" There was a look of confusion and pain in her face. She was wondering why that miserable thought must be brought in. She was struck as by a blade with the miserable provision which was outside the pale of marriage. He himself realized that it was a wretched thing to have dragged in. He wanted to weigh the effects of it, and yet he could not see. He went beating on, flushed by her presence, clearly awakened, intensely enlisted in his plan. "Won't you come?" he said, beginning over and with a more reverent feeling. "You know I can't do without you. You know it can't go on this way, can it?" "I know," said Carrie. "I wouldn't ask if I wouldn't argue with you if I could help it. Look at me, Carrie. Put yourself in my place. You don't want to stay away from me, do you?" She shook her head as if in deep thought. "Then why not settle the whole thing once and for all?" "I don't know," said Carrie. "Don't know." "Ah, Carrie, what makes you say that?" "Don't torment me. Be serious." "I am," said Carrie softly. "You can't be, dearest, and say that. Not when you know how I love you. Look at last night." His manner as he said this was the most quiet imaginable. His face and body retained utter composure. Only his eyes moved, and they flashed a subtle, dissolving fire. In them the whole intensity of the man's nature was distilling itself. Carrie made no answer. "How can you act this way, dearest?" he inquired after a time. "You love me, don't you?" He turned on her such a storm of feeling that she was overwhelmed. For the moment all doubts were cleared away. "Yes," she answered frankly and tenderly. "Well, then you'll come. Won't you come tonight?" Carrie shook her head in spite of her distress. "I can't wait any longer," urged Hurstwood. "If that is too soon, come Saturday." "When will we be married?" she asked diffidently, forgetting in her difficult situation that she had hoped he took her to be Drouet's wife. The manager started, hit as he was by a problem which was more difficult than hers. He gave no sign of the thoughts that flashed like messages to his mind. "Any time you say," he said with ease, refusing to discolor his present delight with this miserable problem. "Saturday?" asked Carrie. He nodded his head. "Well, if you will marry me then," she said, "I'll go." The manager looked at his lovely prize, so beautiful, so winsome, so difficult to be won, and made strange resolutions. His passion had gotten to that stage now, where it was no longer colored with reason. He did not trouble over little barriers of this sort in the face of so much loveliness. He would accept the situation with all its difficulties. He would not try to answer the objections which cold truth thrust upon him. He would promise anything, everything, and trust to fortune to disentangle him. He would make a try for paradise, whatever might be the result. He would be happy by the Lord if it cost all honesty of statement, all abandonment of truth. Carrie looked at him tenderly. She could have laid her head upon his shoulder, so delightful did it all seem. "Well," she said, "I'll try and get ready then." Hurstwood looked into her pretty face, crossed with little shadows of wonder and misgiving, and thought he had never seen anything more lovely. "I'll see you again tomorrow," he said joyously, "and we'll talk over the plans." He walked on with her, elated beyond words, so delightful had been the result. He impressed a long story of joy and affection upon her, though there was but here and there a word. After a half hour he began to realize that the meeting must come to an end, so exacting is the world. "Tomorrow," he said at parting, a gaiety of manner adding wonderfully to his brave demeanor. "Yes," said Carrie, tripping elatedly away. There had been so much enthusiasm engendered that she was believing herself deeply in love. She sighed as she thought of her handsome adorer. Yes, she would. Get ready by Saturday. She would go, and they would be happy. Chapter 22. The Bialezi of the Tinder, a flesh wears with the flesh. The misfortune of the Hurstwood household was due to the fact that jealousy, having been born of love, did not perish with it. Mrs. Hurstwood retained this in such form that subsequent influences could transform it into hate. Hurstwood was still worthy, in a physical sense, of the affection his wife had once bestowed upon him, but in a social sense he fell short. With his regard died his power to be attentive to her, and this, to a woman, is much greater than outright crime toward another. Our self-love dictates our appreciation of the good or evil in another. In Mrs. Hurstwood it discolored the very hue of her husband's indifferent nature. She saw design in deeds and phrases which sprung only from a faded appreciation of her presence. As a consequence, she was resentful and suspicious. The jealousy that prompted her to observe every falling away from the little amenities of the married relation on his part served to give her notice of the airy grace with which he still took the world. She could see from the scrupulous care which he exercised in the matter of his personal appearance that his interest in life had abated not a jot. Every motion, every glance had something in it of the pleasure he felt in Carrie, of the zest this new pursuit of pleasure lent to his days. Mrs. Hurstwood felt something, sniffing change, as animals do danger, afar off. This feeling was strengthened by actions of a direct and more potent nature on the part of Hurstwood. We have seen with what irritation he shirked those little duties which no longer contained any amusement or satisfaction for him, and the open snarls with which, more recently, he resented her irritating goads. These little rows were really precipitated by an atmosphere which was surcharged with dissension. That it would shower, with a sky so full of blackening thunderclouds, would scarcely be thought worthy of comment. Thus, after leaving the breakfast table this morning, raging inwardly at his blank declaration of indifference and her plans, Mrs. Hurstwood encountered Jessica in her dressing room, very leisurely arranging her hair. Hurstwood had already left the house. "I wish you wouldn't be so late coming down to breakfast," she said, addressing Jessica while making for her crochet basket. "Now here the things are quite cold, and you haven't eaten." Her natural composure was sadly ruffled, and Jessica was doomed to feel the fag end of the storm. "I'm not hungry," she answered. "Then why don't you say so, and let the girl put away the things instead of keeping her waiting all morning?" "She doesn't mind," answered Jessica coolly. "Well, I do, if she doesn't," returned the mother. "And, anyhow, I don't like you to talk that way to me. You're too young to put on such an air with your mother." "Oh, Mama, don't row," answered Jessica. "What's the matter this morning, anyway?" "Nothing's the matter, and I'm not rowing. You mustn't think because I indulge you in some things that you can keep everybody waiting. I won't have it." "I'm not keeping anybody waiting," returned Jessica sharply, stirred out of a cynical indifference to a sharp defense. "I said I wasn't hungry. I don't want any breakfast." "Mind how you address me, Missy. I'll not have it. Hear me now. I'll not have it." Jessica heard this last while walking out of the room, with a toss of her head and a flick of her pretty skirts indicative of the independence and indifference she felt. She did not propose to be quarreled with. Such little arguments were all too frequent, the result of a growth of natures which were largely independent and selfish. George Jr. manifested even greater touchiness and exaggeration in the matter of his individual rights and attempted to make all feel that he was a man with a man's privileges, an assumption which, of all things, is most groundless and pointless in a youth of 19. Hurstwood was a man of authority and some fine feeling, and it irritated him excessively to find himself surrounded more and more by a world upon which he had no hold, and of which he had a lessening understanding. Now, when such little things, such as the proposed earlier start to Waukesha, came up, they made clear to him his position. He was being made to follow, was not leading. When, in addition, a sharp temper was manifested, and to the process of shouldering him out of his authority was added a rousing intellectual kick, such as a sneer or a cynical laugh, he was unable to keep his temper. He flew into hardly repressed passion, and wished himself clear of the whole household. It seemed a most irritating drag upon all his desires and opportunities. For all this, he still retained the semblance of leadership and control, even though his wife was straining to revolt. Her display of temper and open assertion of opposition were based upon nothing more than the feeling that she could do it. She had no special evidence wherewith to justify herself the knowledge of something which would give her both authority and excuse. The latter was all that was lacking, however, to give a solid foundation to what, in a way, seemed groundless discontent. The clear proof of one overt deed was the cold breath needed to convert the lowering clouds of suspicion into a rain of wrath. An inkling of untoward deeds on the part of Hurstwood had come. Dr. Beale, the handsome resident physician of the neighborhood, met Mrs. Hurstwood at her own doorstep some days after Hurstwood and Carrie had taken the drive west on Washington Boulevard. Dr. Beale, coming east on the same drive, had recognized Hurstwood, but not before he was quite past him. He was not so sure if Carrie did not know whether it was Hurstwood's wife or daughter. "You don't speak to your friends when you meet them out driving, do you?" he said jocosely to Mrs. Hurstwood. "If I see them, I do. Where was I?" "On Washington Boulevard," he answered, expecting her eye to light with immediate remembrance. She shook her head. "Yes, out near Hoyne Avenue. You were with your husband." "I guess you're mistaken," she answered. Then, remembering her husband's part in the affair, she immediately fell a prey to a host of young suspicions, of which, however, she gave no sign. "I know I saw your husband," he went on. "I wasn't so sure about you. Perhaps it was your daughter." "Perhaps it was," said Mrs. Hurstwood, knowing full well that such was not the case, as Jessica had been her companion for weeks. She had recovered herself sufficiently to wish to know more of the details. "Was it in the afternoon?" she asked, artfully, assuming an air of acquaintanceship with the matter. "Yes, about 2 or 3. "It must have been Jessica," said Mrs. Hurstwood, not wishing to seem to attach any importance to the incident. The physician had a thought or two of his own, but dismissed the matter as worthy of no further discussion on his part at least. Mrs. Hurstwood gave this bit of information considerable thought during the next few hours and even days. She took it for granted that the doctor had really seen her husband, and that he had been riding, most likely, with some other woman after announcing himself as busy to her. As a consequence, she recalled, with rising feeling, how often he had refused to go to places with her, to share in little visits, or indeed take part in any of the social amenities which furnished the diversion of her existence. He had been seen at the theater with people whom he called Moy's friends. Now he was seen driving, and, most likely, would have an excuse for that. Perhaps there were others of whom she did not hear. Or why should he be so busy, so indifferent of late? In the last 6 weeks he had become strangely irritable, strangely satisfied to pick up and go out, whether things were right or wrong in the house. Why? She recalled with more subtle emotions that he did not look at her now with any of the old light of satisfaction or approval in his eye. Evidently, along with other things, he was taking her to be getting old and uninteresting. He saw her wrinkles, perhaps. She was fading, while he was still preening himself in his elegance and youth. He was still an interested factor in the merrymakings of the world, while but she did not pursue the thought. She only found the whole situation bitter, and hated him for it thoroughly. Nothing came of this incident at the time, for the truth is, it did not seem conclusive enough to warrant any discussion. Only the atmosphere of distrust and ill feeling was strengthened, precipitating every now and then little sprinklings of irritable conversation, enlivened by flashes of wrath. The matter of the Waukesha outing was merely a continuation of other things of the same nature. The day after Carrie's appearance on the Avery stage, Mrs. Hurstwood visited the races with Jessica and a youth of her acquaintance, Mr. Bar Taylor, the son of the owner of a local house furnishing establishment. They had driven out early and, as it chanced, encountered several friends of Hurstwood, all Elks, and 2 of whom had attended the performance the evening before. 1,000 chances the subject of the performance had never been brought up had Jessica not been so engaged by the attentions of her young companion, who usurped as much time as possible. This left Mrs. Hurstwood in the mood to extend the perfunctory greetings of some who knew her into short conversations, and the short conversations of friends into long ones. It was from one who meant but to greet her perfunctorily that this interesting intelligence came. "I see," said this individual, who wore sporting clothes of the most attractive pattern and had a field glass strung over his shoulder, "that you did not get over to our little entertainment last evening." "No?" said Mrs. Hurstwood inquiringly, and wondering why he should be using the tone he did and noting the fact that she had not been to something she knew nothing about. It was on her lips to say, "What was it?" when he added, "I saw your husband." Her wonder was at once replaced by the more subtle quality of suspicion. "Yes," she said cautiously. "Was it pleasant? He did not tell me much about it." "Very. Really one of the best private theatricals I ever attended. There was one actress who surprised us all." "Indeed," said Mrs. Hurstwood. "It's too bad you couldn't have been there, really. I was sorry to hear you weren't feeling well." "Feeling well!" Mrs. Hurstwood could have echoed the words after him open-mouthed. As it was, she extricated herself from her mingled impulse to deny and question, and said, almost raspingly, "Yes, it is too bad." "Looks like there will be quite a crowd here today, doesn't it?" the acquaintance observed, drifting off upon another topic. The manager's wife would have questioned farther, but she saw no opportunity. She was for the moment wholly at sea, anxious to think for herself, and wondering what new deception was this which caused him to give out that she was ill when she was not. Another case of her company not wanted and excuses being made. She resolved to find out more. "Were you at the performance last evening?" she asked of the next of Hurstwood's friends, who greeted her as she sat in her box. "Yes." "You didn't get around." "No," she answered. "I was not feeling very well." "So your husband told me," he answered. "Well, it was really very enjoyable. Turned out much better than I expected." "Were there many there?" "The house was full. It was quite an elk night. I saw quite a number of your friends, Mrs. Harrison, Mrs. Barnes, Mrs. Collins. Quite a social gathering." "Indeed it was. My wife enjoyed it very much." Mrs. Hurstwood bit her lip. "So," she thought, "that's the way he does. Tells my friends I am sick and cannot come." She wondered what could induce him to go alone. There was something back of this. She rummaged her brain for a reason. By evening, when Hurstwood reached home, she had brooded herself into a state of sullen desire for explanation and revenge. She wanted to know what this peculiar action of his imported. She was certain there was more behind it all than what she had heard, and evil curiosity mingled well with distrust and the remnants of her wrath of the morning. She, impending disaster itself, walked about with gathered shadow at the eyes and the rudimentary muscles of savagery, fixing the hard lines of her mouth. On the other hand, as we may well believe, the manager came home in the sunniest mood. His conversation and agreement with Carrie had raised his spirits until he was in the frame of mind of one who sings joyously. He was proud of himself, proud of his success, proud of Carrie. He could have been genial to all the world, and he bore no grudge against his wife. He meant to be pleasant, to forget her presence, to live in the atmosphere of youth and pleasure which had been restored to him. So now, the house, to his mind, had a most pleasing and comfortable appearance. In the hall he found an evening paper, laid there by the maid and forgotten by Mrs. Hurstwood. In the dining room the table was clean laid with linen and napery, and shiny with glasses and decorated china. Through an open door he saw into the kitchen, where the fire was crackling in the stove and the evening meal already well under way. Out in the small backyard was George Jr., frolicking with a young dog he had recently purchased, and in the parlor Jessica was playing at the piano, the sounds of a merry waltz filling every nook and corner of the comfortable home. Everyone, like himself, seemed to have regained his good spirits, to be in sympathy with youth and beauty, to be inclined to joy and merrymaking. He felt as if he could say a good word all around himself, and took a most genial glance at the spread table and polished sideboard before going upstairs to read his paper in the comfortable armchair of the sitting room which looked through the open windows into the street. When he entered there, however, he found his wife brushing her hair and musing to herself the while. He came lightly in, thinking to smooth over any feeling that might still exist by a kindly word and a ready promise, but Mrs. Hurstwood said nothing. He seated himself in the large chair, stirred lightly, and making himself comfortable, opened his paper and began to read. In a few moments he was smiling merrily over a very comical account of a baseball game which had taken place between the Chicago and Detroit teams. The while he was doing this, Mrs. Hurstwood was observing him casually through the medium of the mirror which was before her. She noticed his pleasant and contented manner, his airy grace and smiling humor, and it merely aggravated her the more. She wondered how he could think to carry himself so in her presence after the cynicism, indifference, and neglect he had heretofore manifested, and would continue to manifest so long as she would endure it. She thought how she should like to tell him what stress and emphasis she would lend her assertions, how she should drive over this whole affair until satisfaction should be rendered her. Indeed, the shining sword of her wrath was but weakly suspended by a thread of thought. In the meanwhile, Hurstwood encountered a humorous item concerning a stranger who had arrived in the city and became entangled with a bunco steerer. It amused him immensely, and at last he stirred and chuckled to himself. He wished that he might enlist his wife's attention and read it to her. "Ha ha!" he exclaimed softly as if to himself. "That's funny." Mrs. Hurstwood kept on arranging her hair, not so much as deigning a glance. He stirred again and went on to another subject. At last he felt as if his good humor must find some outlet. Julia was probably still out of humor over that affair of this morning, but that could easily be straightened. As a matter of fact, she was in the wrong, but he didn't care. She could go to Waukesha right away if she wanted to, the sooner the better. He would tell her that as soon as he got a chance, and the whole thing would blow over. "Did you notice," he said at last, breaking forth concerning another item which he had found, that they have entered suit to compel the Illinois Central to get off the lakefront, Julia?" he asked. She could scarcely force herself to answer, but managed to say no, sharply. Hurstwood pricked up his ears. There was a note in her voice which vibrated keenly. "It would be a good thing if they did," he went on, half to himself, half to her, though he felt that something was amiss in that quarter. He withdrew his attention to his paper very circumspectly, listening mentally for the little sounds which should show him what was on foot. As a matter of fact, no man as clever as Hurstwood, as observant and sensitive to atmospheres of many sorts, particularly upon his own plane of thought, would have made the mistake which he did in regard to his wife, wrought up as she was, had he not been occupied mentally with a very different train of thought. Had not the influence of Carrie's regard for him, the elation which her promise aroused in him, lasted over, he would not have seen the house in so pleasant a mood. It was not extraordinarily bright and merry this evening. He was merely very much mistaken, and would have been much more fitted to cope with it had he come home in his normal state. After he had studied his paper a few moments longer, he felt that he ought to modify matters in some way or other. Evidently his wife was not going to patch up peace at a word. So he said, "Where did George get the dog he has there in the yard?" "I don't know," she snapped. He put his paper down on his knees and gazed idly out of the window. He did not propose to lose his temper, but merely to be persistent and agreeable, and by a few questions bring around a mild understanding of some sort. "Why do you feel so bad about that affair of this morning?" he said at last. "We needn't quarrel about that. You know you can go to Walcocha if you want to." "So you can stay here and trifle around with someone else," she exclaimed, turning to him a determined countenance, upon which was drawn a sharp and wrathful sneer. He stopped as if slapped in the face. In an instant his persuasive, conciliatory manner fled. He was on the defensive at a wink, and puzzled for a word to reply. "What do you mean?" he said at last, straightening himself and gazing at the cold, determined figure before him, who paid no attention, but went on arranging herself before the mirror. "You know what I mean," she said finally, as if there were a world of information which she held in reserve which she did not need to tell. "Well, I don't," he said stubbornly, yet nervous and alert for what should come next. The finality of the woman's manner took away his feeling of superiority in battle. She made no answer. He murmured, with a movement of his head to one side. It was the weakest thing he had ever done. It was totally unassured. Mrs. Hurstwood noticed the lack of color in it. She turned upon him, animal-like, able to strike an effectual second blow. "I want the Waukesha money tomorrow morning," she said. He looked at her in amazement. Never before had he seen such a cold, steely determination in her eye, such a cruel look of indifference. She seemed a thorough master of her mood, thoroughly confident and determined to wrest all control from him. He felt that all his resources could not defend him. He must attack. "What do you mean?" he said, jumping up. "You want? I'd like to know what's got into you tonight." "Nothing's got into me," she said, flaming. "I want that money. You can do your swaggering afterwards." "Swaggering, eh? What? You'll get nothing from me. What do you mean by your insinuations, anyhow? Where were you last night?" She answered. The words were hot as they came. "Who were you driving with on Washington Boulevard? Who were you with at the theater when George saw you? Do you think I'm a fool to be duped by you?" Do you think I'll sit at home here and take your two bissies and can't come, while you parade around and make out that I'm unable to come? I want you to know that lordly airs have come to an end so far as I am concerned. You can't dictate to me nor my children. I'm through with you entirely. It's a lie, he said, driven to a corner and knowing no other excuse. Lie, eh? She said, fiercely but with returning reserve. You may call it a lie if you want to, but I know. It's a lie, I tell you, he said in a low, sharp voice. You've been searching around for some cheap accusation for months, and now you think you have it. You think you'll spring something and get the upper hand. Well, I tell you, you can't. As long as I'm in this house, I'm master of it, and you or anyone else won't. Dictate to me, do you hear? He crept toward her with the light in his eye that was ominous. Something in the woman's cool, cynical, upper-handish manner, as if she were already master, caused him to feel for the moment as if he could strangle her. She gazed at him, a pythoness in humor. I'm not dictating to you, she returned. I'm telling you what I want. The answer was so cool, so rich in bravado, that somehow it took the wind out of his sails. He could not attack her. He could not ask her for proofs. Somehow he felt evidence, law, the remembrance of all his property which she held in her name, to be shining in her glance. He was like a vessel, powerful and dangerous, but rolling and floundering without sail. And I'm telling you, he said in the end, slightly recovering himself, what? You'll not get. We'll see about it, she said. I'll find out what my rights are. Perhaps you'll talk to a lawyer if you won't to me. It was a magnificent play and had its effect. Hurstwood fell back beaten. He knew now that he had more than mere bluff to contend with. He felt that he was face to face with a dull proposition. What to say he hardly knew. All the merriment had gone out of the day. He was disturbed, wretched, resentful. What should he do? Do as you please, he said at last. I'll have nothing more to do with you. And out he strode. Chapter 23. A Spirit in Travail, One Rung Put Baned. When Carrie reached her own room, she had already fallen a prey to those doubts and misgivings which are ever the result of a lack of decision. She could not persuade herself as to the advisability of her promise, or that now, having given her word, she ought to keep it. She went over the whole ground in Hurstwood's absence, and discovered little objections that had not occurred to her in the warmth of the manager's argument. She saw where she had put herself in a peculiar light, namely, that of agreeing to marry when she was already supposedly married. She remembered a few things Dre had done, and now that it came to walking away from him without a word, she felt as if she were doing wrong. Now she was comfortably situated, and to one who is more or less afraid of the world, this is an urgent matter, and one which puts up strange, uncanny arguments. You do not know what will come. There are miserable things outside. People go a-begging. Women are wretched. You never can tell what will happen. Remember the time you were hungry. Stick to what you have. Curiously, for all her leaning towards Hurstwood, he had not taken a firm hold on her understanding. She was listening, smiling, approving, and yet not finally agreeing. This was due to a lack of power on his part, a lack of that majesty of passion that sweeps the mind from its seat, fuses and melts all arguments and theories into a tangled mass, and destroys for the time being the reasoning power. This majesty of passion is possessed by nearly every man once in his life, but it is usually an attribute of youth and conduces to the first successful mating. Hurstwood, being an older man, could scarcely be said to retain the fire of youth, though he did possess a passion warm and unreasoning. It was strong enough to induce the leaning toward him which, on Carrie's part, we have seen. She might have been said to be imagining herself in love when she was not. Women frequently do this. It flows from the fact that in each exists a bias toward affection, a craving for the pleasure of being loved, The longing to be shielded, bettered, sympathized with, is one of the attributes of the sex. This, coupled with sentiment and a natural tendency to emotion, often makes refusing difficult. It persuades them that they are in love. Once at home, she changed her clothes and straightened the rooms for herself. In the matter of the arrangement of the furniture, she never took the housemaid's opinion. That young woman invariably put one of the rocking chairs in the corner, and Carrie as regularly moved it out. Today she hardly noticed that it was in the wrong place, so absorbed was she in her own thoughts. She worked about the room until Drouet put in appearance at 5 o'clock. The drummer was flushed and excited and full of determination to know all about her relations with Hurstwood. Nevertheless, after going over the subject in his mind the livelong day, he was rather weary of it and wished it over with. He did not foresee serious consequences of any sort, and yet he rather hesitated to begin. Carrie was sitting by the window when he came in, rocking and looking out. "Well," she said innocently, weary of her own mental discussion and wondering at his haste and ill-concealed excitement, "what makes you hurry so?" Drouet hesitated, now that he was in her presence, uncertain as to what course to pursue. He was no diplomat. He could neither read nor see. "When did you get home?" he asked foolishly. "Oh, an hour or so ago. What makes you ask that? You weren't here," he said, "when I came back this morning, and I thought you had gone out." "So I did," said Carrie simply. "I went for a walk." Drouet looked at her wonderingly. For all his lack of dignity in such matters, he did not know how to begin. He stared at her in the most flagrant manner until at last she said, "What makes you stare at me so? What's the matter?" "Nothing," he answered. "I was just thinking." "Just thinking what?" she returned smilingly, puzzled by his attitude. "Oh, nothing much." "Well then, what makes you look so?" Drouet was standing by the dresser, gazing at her in a comic manner. He had laid off his hat and gloves and was now fidgeting with the little toilet pieces which were nearest him. He hesitated to believe that the pretty woman before him was involved in anything so unsatisfactory to himself. He was very much inclined to feel that it was all right after all, yet the knowledge imparted to him by the chambermaid was rankling in his mind. He wanted to plunge in with a straight remark of some sort, but he knew not what. "Where did you go this morning?" he finally asked weakly. "Why, I went for a walk," said Carrie. "Sure you did?" he asked. "Yes, what makes you ask?" She was beginning to see now that he knew something. Instantly she drew herself into a more reserved position. Her cheeks blanched slightly. "I thought maybe you didn't," he said, beating about the bush in the most useless manner. Carrie gazed at him, and as she did so her ebbing courage halted. She saw that he himself was hesitating, and with a woman's intuition realized that there was no occasion for great alarm. "What makes you talk like that?" she asked, wrinkling her pretty forehead. "You act so funny tonight." "I feel funny," he answered. They looked at one another for a moment, and then Drouet plunged desperately into his subject. "What's this about you and Hurstwood?" he asked. "Me and Hurstwood? What do you mean? Didn't he come here a dozen times while I was away?" "A dozen times," repeated Carrie guiltily. "No, but what do you mean?" "Somebody said that you went out riding with him, and that he came here every night." "No such thing," answered Carrie. "It isn't true. Who told you that?" She was flushing scarlet to the roots of her hair, but Drouet did not catch the full hue of her face, owing to the modified light of the room. He was regaining much confidence as Carrie defended herself with denials. "Well, someone," he said. "You're sure you didn't?" "Certainly," said Carrie. "You know how often he came." Drouet paused for a moment and thought. "I know what you told me," he said finally. He moved nervously about, while Carrie looked at him confusedly. "Well, I know that I didn't tell you any such thing as that," said Carrie, recovering herself. "If I were you," went on Drouet, ignoring her last remark, I wouldn't have anything to do with him. He's a married man, you know. Who? Said Carrie, stumbling at the word. Why, Hurstwood, said Drouet, noting the effect and feeling that he was delivering a telling blow. Hurstwood, exclaimed Carrie, rising. Her face had changed several shades since this announcement was made. She looked within and without herself in a half-dazed way. Who told you this? She asked, forgetting that her interest was out of order and exceedingly incriminating. Why, I know it, I've always known it, said Dreiser. Carrie was feeling about for a right thought. She was making a most miserable showing, and yet feelings were generating within her which were anything but crumbling cowardice. I thought I told you, he added. No, you did it, she contradicted, suddenly recovering her voice. You didn't do anything of the kind. Drouet listened to her in astonishment. This was something new. I thought I did, he said. Carrie looked around her very solemnly, and then went over to the window. You oughtn't to have had anything to do with him, said Drouet in an injured tone, after all I've done for you. You, said Carrie. You! What have you done for me? Her little brain had been surging with contradictory feelings, shame at exposure, shame at Hurstwood's perfidy, anger at Drouet's deception, the mockery he had made at her. Now one clear idea came into her head. He was at fault. There was no doubt about it. Why did he bring Hurstwood out? Hurstwood, a married man, and never say a word to her. Never mind now about Hurstwood's perfidy. Why had he done this? Why hadn't he warned her? There he stood now, guilty of this miserable breach of confidence, and talking about what he had done for her. Well, I like that, exclaimed Drouet, little realizing the fire his remark had generated. I think I've done a good deal. You have, eh? She answered. You've deceived me, that's what you've done. You've brought your old friends out here under false pretenses. You've made me out to be, oh, and with this her voice broke, and she pressed her two little hands together tragically. I can't see what that's got to do with it, said the drummer quaintly. No, she answered, recovering herself and shutting her teeth. No, of course you don't see. There isn't anything you see. You couldn't have told me in the first place, could you? You had to make me out wrong until it was too late. Now you come sneaking around with your information and your talk about what you have done. Drouet had never suspected this side of Carrie's nature. She was alive with feeling, her eyes snapping, her lips quivering, her whole body sensible of the injury she felt and partaking of her wrath. Who's sneaking? He asked, mildly conscious of error on his part, but certain that he was wronged. You are, stamped Carrie. You're a horrid, conceited coward, that's what you are. If you had any sense of manhood in you, you wouldn't have thought of doing any such thing. The drummer stared. I'm not a coward, he said. What do you mean by going with other men anyway? Other men, exclaimed Carrie. Other men, you know better than that. I did go with Mr. Hurstwood, but whose fault was it? Didn't you bring him here? You told him yourself that he should come out here and take me out. Now, after it's all over, you come and tell me that I oughtn't to go with him and that he's a married man. She paused at the sound of the last two words and wrung her hands. The knowledge of Hurstwood's perfidy wounded her like a knife. Oh, she sobbed, repressing herself wonderfully and keeping her eyes dry. Oh, oh! Well, I didn't think you'd be running around with him when I was away, insisted Drouet. Didn't think, said Carrie, now angered to the core by the man's peculiar attitude. Of course not. You thought only of what would be to your satisfaction. You thought you'd make a toy of me, a plaything. Well, I'll show you that you won't. I'll have nothing more to do with you at all. You can take your old things and keep them, and unfastening a little pin he had given her, she flung it vigorously upon the floor and began to move about as if to gather up the things which belonged to her. By this Drouet was not only irritated but fascinated the more. He looked at her in amazement and finally said, "I don't see where your wrath comes in. I've got the right of this thing. You oughtn't to have done anything that wasn't right after all I did for you." "What have you done for me?" asked Carrie, blazing, her head thrown back and her lips parted. "I think I've done a good deal," said the drummer, looking around. "I've given you all the clothes you wanted, haven't I? I've taken you everywhere you wanted to go. You've had as much as I've had, and more too." Carrie was not ungrateful, whatever else might be said of her. Insofar as her mind could construe, she acknowledged benefits received. She hardly knew how to answer this, and yet her wrath was not placated. She felt that the drummer had injured her irreparably. "Did I ask you to?" she returned. "Well, I did it," said Drouet, "and you took it." "You talk as though I had persuaded you," answered Carrie. "You stand there and throw up what you've done. I don't want your old things. I'll have them. You take them tonight, and do what you please with them. I'll not stay here another minute." "That's nice," he answered, becoming angered now at the sense of his own approaching loss. "Use everything, and abuse me, and then walk off. That's just like a woman. I take you when you haven't got anything, and then when someone else comes along, why I'm no good. I always thought it'd come out that way." He felt really hurt as he thought of his treatment and looked as if he saw no way of obtaining justice. "It's not so," said Carrie, "and I'm not going with anybody else. You have been as miserable and inconsiderate as you can be. I hate you, I tell you, and I wouldn't live with you another minute. You're a big insulting here." She hesitated and used no word at all, "or you wouldn't talk that way." She had secured her hat and jacket and slipped the latter on over her little evening dress. Some wisps of wavy hair had loosened from the bands at the side of her head and were straggling over her hot red cheeks. She was angry, mortified, grief-stricken. Her large eyes were full of the anguish of tears, but her lids were not yet wet. She was distracted and uncertain, deciding and doing things without an aim or conclusion, and she had not the slightest conception of how the whole difficulty would end. "Well, that's a fine finish," said Drouet. "Pack up and pull out, eh? You take the cake. I bet you were knocking around with Hurstwood or you wouldn't act like that. I don't want the old rooms. You needn't pull out for me. You can have them for all I care, but b'George, you haven't done me right." "I'll not live with you," said Carrie. "I don't want to live with you. You've done nothing but brag around ever since you've been here." "Oh, I haven't anything of the kind," he answered. Carrie walked over to the door. "Where are you going?" he said, stepping over and heading her off. "Let me out," she said. "Where are you going?" he repeated. He was, above all, sympathetic, and the sight of Carrie wandering out he knew not where affected him despite his grievance. Carrie merely pulled at the door. The strain of the situation was too much for her, however. She made one more vain effort and then burst into tears. "Now, be reasonable, cad," said Drouet gently. "What do you want to rush out for this way? You haven't any place to go. Why not stay here now and be quiet? I'll not bother you. I don't want to stay here any longer." Carrie had gone sobbing from the door to the window. She was so overcome she could not speak. "Be reasonable now," he said. "I don't want to hold you. You can go if you want to, but why don't you think it over? Lord knows, I don't want to stop you." He received no answer. Carrie was quieting, however, under the influence of his plea. "You stay here now, and I'll go," he added at last. Carrie listened to this with mingled feelings. Her mind was shaken loose from the little mooring of logic that it had. She was stirred by this thought, angered by that her own injustice, Hurstwood's, Drouet's, their respective qualities of kindness and favor, the threat of the world outside, in which she had failed once before. The impossibility of this state inside, where the chambers were no longer justly hers, the effect of the argument upon her nerves, all combined to make her a mass of jangling fibers, an anchorless, storm-beaten little craft which could do absolutely nothing but drift. "Say," said Drouet, coming over to her after a few moments with a new idea and putting his hand upon her. "Don't," said Carrie, drawing away, but not removing her handkerchief from her eyes. "Never mind about this quarrel now. Let it go. You stay here until the month's out anyhow, and then you can tell better what you want to do." "Eh?" Carrie made no answer. "You'd better do that," he said. "There's no use your packing up now. You can't go anywhere." Still, he got nothing for his words. "If you'll do that, we'll call it off for the present, and I'll get out." Carrie lowered her handkerchief slightly and looked out of the window. "Will you do that?" he asked. Still no answer. "Will you?" he repeated. She only looked vaguely into the street. "Oh, come on," he said. "Tell me. Will you?" "I don't know," said Carrie softly, forced to answer. "Promise me you'll do that," he said, "and we'll quit talking about it. It'll be the best thing for you." Carrie heard him, but she could not bring herself to answer reasonably. She felt that the man was gentle and that his interest in her had not abated, and it made her suffer a pang of regret. She was in a most helpless plight. As for Drouet, his attitude had been that of the jealous lover. Now his feelings were a mixture of anger at deception, sorrow at losing Carrie, misery at being defeated. He wanted his rights in some way or other, and yet his rights included the retaining of Carrie, the making her feel her error. "Will you?" he urged. "Well, I'll see," said Carrie. This left the matter as open as before, but it was something. It looked as if the quarrel would blow over, if they could only get some way of talking to one another. Carrie was ashamed, and Drouet aggrieved. He pretended to take up the task of packing some things in a valise. Now, as Carrie watched him out of the corner of her eye, certain sound thoughts came into her head. He had erred, true, but what had she done? He was kindly and good-natured for all his egotism. Throughout this argument he had said nothing very harsh. On the other hand, there was Hurstwood, a greater deceiver than he. He had pretended all this affection, and he was lying to her all the while. Oh, the perfidy of men! And she had loved him. There could be nothing more in that quarter. She would see Hurstwood no more. She would write him and let him know what she thought. Thereupon, what would she do? Here were these rooms. Care was Drouet, pleading for her to remain. Evidently things could go on here somewhat as before, if all were arranged. It would be better than the street, without a place to lay her head. All this she thought of as Drouet rummaged the drawers for collars and labored long and painstakingly at finding a shirt stud. He was in no hurry to rush this matter. He felt an attraction to Carrie which would not down. He could not think that the thing would end by his walking out of the room. There must be some way round, some way to make her own up that he was right and she was wrong, to patch up a peace and shut out Hurstwood forever. Mercy! How he turned at the man's shameless duplicity. "Do you think," he said after a few moments' silence, "that you'll try and get on the stage?" He was wondering what she was intending. "I don't know what I'll do yet," said Carrie. "If you do, maybe I can help you. I've got a lot of friends in that line." She made no answer to this. "Don't go and try to knock around now without any money. Let me help you," he said. "It's no easy thing to go on your own hook here." Carrie only rocked back and forth in her chair. "I don't want you to go up against a hard game that way." He bestirred himself about some other details, and Carrie rocked on. "Why don't you tell me all about this thing?" he said after a time, "and let's call it off. You don't really care for Hurstwood, do you?" "Why do you want to start on that again?" said Carrie. "You were to blame." "No, I wasn't," he answered. "Yes, you were too," said Carrie. "You shouldn't have ever told me such a story as that, But you didn't have much to do with him, did you? Went on Jouet, anxious for his own peace of mind to get some direct denial from her. I won't talk about it, said Carrie, pained at the quizzical turn the peace arrangement had taken. What's the use of acting like that now, Cad? Insisted the drummer, stopping in his work and putting up a hand expressively. You might let me know where I stand, at least. I won't, said Carrie, feeling no refuge but in anger. Whatever has happened is your own fault. Then you do care for him? Said Drouet, stopping completely and experiencing a rush of feeling. Oh, stop, said Carrie. Well, I'll not be made a fool of, exclaimed Drouet. You may trifle around with him if you want to, but you can't lead me. You can tell me or not just as you want to, but I won't fool any longer. He shoved the last few remaining things he had laid out into his valise and snapped it with a vengeance. Then he grabbed his coat, which he had laid off to work, picked up his gloves, and started out. You can go to the deuce as far as I am concerned, he said as he reached the door. I'm no sucker. And with that he opened it with a jerk and closed it equally vigorously. Carrie listened at her window view, more astonished than anything else at this sudden rise of passion in the drummer. She could hardly believe her senses, so good-natured and tractable had he invariably been. It was not for her to see the wellspring of human passion. A real flame of love is a subtle thing. It burns as a will-o'-the-wisp, dancing onward to fairylands of delight. It roars as a furnace. Too often jealousy is the quality upon which it feeds. Chapter 24. Ashes of Tinder, a Face at the Window. That night, Hurstwood remained downtown entirely, going to the Palmer House for a bed after his work was through. He was in a fevered state of mind, owing to the blight his wife's action threatened to cast upon his entire future. While he was not sure how much significance might be attached to the threat she had made, he was sure that her attitude, if long continued, would cause him no end of trouble. She was determined and had worsted him in a very important contest. How would it be from now on? He walked the floor of his little office, and later that of his room, putting one thing and another together to no avail. Mrs. Hurstwood, on the contrary, had decided not to lose her advantage by inaction. Now that she had practically cowed him, she would follow up her work with demands, the acknowledgment of which would make her word law in the future. He would have to pay her the money which she would now regularly demand, or there would be trouble. It did not matter what he did. She really did not care whether he came home any more or not. The household would move along much more pleasantly without him, and she could do as she wished without consulting anyone. Now she proposed to consult a lawyer and hire a detective. She would find out at once just what advantages she could gain. Hurstwood walked the floor, mentally arranging the chief points of his situation. She has that property in her name, he kept saying to himself. What a fool trick that was. Curse it, what a fool move that was. He also thought of his managerial position. If she raises a row now, I'll lose this thing. They won't have me around if my name gets in the papers. My friends, too. He grew more angry as he thought of the talk any action on her part would create. How would the papers talk about it? Every man he knew would be wondering. He would have to explain and deny and make a general mark of himself. Then Moy would come and confer with him, and there would be the devil to pay. Many little wrinkles gathered between his eyes as he contemplated this, and his brow moistened. He saw no solution of anything, not a loophole left. Through all this thoughts of Carrie flashed upon him and the approaching affair of Saturday. Tangled as all his matters were, he did not worry over that. It was the one pleasing thing in this whole rout of trouble. He could arrange that satisfactorily, for Carrie would be glad to wait if necessary. He would see how things turned out tomorrow, and then he would talk to her. They were going to meet as usual. He saw only her pretty face and neat figure, and wondered why life was not arranged so that such joy as he found with her could be steadily maintained. How much more pleasant it would be, then he would take up his wife's thread again, and the wrinkles and moisture would return. In the morning, he came over from the hotel and opened his mail, but there was nothing in it outside the ordinary run. For some reason, he felt as if something might come that way, and was relieved when all the envelopes had been scanned and nothing suspicious noticed. He began to feel the appetite that had been wanting before he had reached the office, and decided before going out to the park to meet Carrie to drop in at the Grand Pacific and have a pot of coffee and some rolls. While the danger had not lessened, it had not as yet materialized, and with him no news was good news. If he could only get plenty of time to think, perhaps something would turn up. Surely this thing would not drift along to catastrophe, and he not find a way out. His spirits fell, however, when, upon reaching the park, he waited, and Carrie did not come. He held his favorite post for an hour or more, then arose and began to walk about restlessly. Could something have happened out there to keep her away? Could she have been reached by his wife? Surely not. So little did he consider Drouet that it never once occurred to him to worry about his finding out. He grew restless as he ruminated, and then decided that perhaps it was nothing. She had not been able to get away this morning. That was why no letter notifying him had come. He would get one today. It would probably be on his desk when he got back. He would look for it at once. After a time he gave up waiting and drearily headed for the Madison car. To add to his distress, the bright blue sky became overcast with little fleecy clouds which shut out the sun. The wind veered to the east, and by the time he reached his office it was threatening to drizzle all afternoon. He went in and examined his letters, but there was nothing from Carrie. Fortunately, there was nothing from his wife either. He thanked his stars that he did not have to confront that proposition just now, when he needed to think so much. He walked the floor again, pretending to be in an ordinary mood, but secretly troubled beyond the expression of words. At 1:30 he went to Rector's for lunch, and when he returned a messenger was waiting for him. He looked at the little chap with a feeling of doubt. "I'm to bring an answer," said the boy. Hurst would recognize his wife's writing. He tore it open and read without a show of feeling. It began in the most formal manner and was sharply and coldly worded throughout. "I want you to send the money I asked for at once. I need it to carry out my plans. You can stay away if you want to. It doesn't matter in the least. But I must have some money. So don't delay but send it by the boy." When he had finished it, he stood holding it in his hands. The audacity of the thing took his breath. It roused his ire also, the deepest element of revolt in him. His first impulse was to write but 4 words in reply: "Go to the devil." But he compromised by telling the boy that there would be no reply. Then he sat down in his chair and gazed without seeing, contemplating the result of his work. What would she do about that? The confounded wretch! Was she going to try to bulldoze him into submission? He would go up there and have it out with her, that's what he would do. She was carrying things with too high a hand. These were his first thoughts. Later, however, his old discretion asserted itself. Something had to be done. A climax was near, and she would not sit idle. He knew her well enough to know that when she had decided upon a plan, she would follow it up. Possibly matters would go into a lawyer's hands at once. Damn her! He said softly, with his teeth firmly set. "I'll make it hot for her if she causes me trouble. I'll make her change her tone if I have to use force to do it." He arose from his chair and went and looked out into the street. The long drizzle had begun. Pedestrians had turned up collars and trousers at the bottom. Hands were hidden in the pockets of the umbrellas. Umbrellas were up. The street looked like a sea of round black cloth roofs, twisting, bobbing, moving. Trucks and vans were rattling in a noisy line, and everywhere men were shielding themselves as best they could. He scarcely noticed the picture. He was forever confronting his wife, demanding of her to change her attitude toward him before he worked her bodily harm. At 4 o'clock, another note came, which simply said that if the money was not forthcoming that evening, the matter would be laid before Fitzgerald and Moy on the morrow, and other steps would be taken to get it. Hurstwood almost exclaimed out loud at the insistency of this thing. Yes, he would send her the money. He'd take it to her. He would go up there and have a talk with her, and that at once. He put on his hat and looked around for his umbrella. He would have some arrangement of this thing. He called a cab and was driven through the dreary rain to the north side. On the way his temper cooled as he thought of the details of the case. What did she know? What had she done? Maybe she'd got hold of Carrie, who knows, or Drouet. Perhaps she really had evidence, and was prepared to fell him as a man does another from secret ambush. She was shrewd. Why should she taunt him this way, unless she had good grounds? He began to wish that he had compromised in some way or other, that he had sent the money. Perhaps he could do it up here. He would go in and see, anyhow. He would have no row. By the time he reached his own street, he was keenly alive to the difficulties of his situation and wished over and over that some solution would offer itself, that he could see his way out. He alighted and went up the steps to the front door, but it was with a nervous palpitation of the heart. He pulled out his key and tried to insert it, but another key was on the inside. He shook at the knob, but the door was locked. Then he rang the bell. No answer. He rang again, this time harder. Still no answer. He jangled it fiercely several times in succession, but without avail. Then he went below. There was a door which opened under the steps into the kitchen, protected by an iron grating, intended as a safeguard against burglars. When he reached this, he noticed that it also was bolted and that the kitchen windows were down. What could it mean? He rang the bell and then waited. Finally, seeing that no one was coming, he turned and went back to his cab. "I guess they've gone out," he said apologetically to the individual who was hiding his red face in a loose tarpaulin raincoat. "I saw a young girl up in that winder," returned the cabby. Hurstwood looked, but there was no face there now. He climbed moodily into the cab, relieved and distressed. So this was the game, was it? Shut him out and make him pay. Well, by the Lord, that did beat all. Chapter 25. Ashes of Tinder, the Loosing of Stays. When Hurstwood got back to his office again, he was in a greater quandary than ever. Lord, Lord, he thought, what had he got into? How could things have taken such a violent turn and so quickly? He could hardly realize how it had all come about. It seemed a monstrous, unnatural, unwarranted condition which had suddenly descended upon him without his let or hindrance. Meanwhile, he gave a thought, now and then, to Carrie. What could be the trouble in that quarter? No letter had come, no word of any kind, and yet here it was late in the evening and she had agreed to meet him that morning. Tomorrow they were to have met and gone off where? He saw that in the excitement of recent events he had not formulated a plan upon that score. He was desperately in love, and would have taken great chances to win her under ordinary circumstances. But now what? Supposing she had found out something? Supposing she, too, wrote him and told him that she knew all, that she would have nothing more to do with him. It would be just like this, too? Happen as things were going now. Meanwhile, he had not sent the money. He strolled up and down the polished floor of the resort, his hands in his pockets, his brow wrinkled, his mouth set. He was getting some vague comfort out of a good cigar, but it was no panacea for the ill which affected him. Every once in a while he would clench his fingers and tap his foot signs of the stirring mental process he was undergoing. His whole nature was vigorously and powerfully shaken up, and he was finding what limits the mind has to endurance. He drank more brandy and soda than he had any evening in months. He was altogether a fine example of great mental perturbation. For all his study, nothing came of the evening except this: he sent the money. It was with great opposition, after 2 or 3 hours of the most urgent mental affirmation and denial, that at last he got an envelope, placed in it the requested amount, and slowly sealed it up. Then he called Harry, the boy of all work around the place. "You take this to this address," he said, handing him the envelope, "and give it to Mrs. Hurstwood." "Yes, sir," said the boy. "If she isn't there, bring it back." "Yes, sir, you've seen my wife?" he asked as a precautionary measure, as the boy turned to go. "Oh, yes, sir." "I know her. All right now, hurry right back." Any answer? I guess not. The boy hastened away, and the manager fell to his musings. Now he had done it. There was no use speculating over that. He was beaten for tonight, and he might just as well make the best of it. But, oh, the wretchedness of being forced this way. He could see her meeting the boy at the door and smiling sardonically. She would take the envelope and know that she had triumphed. If he only had that letter back, he wouldn't send it. He breathed heavily and wiped the moisture from his face. For relief, he arose and joined in conversation with the few friends who were drinking. He tried to get the interest of things about him, but it was not to be. All the time his thoughts would run out to his home and see the scene being therein enacted. All the time he was wondering what she would say when the boy handed her the envelope. In about an hour and 3/4 the boy returned. He had evidently delivered the package, for, as he came up, he made no sign of taking anything out of his pocket. "Well," said Hurstwood, "I gave it to her." "My wife?" "Yes, sir." "Any answer?" "She said it was high time." Hurstwood scowled fiercely. There was no more to be done upon that score that night. He went on brooding over his situation until midnight, when he repaired again to the Palmer house. He wondered what the morning would bring forth, and slept anything but soundly upon it. Next day he went again to the office and opened his mail, suspicious and hopeful of its contents. No word from Carrie, nothing from his wife, which was pleasant. The fact that he had sent the money and that she had received it worked to the ease of his mind, for, as the thought that he had done it receded, his chagrin at it grew less and his hope of peace more. He fancied, as he sat at his desk, that nothing would be done for a week or two. Meanwhile, he would have time to think. This process of thinking began by a reversion to Carrie and the arrangement by which he was to get her away from Drouet. How about that now? His pain and her failure to meet or write him rapidly increased as he devoted himself to this subject. He decided to write her care of the West Side Post Office and ask for an explanation, as well as to have her meet him. The thought that this letter would probably not reach her until Monday chafed him exceedingly. He must get some speedier method. But how? He thought upon it for a half-hour, not contemplating a messenger or a cab direct to the house, owing to the exposure of it, but finding that time was slipping away to no purpose, he wrote the letter and then began to think again. The hours slipped by, and with them the possibility of the union he had contemplated. He had thought to be joyously aiding Carrie by now in the task of joining her interests to his, and here it was afternoon and nothing done. 3 o'clock came, 4, 5, 6, and no letter. The helpless manager paced the floor and grimly endured the gloom of defeat. He saw a busy Saturday ushered out, the Sabbath in, and nothing done. All day, the bar being closed, he brooded alone, shut out from home, from the excitement of his resort, from Carrie, and without the ability to alter his condition one iota. It was the worst Sunday he had spent in his life. In Monday's second mail he encountered a very legal-looking letter which held his interest for some time. It bore the imprint of the law offices of McGregor, James, and Hay, and with a very formal "Dear Sir," and, we beg to state, went on to inform him briefly that they had been retained by Mrs. Julia Hurstwood to adjust certain matters which related to her sustenance and property rights, and would he kindly call and see them about the matter at once. He read it through carefully several times, and then merely shook his head. It seemed as if his family troubles were just beginning. "Well," he said after a time, quite audibly, "I don't know." Then he folded it up and put it in his pocket. To add to his misery, there was no word from Carrie. He was quite certain now that she knew he was married and was angered at his perfidy. His loss seemed all the more bitter now that he needed her most. He thought he would go out and insist on seeing her if she did not send him word of some sort soon. He was really affected most miserably of all by this desertion. He had loved her earnestly enough, but now that the possibility of losing her stared him in the face, she seemed much more attractive. He really pined for a word, and looked out upon her with his mind's eye in the most wistful manner. He did not propose to lose her, whatever she might think. Come what might, he would adjust this matter, and soon. He would go to her and tell her all his family complications. He would explain to her just where he stood and how much he needed her. Surely she couldn't go back on him now. It wasn't possible. He would plead until her anger would melt, until she would forgive him. Suddenly he thought, supposing she isn't out there, suppose she has gone. He was forced to take his feet. It was too much to think of and sit still. Nevertheless, his rousing availed him nothing. On Tuesday it was the same way. He did manage to bring himself into the mood to go out to Carrie, but when he got in Ogden Place, he thought he saw a man watching him and went away. He did not go within a block of the house. One of the galling incidents of this visit was that he came back on a Randolph Street car, and without noticing arrived almost opposite the building of the concern with which his son was connected. This sent a pang through his heart. He had called on his boy there several times. Now the lad had not sent him word. His absence did not seem to be noticed by either of his children. Well, fortune plays a man queer tricks. He got back to his office and joined in the conversation with friends. It was as if idle chatter deadened the sense of misery. That night he dined at Rector's and returned at once to his office. In the bustle and show of the latter was his only relief. He troubled over many little details and talked perfunctorily to everybody. He stayed at his desk long after all others had gone, and only quitted it when the night watchman on his round pulled at the front door to see if it was safely locked. On Wednesday he received another polite note from McGregor, James, and Hay. It read, "Dear Sir, we beg to inform you that we are instructed to wait until tomorrow Thursday at 1 o'clock before filing suit against you on behalf of Mrs. Julia Hurstwood for divorce and alimony, if we do not hear from you. Before that time we shall consider that you do not wish to compromise the matter in any way and act accordingly. Very truly yours, etc." "Compromise," exclaimed Hurstwood bitterly. "Compromise!" Again he shook his head. So here it was spread out clear before him, and now he knew what to expect. If he didn't go and see them, they would sue him promptly. If he did, he would be offered terms that would make his blood boil. He folded the letter and put it with the other one. Then he put on his hat and went for a turn about the block. Chapter 26. The Ambassador Fallen. A Search from the Gate. Carrie, left alone by Drouet, listened to his retreating steps, scarcely realizing what had happened. She knew that he had stormed out. It was some moments before she questioned whether he would return. Not now exactly, but ever. She looked around her upon the rooms, out of which the evening light was dying, and wondered why she did not feel quite the same towards them. She went over to the dresser and struck a match, lighting the gas. Then she went back to the rocker to think. It was some time before she could collect her thoughts, but when she did, this truth began to take on importance. She was quite alone. Suppose Drouet did not come back? Suppose she should never hear anything more of him? This fine arrangement of chambers would not last long. She would have to quit them. To her credit be it said, she never once counted on Hurstwood. She could only approach that subject with a pang of sorrow and regret. For a truth, she was rather shocked and frightened by this evidence of human depravity. He would have tricked her without turning an eyelash. she would have been led into a newer and worse situation. And yet she could not keep out the pictures of his looks and manners. Only this one deed seemed strange and miserable. It contrasted sharply with all she felt and knew concerning the man. But she was alone. That was the greater thought just at present. How about that? Would she go out to work again? Would she begin to look around in the business district? The stage? Oh, yes. Drouet had spoken about that. Was there any hope there? She moved to and fro in deep and varied thoughts, while the minutes slipped away and night fell completely. She had had nothing to eat, and yet there she sat, thinking it over. She remembered that she was hungry and went to the little cupboard in the rear room where were the remains of one of their breakfasts. She looked at these things with certain misgivings. The contemplation of food had more significance than usual. While she was eating, she began to wonder how much money she had. It struck her as exceedingly important, and without ado she went to look for her purse. It was on the dresser, and in it were $7 in bills and some change. She quailed as she thought of the insignificance of the amount and rejoiced because the rent was paid until the end of the month. She began also to think what she would have done if she had gone out into the street when she first started. By the side of that situation, as she looked at it now, the present seemed agreeable. She had a little time at least, and then, perhaps, everything would come out all right after all. Drouet had gone, but what of it? He did not seem seriously angry. He only acted as if he were huffy. He would come back, of course he would. There was his cane in the corner. Here was one of his collars. He had left his light overcoat in the wardrobe. She looked about and tried to assure herself with the sight of a dozen such details, but alas, the secondary thought arrived. Supposing he did come back, then what? Here was another proposition nearly, if not quite, as disturbing. She would have to talk with and explain to him. He would want her to admit that he was right. It would be impossible for her to live with him. On Friday, Carrie remembered her appointment with Hurstwood, and the passing of the hour when she should, by all right of promise, have been in his company served to keep the calamity which had befallen her exceedingly fresh and clear. In her nervousness and stress of mind, she felt it necessary to act, and consequently put on a brown street dress, and at 11 o'clock started to visit the business portion once again. She must look for work. The rain, which threatened at 12 and began at 1, served equally well to cause her to retrace her steps and remain within doors as it did to reduce Hurstwood's spirits and give him a wretched day. The morrow was Saturday, a half-holiday in many business quarters, and besides it was a balmy, radiant day, with the trees and grass shining exceedingly green after the rain of the night before. When she went out, the sparrows were twittering merrily in joyous choruses. She could not help feeling, as she looked across the lovely park, that life was a joyous thing for those who did not need to worry, and she wished over and over that something might interfere now to preserve for her the comfortable state which she had occupied. She did not want Drouet or his money when she thought of it, nor anything more to do with Hurstwood, but only the content and ease of mind she had experienced, for, after all, she had been happier, at least, than she was now when confronted by the necessity of making her way alone. When she arrived in the business part it was quite 11 o'clock, and the business had little longer to run. She did not realize this at first, being affected by some of the old distress which was a result of her earlier adventure into this strenuous and exacting quarter. She wandered about, assuring herself that she was making up her mind to look for something, and at the same time feeling that perhaps it was not necessary to be in such haste about it. The thing was difficult to encounter, and she had a few days. Besides, she was not sure that she was really face to face again with the bitter problem of self-sustenance. Anyhow, there was one change for the better. She knew that she had improved in appearance. Her manner had vastly changed. Her clothes were becoming, and men, well-dressed men, some of the kind who before had gazed at her indifferently from behind their polished railings and imposing office partitions, now gazed into her face with a soft light in their eyes. In a way, she felt the power and satisfaction of the thing, but it did not wholly reassure her. She looked for nothing save what might come legitimately and without the appearance of special favor. She wanted something, but no man should buy her by false protestations or favor. She proposed to earn her living honestly. "This store closes at 1 on Saturdays" was a pleasing and satisfactory legend to see upon doors which she felt she ought to enter and inquire for work. It gave her an excuse, and after encountering quite a number of them, and noting that the clock registered 12:15, she decided that it would be no use to seek further today, so she got on a car and went to Lincoln Park. There was always something to see there: the flowers, the animals, the lake, and she flattered herself that on Monday she would be up betimes and searching. Besides, many things might happen between now and Monday. Sunday passed with equal doubts, worries, assurances, and heaven knows what vagaries of mind and spirit. Every half hour in the day the thought would come to her most sharply, like the tail of a swishing whip, that immediate action was imperative. At other times, she would look about her and assure herself that things were not so bad, that certainly she would come out safe and sound. At such times, she would think of Dreiser's advice about going on the stage, and saw some chance for herself in that quarter. She decided to take up that opportunity on the morrow. Accordingly, she arose early Monday morning and dressed herself carefully. She did not know just how such applications were made, but she took it to be a matter which related more directly to the theater buildings. All you had to do was to inquire of someone about the theater for the manager and ask for a position. If there was anything, you might get it, or at least he could tell you how. She had had no experience with this class of individuals whatsoever, and did not know the salacity and humor of the theatrical tribe. She only knew of the position which Mr. Hale occupied, but of all things she did not wish to encounter that personage on account of her intimacy with his wife. There was, however, at this time one theater, the Chicago Opera House, which was considerably in the public eye, and its manager, David A. Henderson, had a fair local reputation. Carrie had seen 1 or 2 elaborate performances there, and had heard of several others. She knew nothing of Henderson, nor of the methods of applying, but she instinctively felt that this would be a likely place, and accordingly strolled about in that neighborhood. She came bravely enough to the showy entrance way, with the polished and begilded lobby, set with framed pictures out of the current attraction, leading up to the quiet box office. But she could get no further. A noted comic opera comedian was holding forth that week, and the air of distinction and prosperity overawed her. She could not imagine that there would be anything in such a lofty sphere for her. She almost trembled at the audacity which might have carried her on to a terrible rebuff. She could find heart only to look at the pictures which were showy, and then walk out. It seemed to her as if she had made a splendid escape, and that it would be foolhardy to think of applying in that quarter again. This little experience settled her hunting for one day. She looked around elsewhere, but it was from the outside. She got the location of several playhouses fixed in her mind, notably the Grand Opera House and McVicker's, both of which were leading in attractions, and then came away. Her spirits were materially reduced, owing to the newly restored sense of magnitude of the great interest and the insignificance of her claims upon society, such as she understood them to be. That night she was visited by Mrs. Hale, whose chatter and protracted stay made it impossible to dwell upon her predicament or the fortune of the day. Before retiring, however, she sat down to think, and gave herself up to the most gloomy forebodings. Drouet had not put in an appearance. She had had no word from any quarter. She had spent $1 of her precious sum in procuring food and paying car fare. It was evident that she would not endure long. Besides, she had discovered no resource. In this situation, her thoughts went out to her sister in Van Buren Street, whom she had not seen since the night of her flight, and to her home at Columbia City, which seemed now a part of something that could not be again. She looked for no refuge in that direction. Nothing but sorrow was brought her by thoughts of Hurstwood, which would return. That he could have chosen to dupe her in so ready a manner seemed a cruel thing. Tuesday came, and with it appropriate indecision and speculation. She was in no mood after her failure of the day before to hasten forth upon her work. Seeking errand, and yet she rebuked herself for what she considered her weakness the day before. Accordingly, she started out to revisit the Chicago Opera House, but possessed scarcely enough courage to approach. She did manage to inquire at the box office, however. "Manager of the company or the house?" asked the smartly dressed individual who took care of the tickets. He was favorably impressed by Carrie's looks. "I don't know," said Carrie, taken back by the question. "You couldn't see the manager of the house today, anyhow," volunteered the young man. "He's out of town." He noted her puzzled look and then added, "What is it you wish to see about?" "I want to see about getting a position," she answered. "You'd better see the manager of the company," he returned, "but he isn't here now." "When will he be in?" asked Carrie, somewhat relieved by this information. "Well, you might find him in between 11 and 12. He's here after 2 o'clock." Carrie thanked him and walked briskly out while the young man gazed after her through one of the side windows of his gilded coupe. "Good looking," he said to himself, and proceeded to visions of condescensions on her part which were exceedingly flattering to himself. One of the principal comedy companies of the day was playing an engagement at the Grand Opera House. Here Carrie asked to see the manager of the company. She little knew the trivial authority of this individual, or that had there been vacancy an actor would have been sent on from New York to fill it. "His office is upstairs," said a man in the box office. Several persons were in the manager's office, two lounging near a window, another talking to an individual sitting at a roll-top desk, the manager. Carrie glanced nervously about and began to fear that she should have to make her appeal before the assembled company, two of whom the occupants of the window were already observing her carefully. "I can't do it," the manager was saying. "It's a rule of Mr. Frohman's never to allow visitors back of the stage." "No, no." Carrie timidly waited, standing. There were chairs, but no one motioned her to be seated. The individual to whom the manager had been talking went away quite crestfallen. That luminary gazed earnestly at some papers before him, as if they were of the greatest concern. "Did you see that in the Herald this morning about Nat Goodwin, Harris?" "No," said the person addressed. "What was it?" "Made quite a curtain address at Hooley's last night. Better look it up." Harris reached over to a table and began to look for the Herald. "What is it?" said the manager to Carrie, apparently noticing her for the first time. He thought he was going to be held up for free tickets. Carrie summoned up all her courage, which was little at best. She realized that she was a novice and felt as if a rebuff were certain. Of this she was so sure that she only wished now to pretend she had called for advice. "Can you tell me how to go about getting on the stage?" It was the best way after all to have gone about the matter. She was interesting in a manner to the occupant of the chair, and the simplicity of her request and attitude took his fancy. He smiled, as did the others in the room, who, however, made some slight effort to conceal their humor. "I don't know," he answered, looking her brazenly over. "Have you ever had any experience upon the stage?" "A little," answered Carrie. "I have taken part in amateur performances." She thought she had to make some sort of showing in order to retain his interest. "Never studied for the stage?" he said, putting on an air intended as much to impress his friends with his discretion as Carrie. "No, sir." "Well, I don't know," he answered, tipping lazily back in his chair while she stood before him. "What makes you want to get on the stage?" She felt abashed at the man's daring, but could only smile in answer to his engaging smirk and say, "I mean to make a living." "Oh," he answered, rather taken by her trim appearance and feeling as if he might scrape up an acquaintance with her. "That's a good reason, isn't it? Well, Chicago is not a good place for what you want to do." You ought to be in New York. There's more chance there. You could hardly expect to get started out here." Carrie smiled genially, grateful that he should condescend to advise her even so much. He noticed the smile and put a slightly different construction on it. He thought he saw an easy chance for a little flirtation. "Sit down," he said, pulling a chair forward from the side of his desk and dropping his voice so that the two men in the room should not hear. Those two gave each other the suggestion of a wink. "Well, I'll be going, Barney," said one, breaking away and so addressing the manager. "See you this afternoon." "All right," said the manager. The remaining individual took up a paper as if to read. "Did you have any idea what sort of part you would like to get?" asked the manager softly. "Oh no," said Carrie. "I would take anything to begin with." "I see," he said. "Do you live here in the city?" "Yes, sir." The manager smiled most blandly. "Have you ever tried to get in as a chorus girl?" he asked, assuming a more confidential air. Carrie began to feel that there was something exuberant and unnatural in his manner. "No," she said. "That's the way most girls begin," he went on, "who go on the stage. It's a good way to get experience." He was turning on her a glance of the companionable and persuasive manner. "I didn't know that," said Carrie. "It's a difficult thing," he went on, "but there's always a chance, you know." Then, as if he suddenly remembered, he pulled out his watch and consulted it. "I've an appointment at 2:00, he said, "and I've got to go to lunch now. Would you care to come and dine with me? We can talk it over there." "Oh no," said Carrie, the whole motive of the man flashing on her at once. "I have an engagement myself." "That's too bad," he said, realizing that he had been a little beforehand in his offer and that Carrie was about to go away. "Come in later. I may know of something." "Thank you," she answered with some trepidation and went out. "She was good-looking, wasn't she?" said the manager's companion, who had not caught all the details of the game he had played. "Yes, in a way," said the other, sore to think the game had been lost. "She'd never make an actress, though. Just another chorus girl, that's all." This little experience nearly destroyed her ambition to call upon the manager at the Chicago Opera House, but she decided to do so after a time. He was of a more sedate turn of mind. He said at once that there was no opening of any sort and seemed to consider her search foolish. "Chicago is no place to get a start," he said. "You ought to be in New York." Still she persisted and went to McVicker's, where she could not find anyone. The old homestead was running there, but the person to whom she was referred was not to be found. These little expeditions took up her time until quite 4 o'clock, when she was weary enough to go home. She felt as if she ought to continue and inquire elsewhere, but the results so far were too dispiriting. She took the car and arrived at Ogden Place in 3/4 of an hour, but decided to ride on to the West Side branch of the post office, where she was accustomed to receive Hurstwood's letters. There was one bare now, written Saturday, which she tore open and read with mingled feelings. There was so much warmth in it, and such tense complaint at her having failed to meet him, and her subsequent silence, that she rather pitied the man. That he loved her was evident enough. That he had wished and dared to do so, married as he was the evil. She felt as if the thing deserved an answer, and consequently decided that she would write and let him know that she knew of his married state, and was justly incensed at his deception. She would tell him that it was all over between them. At her room, the wording of this missive occupied her for some time, for she fell to the task at once. It was most difficult. "You do not need to have me explain why I did not meet you," she wrote in part. "How could you deceive me so? You cannot expect me to have anything more to do with you. I wouldn't under any circumstances. Oh, how could you act so?" she added in a burst of feeling. "You have caused me more misery than you can think. I hope you will get over your infatuation for me. We must not meet any more. Goodbye." She took the letter the next morning and at the corner dropped it reluctantly into the letterbox, still uncertain as to whether she should do so or not. Then she took the car and went downtown. This was the dull season with the department stores, but she was listened to with more consideration than was usually accorded to young women applicants owing to her neat and attractive appearance. She was asked the same old questions with which she was already familiar. What can you do? Have you ever worked in a retail store before? Are you experienced? At the fair, C and Companies, and all the great stores, it was much the same. It was the dull season. She might come in a little later. Possibly they would like to have her. When she arrived at the house at the end of the day, weary and disheartened, she discovered that Drouet had been there. His umbrella and light overcoat were gone. She thought she missed other things, but could not be sure. Everything had not been taken, so his going was crystallizing into staying. What was she to do now? Evidently, she would be facing the world in the same old way within a day or two. Her clothes would get poor. She put her two hands together in her customary expressive way and pressed her fingers. Large tears gathered in her eyes and broke hot across her cheeks. She was alone, very much alone. Drouet really had called, but it was with a very different mind from that which Carrie had imagined. He expected to find her, to justify his return by claiming that he came to get the remaining portion of his wardrobe, and before he got away again to patch up a piece. Accordingly, when he arrived, he was disappointed to find Carrie out. He trifled about, hoping that she was somewhere in the neighborhood and would soon return. He constantly listened, expecting to hear her foot on the stair. When he did so, it was his intention to make believe that he had just come in and was disturbed at being caught. Then he would explain his need of his clothes and find out how things stood. Wait as he did, however, Carrie did not come. From pottering around among the drawers, in momentary expectation of her arrival, he changed to looking out of the window, and from that to resting himself in the rocking chair. Still no Carrie. He began to grow restless and lit a cigar. After that he walked the floor. Then he looked out of the window and saw crowds gathering. He remembered an appointment at 3. He began to think that it would be useless to wait and got hold of his umbrella and light coat, intending to take these things anyway. It would scare her, he hoped. Tomorrow he would come back for the others. He would find out how things stood. As he started to go, he felt truly sorry that he had missed her. There was a little picture of her on the wall, showing her arrayed in the little jacket he had first bought her, her face a little more wistful than he had seen it lately. He was really touched by it, and looked into the eyes of it with a rather rare feeling for him. "You didn't do me right, Cad," he said, as if he were addressing her in the flesh. Then he went to the door, took a good look around, and went out. Chapter 27. Way the Waiters Ingolf USWE reach for a star. It was when he returned from his disturbed stroll about the streets after receiving the decisive note from McGregor, James, and Hay that Hurstwood found the letter Carrie had written him that morning. He thrilled intensely as he noted the handwriting and rapidly tore it open. Then, he thought, she loves me or she would not have written to me at all. He was slightly depressed at the tenor of the note for the first few minutes, but soon recovered. She wouldn't write at all if she didn't care for me. This was his one resource against the depression which held him. He could extract little from the wording of the letter, but the spirit he thought he knew. There was really something exceedingly human, if not pathetic, in his being thus relieved by a clearly worded reproof. He who had for so long remained satisfied with himself now looked outside of himself for comfort, and to such a source. The mystic cords of affection, how they bind us all. The color came to his cheeks. For the moment he forgot the letter from McGregor, James, and Hay. If he could only have Carrie, perhaps he could get out of the whole entanglement. Perhaps it would not matter. He wouldn't care what his wife did with herself. if only he might not lose Carrie. He stood up and walked about, dreaming his delightful dream of a life continued with this lovely possessor of his heart. It was not long, however, before the old worry was back for consideration, and with it what weariness. He thought of the morrow in the suit. He had done nothing, and here was the afternoon slipping away. It was now 4:15. At 5 the attorneys would have gone home. He still had the morrow until noon. Even as he thought, the last 15 minutes passed away, and it was 5. Then he abandoned the thought of seeing them any more that day and turned to Carrie. It is to be observed that the man did not justify himself to himself. He was not troubling about that. His whole thought was the possibility of persuading Carrie. Nothing was wrong in that. He loved her dearly. Their mutual happiness depended upon it. Would that Drouet were only away! While he was thinking thus elatedly, he remembered that he wanted some clean linen in the morning. This he purchased, together with a half-dozen ties, and went to the Palmer house. As he entered, he thought he saw Drouet ascending the stairs with the key. Surely not Drouet. Then he thought perhaps they had changed their abode temporarily. He went straight up to the desk. "Is Mr. Drouet stopping here?" he asked of the clerk. "I think he is," said the latter, consulting his private registry list. "Yes." "Is that so?" exclaimed Hurstwood, otherwise concealing his astonishment. "Alone?" he added. "Yes," said the clerk. Hurstwood turned away and set his lips so as best to express and conceal his feelings. "How's that?" he thought. "They've had a row." He hastened to his room with rising spirits and changed his linen. As he did so, he made up his mind that if Carrie was alone, or if she had gone to another place, it behooved him to find out. He decided to call at once. "I know what I'll do," he thought. "I'll go to the door and ask if Mr. Drouet is at home. That will bring out whether he is there or not, and where Carrie is." He was almost moved to some muscular display as he thought of it. He decided to go immediately after supper. On coming down from his room at 6, he looked carefully about to see if Drouet was present, and then went out to lunch. He could scarcely eat, however, he was so anxious to be about his errand. Before starting, he thought it well to discover where Drouet would be, and returned to his hotel. "Has Mr. Drouet gone out?" he asked of the clerk. "No," answered the latter. "He's in his room. Do you wish to send up a card?" "No, I'll call around later," answered Hurstwood, and strolled out. He took a Madison car and went direct to Ogden Place, this time walking boldly up to the door. The chambermaid answered his knock. "Is Mr. Drouet in?" said Hurstwood blandly. "He is out of the city," said the girl, who had heard Carrie tell this to Mrs. Hale. "Is Mrs. Drouet in?" "No, she has gone to the theater." "Is that so?" said Hurstwood, considerably taken back. Then, as if burdened with something important, "You don't know to which theater?" The girl really had no idea where she had gone, but not liking Hurstwood and wishing to cause him trouble, answered, "Yes, Hooley's." "Thank you," returned the manager, and, tipping his hat slightly, went away. "I'll look in at Hooley's," thought he, but as a matter of fact he did not. Before he had reached the central portion of the city, he thought the whole matter over and decided it would be useless. As much as he longed to see Carrie, he knew she would be with someone, and did not wish to intrude with his plea there. A little later he might do so in the morning. Only in the morning he had the lawyer question before him. This little pilgrimage threw quite a wet blanket upon his rising spirits. He was soon down again to his old worry, and reached the resort anxious to find relief. Quite a company of gentlemen were making the place lively with their conversation. A group of Cook County politicians were conferring about a round cherrywood table in the rear portion of the room. Several young merrymakers were chattering at the bar before making a belated visit to the theater. A shabbily genteel individual with a red nose and an old high hat was sipping a quiet glass of ale alone at one end of the bar. Hurstwood nodded to the politicians and went into his office. About 10 o'clock a friend of his, Mr. Frank L. Tainter, a local sport and racing man, dropped in, and seeing Hurstwood alone in his office came to the door. "Hello, George," he exclaimed. "How are you, Frank?" said Hurstwood, somewhat relieved by the sight of him. "Sit down," and he motioned him to one of the chairs in the little room. "What's the matter, George?" asked Tainter. "You look a little glum. Haven't lost at the track, have you?" "I'm not feeling very well tonight. I had a slight cold the other day." "Take whiskey, George," said Tainter. "You ought to know that." Hurstwood smiled. While they were still conferring there, several other of Hurstwood's friends entered, and not long after 11, the theaters being out, some actors began to drop in, among them some notabilities. Then began one of those pointless social conversations so common in American resorts, where the would-be gilded attempt to rub off guilt from those who have it in abundance. If Hurstwood had one leaning, it was toward notabilities. He considered that, if anywhere, he belonged among them. He was too proud to toady, too keen not to strictly observe the plane he occupied when there were those present who did not appreciate him, but in situations like the present, where he could shine as a gentleman and be received without equivocation as a friend and equal among men of known ability, he was most delighted. It was on such occasions, if ever, that he would take something. When the social flavor was strong enough, he would even unbend to the extent of drinking glass for glass with his associates, punctiliously observing his turn to pay as if he were an outsider like the others. If he ever approached intoxication, or rather that ruddy warmth and comfortableness which precedes the more sloven state, it was when individuals such as these were gathered about him, when he was one of a circle of chatting celebrities. Tonight, disturbed as was his state, he was rather relieved to find company, and now that notabilities were gathered, he laid aside his troubles for the nonce and joined in right heartily. It was not long before the imbibing began to tell. Stories began to crop up, those ever-enduring, droll stories which formed the major portion of the conversation among American men under such circumstances. 12 o'clock arrived, the hour for closing, and with it the company took leave. Hurstwood shook hands with them most cordially. He was very roseate physically. He had arrived at that state where his mind, though clear, was nevertheless warm in its fancies. He felt as if his troubles were not very serious. Going into his office, he began to turn over certain accounts, awaiting the departure of the bartenders and the cashier, who soon left. It was the manager's duty, as well as his custom, after all, were gone to see that everything was safely closed up for the night. As a rule, no money except the cash taken in after banking hours was kept about the place, and that was locked in the safe by the cashier, who, with the owners, was joint keeper of the secret combination. But, nevertheless, Hurstwood nightly took the precaution to try the cash drawers and the safe in order to see that they were tightly closed. Then he would lock his own little office and set the proper light burning near the safe, after which he would take his departure. Never, in his experience, had he found anything out of order, but tonight, after shutting down his desk, he came out and tried the safe. His way was to give a sharp pull. This time the door responded. He was slightly surprised at that, and looking in, found the money cases as left for the day, apparently unprotected. His first thought was, of course, to inspect the drawers and shut the door. "I'll speak to Mayhew about this tomorrow," he thought. The latter had certainly imagined upon going out a half-hour before that he had turned the knob on the door so as to spring the lock. He had never failed to do so before. But tonight Mayhew had other thoughts. He had been revolving the problem of a business of his own. "I'll look in here," thought the manager, pulling out the money drawers. He did not know why he wished to look in there. It was quite a superfluous action, which another time might not have happened at all. As he did so, a layer of bills, in parcels of 1,000, such as banks issue, caught his eye. He could not tell how much they represented, but paused to view them. Then he pulled out the second of the cash drawers. In that were the receipts of The day. I didn't know Fitzgerald and Moy ever left any money this way. His mind said to itself, they must have forgotten it. He looked at the other drawer and paused again. Count them, said a voice in his ear. He put his hand into the first of the boxes and lifted the stack, letting the separate parcels fall. They were bills of $50 and $100 done in packages of 1,000. He thought he counted 10 such. Why don't I shut the safe? His mind said to itself, lingering. What makes me pause here? For answer there came the strangest words. Did you ever have $10,000 in ready money? Lo, the manager remembered that he had never had so much. All his property had been slowly accumulated, and now his wife owned that. He was worth more than $40,000 all told, but she would get that. He puzzled as he thought of these things, then pushed in the drawers and closed the door, pausing with his hand upon the knob, which might so easily lock it all, beyond temptation. Still, he paused. Finally, he went to the windows and pulled down the curtains. Then he tried the door, which he had previously locked. What was this thing, making him suspicious? Why did he wish to move about so quietly? He came back to the end of the counter as if to rest his arm and think. Then he went and unlocked his little office door and turned on the light. He also opened his desk, sitting down before it, only to think strange thoughts. The safe is open, said a voice. There is just the least little crack in it. The lock has not been sprung. The manager floundered among a jumble of thoughts. Now all the entanglement of the day came back. Also the thought that here was a solution. That money would do it. If he had that in Carrie. He rose up and stood stock still, looking at the floor. What about it? His mind asked, and for answer he put his hand slowly up and scratched his head. The manager was no fool to be led blindly away by such an errant proposition as this, but his situation was peculiar. Wine was in his veins. It had crept up into his head and given him a warm view of the situation. It also colored the possibilities of 10,000 for him. He could see great opportunities with that. He could get Carrie. Oh yes, he could. He could get rid of his wife. That letter, too, was waiting discussion tomorrow morning. He would not need to answer that. He went back to the safe and put his hand on the knob. Then he pulled a door open and took the drawer with the money quite out. With it once out and before him, it seemed a foolish thing to think about leaving it. Certainly it would. Why, he could live quietly with Carrie for years. Lord, what was that? For the first time he was tense, as if a stern hand had been laid upon his shoulder. He looked fearfully around. Not a soul was present. Not a sound. Someone was shuffling by on the sidewalk. He took the box and the money and put it back in the safe. Then he partly closed the door again. To those who have never wavered in conscience, the predicament of the individual whose mind is less strongly constituted and who trembles in the balance between duty and desire is scarcely appreciable unless graphically portrayed. Those who have never heard that solemn voice of the ghostly clock which ticks with awful distinctness, "Thou shalt, thou shalt, thou shalt. Thou shalt not," are in no position to judge. Not alone in sensitive, highly organized natures is such a mental conflict possible. The dullest specimen of humanity, when drawn by desire toward evil, is recalled by a sense of right which is proportionate in power and strength to his evil tendency. We must remember that it may not be a knowledge of right, for no knowledge of right is predicated of the animal's instinctive recoil at evil. Men are still led by instinct before they are regulated by knowledge. It is instinct which recalls the criminal. It is instinct where highly organized reasoning is absent, which gives the criminal his feeling of danger, his fear of wrong. At every first adventure, then, into some untried evil, the mind wavers. The clock of thought ticks out its wish and its denial. To those who have never experienced such a mental dilemma, the following will appeal on the simple ground of revelation. When Hurstwood put the money back, his nature again resumed its ease and daring. No one had observed him. He was quite alone. No one could tell what he wished to do. He could work this thing out for himself. The imbibation of the evening had not yet worn off. Moist as was his brow, tremble as did his hand once after the nameless fright, he was still flushed with the fumes of liquor. He scarcely noticed that the time was passing. He went over his situation once again, his eye always seeing the money in a lump, his mind always seeing what it would do. He strolled into his little room, then to the door, then to the safe again. He put his hand on the knob and opened it. There was the money. Surely no harm could come from looking at it. He took out the drawer again and lifted the bills. They were so smooth, so compact, so portable. How little they made after all. He decided he would take them. Yes, he would. He would put them in his pocket. Then he looked at that and saw they would not go there. His hand satchel. To be sure, his hand satchel. They would go in that, all of it would. No one would think anything of it either. He went into the little office and took it from the shelf in the corner. Now he set it upon his desk and went out toward the safe. For some reason, he did not want to fill it out in the big room. First he brought the bills, and then the loose receipts of the day. He would take it all. He put the empty drawers back and pushed the iron door almost to, then stood beside it meditating. The wavering of a mind under such circumstances is an almost inexplicable thing, and yet it is absolutely true. Hurstwood could not bring himself to act definitely. He wanted to think about it, to ponder over it, to decide whether it were best. He was drawn by such a keen desire for Carrie, driven by such a state of turmoil in his own affairs, that he thought constantly it would be best, and yet he wavered. He did not know what evil might result from it to him, how soon he might come to grief. The true ethics of the situation never once occurred to him, and never would have under any circumstances. After he had all the money in the handbag, a revulsion of feeling seized him. He would not do it, no. Think of what a scandal it would make. The police, they would be after him. He would have to fly, and where? Oh, the terror of being a fugitive from justice. He took out the 2 boxes and put all the money back. In his excitement, he forgot what he was doing and put the sums in the wrong boxes. As he pushed the door to, he thought he remembered doing it wrong and opened the door again. There were the 2 boxes mixed. He took them out and straightened the matter, but now the terror had gone. Why be afraid? While the money was in his hand, the lock clicked. It had sprung. Did he do it? He grabbed at the knob and pulled vigorously. It had closed. Heavens, he was in for it now, sure enough. The moment he realized that the safe was locked for a surety, the sweat burst out upon his brow and he trembled violently. He looked about him and decided instantly. There was no delaying now. "Supposing I do lay it on the top," he said, "and go away, they'll know who took it. I'm the last to close up. Besides, other things will happen." At once he became the man of action. "I must get out of this," he thought. He hurried into his little room, took down his light overcoat and hat, locked his desk, and grabbed the satchel. Then he turned out all but one light and opened the door. He tried to put on his old assured air, but it was almost gone. He was repenting rapidly. "I wish I hadn't done that," he said. "That was a mistake." He walked steadily down the street, greeting a night watchman whom he knew who was trying doors. He must get out of the city, and that quickly. "I wonder how the trains run?" he thought. Instantly he pulled out his watch and looked. It was nearly 1:30. At the first drugstore he stopped, seeing a long-distance telephone booth inside. It was a famous drugstore and contained one of the first private telephone booths ever erected. "I want to use your phone a minute," he said to the night clerk. The latter nodded. "Give me 1643, he called to Central after looking up the Michigan Central Depot number. Soon he got the ticket agent. "How do the trains leave here for Detroit?" he asked. The man explained the hours. No more tonight? Nothing with a sleeper. Yes, there is, too, he added. There is a mail train out of here at 3 o'clock. All right, said Hurstwood. What time does that get to Detroit? He was thinking if he could only get there and cross the river into Canada, he could take his time about getting to Montreal. He was relieved to learn that it would reach there by noon. Mayhew won't open the safe till 9, he thought. They can't get on my track before noon. Then he thought of Carrie. With what speed must he get her, if he got her at all? She would have to come along. He jumped into the nearest cab standing by. To Ogden Place, he said sharply. I'll give you $1 more if you make good time. The cabbie beat his horse into a sort of imitation gallop, which was fairly fast, however. On the way, Hurstwood thought what to do. Reaching the number, he hurried up the steps and did not spare the bell in waking the servant. Is Mrs. Drouet in? He asked. Yes, said the astonished girl. Tell her to dress and come to the door at once. Her husband is in the hospital, injured, and wants to see her. The servant girl hurried upstairs, convinced by the man's strained and emphatic manner. What? Said Carrie, lighting the gas and searching for her clothes. Mr. Zell-Inu. Drouet is hurt and in the hospital. He wants to see you. The cab's downstairs. Carrie dressed very rapidly and soon appeared below, forgetting everything save the necessities. Drouet is hurt, said Hurstwood quickly. He wants to see you. Come quickly. Carrie was so bewildered that she swallowed the whole story. Get in, said Hurstwood, helping her and jumping after. The cabbie began to turn the horse around. Michigan Central Depot, he said, standing up and speaking so low that Carrie could not hear. As fast as you can go. Chapter 28. A Pilgrim, a Knotlaw, the Spirit Deadine. The cab had not traveled a short block before Carrie, settling herself and thoroughly waking in the night atmosphere, asked, What's the matter with him? Is he hurt badly? It isn't anything very serious, Hurstwood said solemnly. He was very much disturbed over his own situation, and now that he had Carrie with him, he only wanted to get safely out of reach of the law. Therefore he was in no mood for anything save such words as would further his plans distinctly. Carrie did not forget that there was something to be settled between her and Hurstwood, but the thought was ignored in her agitation. The one thing was to finish this strange pilgrimage. Where is he? Way out on the south side, said Hurstwood. We'll have to take the train. It's the quickest way. Carrie said nothing, and the horse gambled on. The weirdness of the city by night held her attention. She looked at the long receding rows of lamps and studied the dark silent houses. How did he hurt himself? She asked, meaning, what was the nature of his injuries? Hurstwood understood. He hated to lie any more than necessary, and yet he wanted no protests until he was out of danger. I don't know exactly, he said. They just called me up to go and get you and bring you out. They said there wasn't any need for alarm, but that I shouldn't fail to bring you. The man's serious manner convinced Carrie, and she became silent, wondering. Hurstwood examined his watch and urged the man to hurry, for one and so. Delicate a position, he was exceedingly cool. He could only think of how needful it was to make the train and get quietly away. Carrie seemed quite tractable, and he congratulated himself. In due time they reached the depot, and after helping her out, he handed the man a $5 bill and hurried on. You wait here, he said to Carrie when they reached the waiting room, while I get the tickets. Have I much time to catch that train for Detroit? He asked of the agent. 4 minutes, said the latter. He paid for 2 tickets as circumspectly as possible. Is it far? Said Carrie as he hurried back. Not very, he said. We must get right in. He pushed her before him at the gate, stood between her and the ticket man while the latter punched their tickets so that she could not see, and then hurried after. There was a long line of express and passenger cars and 1 or 2 common day coaches. As the train had only recently been made up and few passengers were expected, there were only one or two brakemen waiting. They entered the rear day coach and sat down. Almost immediately, "All aboard" resounded faintly from the outside, and the train started. Carrie began to think it was a little bit curious, this going to a depot, but said nothing. The whole incident was so out of the natural that she did not attach too much weight to anything she imagined. "How have you been?" asked Hurstwood gently, for he now breathed easier. "Very well," said Carrie, who was so disturbed that she could not bring a proper attitude to bear in the matter. She was still nervous to reach Drouet and see what could be the matter. Hurstwood contemplated her and felt this. He was not disturbed that it should be so. He did not trouble because she was moved sympathetically in the matter. It was one of the qualities in her which pleased him exceedingly. He was only thinking how he should explain. Even this was not the most serious thing in his mind, however. His own deed and present flight were the great shadows which weighed upon him. "What a fool I was to do that," he said over and over. "What a mistake!" In his sober senses, he could scarcely realize that the thing had been done. He could not begin to feel that he was a fugitive from justice. He had often read of such things and had thought they must be terrible, but now that the thing was upon him, he only sat and looked into the past. The future was a thing which concerned the Canadian line. He wanted to reach that. As for the rest, he surveyed his actions for the evening and counted them parts of a great mistake. "Still," he said, "what could I have done?" Then he would decide to make the best of it, and would begin to do so by starting the whole inquiry over again. It was a fruitless, harassing round, and left him in a queer mood to deal with the proposition he had in the presence of Carrie. The train clacked through the yards along the lakefront and ran rather slowly to 24th Street. Brakes and signals were visible without. The engine gave short calls with its whistle, and frequently the bell rang. Several brakemen came through, bearing lanterns. They were locking the vestibules and putting the cars in order for a long run. Presently it began to gain speed, and Carrie saw the silent streets flashing by in rapid succession. The engine also began its whistle calls of 4 parts with which it signaled danger to important crossings. "Is it very far?" asked Carrie. "Not so very," said Hurstwood. He could hardly repress a smile at her simplicity. He wanted to explain and conciliate her, but he also wanted to be well out of Chicago. In the lapse of another half-hour, it became apparent to Carrie that it was quite a run to wherever he was taking her, anyhow. "Is it in Chicago?" she asked nervously. They were now far beyond the city limits, and the train was scudding across the Indiana line at a great rate. "No," he said, "not where we are going." There was something in the way he said this which aroused her in an instant. Her pretty brow began to contract. "We are going to see Charlie, aren't we?" she asked. He felt that the time was up. An explanation might as well come now as later. Therefore he shook his head in the most gentle negative. "What?" said Carrie. She was nonplussed at the possibility of the errand being different from what she had thought. He only looked at her in the most kindly and mollifying way. "Well, where are you taking me, then?" she asked, her voice showing the quality of fright. "I'll tell you, Carrie, if you'll be quiet. I want you to come along with me, too." Another city. "Oh," said Carrie, her voice rising into a weak cry, "let me off. I don't want to go with you." She was quite appalled at the man's audacity. This was something which had never for a moment entered her head. Her one thought now was to get off and away. If only the flying train could be stopped, the terrible trick would be amended. She arose and tried to push out into the aisle anywhere. She knew she had to do something. Hurstwood laid a gentle hand on her. "Sit still, Carrie," he said. "Sit still. It won't do you any good to get up here. Listen to me, and I'll tell you what I'll do. Wait a moment." She was pushing at his knees, but he only pulled her back. No one saw this little. altercation, for very few persons were in the car and they were attempting to doze. "I won't," said Carrie, who was, nevertheless, complying against her will. "Let me go," she said. "How dare you?" And large tears began to gather in her eyes. Hurstwood was now fully aroused to the immediate difficulty and ceased to think of his own situation. He must do something with this girl, or she would cause him trouble. He tried the art of persuasion with all his powers aroused. "Look here now, Carrie," he said. "You mustn't act this way. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I don't want to do anything to make you feel bad." "Oh," sobbed Carrie. "Oh, oh, oh, oh." There, he said. "You mustn't cry. Won't you listen to me?" "Listen to me a minute, and I'll tell you why I came to do this thing. I couldn't help it, I assure you. I couldn't. Won't you listen?" Her sobs disturbed him so that he was quite sure she did not hear a word he said. "Won't you listen?" he asked. "No, I won't," said Carrie, flashing up. "I want you to take me out of this, or I'll tell the conductor. I won't go with you. It's a shame." And again sobs of fright cut off her desire for expression. Hurstwood listened with some astonishment. He felt that she had just cause for feeling as she did, and yet he wished that he could straighten this thing out quickly. Shortly, the conductor would come through for the tickets. He wanted no noise, no trouble of any kind. Before everything, he must make her quiet. "You couldn't get out until the train stops again," said Hurstwood. "It won't be very long until we reach another station. You can get out then if you want to. I won't stop you. All I want you to do is to listen a moment. You'll let me tell you, won't you?" Carrie seemed not to listen. She only turned her head toward the window, where outside all was black. The train was speeding with steady grace across the fields and through patches of wood. The long whistles came with sad musical effect as the lonely woodland crossings were approached. Now the conductor entered the car and took up the 1 or 2 fares that had been added at Chicago. He approached Hurstwood, who handed out the tickets. Poised as she was to act, Carrie made no move. She did not look about. When the conductor had gone again, Hurstwood felt relieved. "You're angry at me because I deceived you," he said. "I didn't mean to, Carrie. As I live, I didn't. I couldn't help it. I couldn't stay away from you after the first time I saw you." He was ignoring the last deception as something that might go by the board. He wanted to convince her that his wife could no longer be a factor in their relationship. The money he had stolen he tried to shut out of his mind. "Don't talk to me," said Carrie. "I hate you. I want you to go away from me. I am going to get out at the very next station." She was in a tremble of excitement and opposition as she spoke. "All right," he said, "but you'll hear me out, won't you? After all you have said about loving me, you might hear me. I don't want to do you any harm. I'll give you the money to go back with when you go. I merely want to tell you, Carrie, you can't stop me from loving you, whatever you may think." He looked at her tenderly, but received no reply. "You think I have deceived you badly, but I haven't. I didn't do it willingly. I'm through with my wife. She hasn't any claims on me. I'll never see her any more. That's why I'm here tonight. That's why I came and got you." "You said Charlie was hurt," said Carrie savagely. "You deceived me. You've been deceiving me all the time, and now you want to force me to run away with you." She was so excited that she got up and tried to get by him again. He let her, and she took another seat. Then he followed. "Don't run away from me, Carrie," he said gently. "Let me explain. If you will only hear me out, you will see where I stand. I tell you, my wife is nothing to me. She hasn't been anything for years, or I wouldn't have ever come near you. I'm going to get a divorce just as soon as I can. I'll never see her again. I'm done with all that. You're the only person I want. If I can have you, I won't ever think of another woman again." Carrie heard all this in a very ruffled state. It sounded sincere enough, however, Despite all he had done, there was a tenseness in Hurstwood's voice and manner which could but have some effect. She did not want anything to do with him. He was married, he had deceived her once, and now again, and she thought him terrible. Still, there is something in such daring and power which is fascinating to a woman, especially if she can be made to feel that it is all prompted by love of her. The progress of the train was having a great deal to do with the solution of this difficult situation. The speeding wheels and disappearing country put Chicago farther and farther behind. Carrie could feel that she was being borne a long distance off, that the engine was making an almost through run to some distant city. She felt at times as if she could cry out and make such a row that someone would come to her aid. At other times it seemed an almost useless thing. So far was she from any aid, no matter what she did. All the while Hurstwood was endeavoring to formulate his plea in such a way that it would strike home and bring her into sympathy with him. I was simply put where I didn't know what else to do. Carrie deigned no suggestion of hearing this. When I say you wouldn't come unless I could marry you, I decided to put everything else behind me and get you to come away with me. I'm going off now to another city. I want to go to Montreal for a while and then anywhere you want to. We'll go and live in New York if you say. I'll not have anything to do with you, said Carrie. I want to get off this train. Where are we going? To Detroit, said Hurstwood. Oh, said Carrie in a burst of anguish. So distant and definite a point seemed to increase the difficulty. Won't you come along with me? He said, as if there was great danger that she would not. You won't need to do anything but travel with me. I'll not trouble you in any way. You can see Montreal and New York, and then if you don't want to stay, you can go back. It will be better than trying to go back tonight. The first gleam of fairness shone in this proposition for Carrie. It seemed a plausible thing to do, much as she feared his opposition if she tried to carry it out. Montreal and New York. Even now she was speeding toward those great strange lands and could see them if she liked. She thought but made no sign. Hurstwood thought he saw a shade of compliance in this. He redoubled his ardor. Think, he said, what I've given up. I can't go back to Chicago anymore. I've got to stay away and live alone now if you don't come with me. You won't go back on me entirely, will you, Carrie? I don't want you to talk to me, she answered forcibly. Hurstwood kept silent for a while. Carrie felt the train to be slowing down. It was the moment to act if she was to act at all. She stirred uneasily. Don't think of going, Carrie, he said. If you ever cared for me at all, come along and let's start right. I'll do whatever you say. I'll marry you, or I'll let you go back. Give yourself time to think it over. I wouldn't have wanted you to come if I hadn't loved you. I tell you, Carrie, before God, I can't live without you. I won't. There was the tensity of fierceness in the man's plea which appealed deeply to her sympathies. It was a dissolving fire which was actuating him now. He was loving her too intensely to think of giving her up in this, his hour of distress. He clutched her hand nervously and pressed it with all the force of an appeal. The train was now all but stopped. It was running by some cars on a sidetrack. Everything outside was dark and dreary. A few sprinkles on the window began to indicate that it was raining. Carrie hung in a quandary, balancing between decision and helplessness. Now the train stopped, and she was listening to his plea. The engine backed a few feet, and all was still. She wavered, totally unable to make a move. Minute after minute slipped by, and still she hesitated, he pleading. Will you let me come back if I want to? She asked, as if she now had the upper hand, and her companion was utterly subdued. Of course, he answered. You know I will. Carrie only listened as one who is granted a temporary amnesty. She began to feel as if the matter were in her hands entirely. The train was again in rapid motion. Hurstwood changed the subject. Aren't you very tired? He said. No, she answered. "Won't you let me get you a berth in the sleeper?" She shook her head, though for all her distress and his trickery, she was beginning to notice what she had always felt, his thoughtfulness. "Oh, yes," he said. "You will feel so much better." She shook her head. "Let me fix my coat for you anyway." And he arose and arranged his light coat in a comfortable position to receive her head. "There," he said tenderly. "Now see if you can't rest a little." He could have kissed her for her compliance. He took his seat beside her and bought a moment. "I believe we're in for a heavy rain," he said. "So it looks," said Carrie, whose nerves were quieting under the sound of the raindrops driven by a gusty wind, as the train swept on frantically through the shadow to a newer world. The fact that he had in a measure mollified Carrie was a source of satisfaction too. Hurstwood, but it furnished only the most temporary relief. Now that her opposition was out of the way, he had all of his time to devote to the consideration of his own error. His condition was bitter in the extreme, for he did not want the miserable sum he had stolen. He did not want to be a thief. That sum or any other could never compensate for the state which he had thus foolishly doffed. It could not give him back his host of friends, his name, his house and family, nor Carrie, as he had meant to have her. He was shut out from Chicago, from his easy, comfortable state. He had robbed himself of his dignity, his merry meetings, his pleasant evenings. And for what? The more he thought of it, the more unbearable it became. He began to think that he would try and restore himself to his old state. He would return the miserable thievings of the night and explain. Perhaps Moy would understand. Perhaps they would forgive him and let him come back. By noontime the train rolled into Detroit, and he began to feel exceedingly nervous. The police must be on his track by now. They had probably notified all the police of the big cities, and detectives would be watching for him. He remembered instances in which defaulters had been captured. Consequently, he breathed heavily and paled somewhat. His hands felt as if they must have something to do. He simulated interest in several scenes without which he did not feel. He repeatedly beat his foot upon the floor. Carrie noticed his agitation, but said nothing. She had no idea what it meant, or that it was important. He wondered now why he had not asked whether this train went on through to Montreal or some Canadian point. Perhaps he could have saved time. He jumped up and sought the conductor. "Does any part of this train go to Montreal?" he asked. "Yes, the next sleeper back does." He would have asked more, but it did not seem wise, so he decided to inquire at the depot. The train rolled into the yards, clanging and puffing. "I think we had better go right on through to Montreal," he said to Carrie. "I'll see what the connections are when we get off." He was exceedingly nervous, but did his best to put on a calm exterior. Carrie only looked at him with large, troubled eyes. She was drifting mentally, unable to say to herself what to do. The train stopped and Hurstwood led the way out. He looked warily around him, pretending to look after Carrie. Seeing nothing that indicated studied observation, he made his way to the ticket office. "The next train for Montreal leaves when?" he asked. "In 20 minutes, said the man. He bought 2 tickets and Pullman berths. Then he hastened back to Carrie. "We go right out again," he said, scarcely noticing that Carrie looked tired and weary. "I wish I was out of all this," she exclaimed gloomily. "You'll feel better when we reach Montreal," he said. "I haven't an earthly thing with me," said Carrie, "not even a handkerchief." "You can buy all you want as soon as you get there, dearest," he explained. "You can call in a dressmaker." Now the crier called the train ready and they got on. Hurstwood breathed a sigh of relief as it started. There was a short run to the river, and there they were ferried over. They had barely pulled the train off the ferry boat when he settled back with a sigh. "It won't be so very long now," he said, remembering her in his relief. "We get there the first thing in the morning." Carrie scarcely deigned to reply. I'll see if there is a dining car, he added. I'm hungry. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.